camera is already capturing real-time video, it takes a snapshot of that ID card and sends it to the image processing module. In the image processing module, a lot of operations happen wherein we grayscale the image, we apply the bind sobel filter, we blur the image, and after that the barcode is decoded out of the registration number is decoded out of the barcode. Then the registration number is taken and is compared with the master database, and if the student match is found, then the student attendance is marked and a signal is sent to the GPIO module which pumps out the sanitizer. If it is not, then 3 beeps are heard and then the Raspberry Pi module continues continues capturing the video. And after 10 minutes of the class commencement, the real-time capturing stops and an email with the attendance sheet is sent to the concerned faculty through the SMTP lib module. Right, so as we can see here, we have a database which contains the student's registration number, name and batch. The registration number is a unique identifier for all the students. We can also see an ID card image. So as you can see over here, we have the barcode. The barcode decodes the registration number of the student, which matches the database. So what happens is that when a student flashes the ID card, the Raspberry Pi module camera, which is already capturing real-time video, it takes a snapshot of the ID card. Then first, we resize the image using the inter-area interpolation to minimize the time taken. Then we apply the Sobel filter to calculate the X and Y gradient, and we convert them into the absolute value after scaling. Then we apply a 6x6 filter, which blurs the image. So what do we get after this is we get the coordinates of the barcode. So we crop out the barcode, right? We crop out the barcode and we decode it using the functions of the PyVBar library. So as we can see here, the registration number is there and it is there inside the master database. So what happens is that since we have found a match, we mark the entry time of the student that the student is present. At the same time, what happens is that the Raspberry Pi module sends a signal to the L293D motor pump, which sends a signal to the sanitizer, to the submersible mini water pump to pump out sanitizer. After 10 minutes of the class commencement, the attendance sheet is downloaded and is sent to the concerned faculty via the SMTP lib protocol. So having visualized the methodology, let's take how we actually implemented this. So as we can see here, over here we have the Raspberry Pi module, and over here we have the Raspberry Pi camera, and the Raspberry Pi camera is connected to the Raspberry Pi module through the camera slot. Here we have the L293D motor driver, which is connected to the RPi3 module using GPIO pins, and here we have the submersible mini water pump, which is connected to the L293 motor driver using BIOS. So here we can also see a snapshot of what goes on. So here we have a grayscale frame, which is after the snapshot of the image is taken and some kind of pre-processing is applied. And over here we have a contour identifying the barcode in the frame. So let's just go over through the entire thing again. So a student comes, they flash their ID card. After the ID card is flashed, some kind of pre-processing is applied, and here we have the grayscale frame. After some more pre-processing, find out the contour, which identifies the barcode in the image, and over here we have the contour. After that, if we crop out the barcode and we decode it and we search the barcode content, which is the registration number, in the master student database. If a match is found, then we mark the attendance and the message indicating the attendance is right there. And after that, we pump out the sanitizer. However, if the registration number does not exist in the database, 3 beeps are heard and the module starts resuming the capturing the video. So the conclusion of a thing is, the SWOG ensures hygiene and discipline and reduces the surgical waste in academic arenas. Also, we plan to introduce a web and application-based dashboard which will ease the faculties and teachers to monitor the attendance of students. In the long run, we also plan to incorporate an automatic messaging system which will send a message to the parents if the student has not been attending classes and is falling short in attendance. These are the references that we went through to build form. Right. So this project is very close to my heart as it solved one of our own problems in a very cost-effective way. I would like to thank you for your time, and this was SWOG. Thank you.
good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
And my question is, you said that there is a first you will extract the image and
Yes,
then you
ma'am.
will, and somewhere you said the word of video also.
Yes.
It's not clear to me. What is that?
Alright. So what happens is that the Raspberry Pi module,
Hmm.
it captures a real-time video using the IMUTS package. So when a student flashes your ID card, a snapshot of the frame is taken. Then that frame is sent for pre-processing. In the pre-processing, what we do is we convert it to grayscale. Then we resize the image to minimize the time taken. Then we apply the Sobel filter for the calculation of x and y gradients, and we subtract them and convert them to their scaled values and absolute values. Then we blur it using a 6x6 Gaussian filter, and then what we do is we find the contours. So we perform a series of erosions and dilations, and we find the contours. And what we do is the contour, the vertices of the contour are essentially of the largest contour, are essentially the contour of the coordinates of the barcode. So we crop out the barcode from the particular image of the ID card, and then we decode it using the 5Z-bar module. And then we take the registration numbers decoded from the barcode, we compare it with the master database, and then the student's attendance is marked.
Okay, and you said that Gaussian filter is 6x6.
Yes, ma'am.
For the isotropic nature, I think it should be odd number, no?
Yes, ma'am. But what we did was we had a very much experimentation. So we worked on this project for around 3 months. We were finding out the ideal filter size that works with our kind of ID card and our module of the Raspberry Pi 3 module. So that is what works the best, which gives us the best results. So that is, experimentation and trial. I know that Chloe says something different, but that was a result of experimentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Where exactly will keep this unit in the classroom?
Yes, sir. So it is situated out of the classroom.
Okay.
So whenever a student comes in, before entering the classroom, he or she they flash the ID card, then the attendance is marked, the sanitizer is pumped out.
Okay, fine.
Apply the sanitizer.
When you keep it outside,
Yeah.
after this, what is the guarantee that attendance will be correct?
Sir,
Student may not go inside.
I'm sorry, sir.
Student may not go inside the class. What will do?
Yes, so that is one problem that we also face, but we thought we haven't.
Hello, that is the serious problem. Your
That is a very
problem statement says to take the attendance, but you are keeping it outside to make him to go out.
right, sir. So yes, sir. So in our college, what we have is.
Well, okay, just
Yeah.
for curiosity, I asked some
Yes,
question.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is a
For
very
this,
good-
you know the explanation also. I know the answer. But
Right.
whenever you have a problem statement with respect to attendance, that should be very clear.
Right.
Nowadays, there are so many other way of taking the
Right.
attendance.
Right,
Second
right.
part. So this is where you are using barcode. Already you are having the identity of a student in the registration number.
Yes.
I think you are doing so much exercise over in converting his registration number.
Yes, sir. So the point wherein the student can actually.
Where there is no such concepts are there, we'll go for a barcode.
Yeah.
I think you are doing more exercise in converting into coding into once again to the number.
Right. So the thing is that we have a lot of text on the ID card. So actually identifying, we have to use reject format. So this was what we thought was feasible, keeping our ID cards in mind. Yes. But
Okay.
we will definitely sir, look into that
Look
problem.
into
What the problems that you stated,
I
that
think-
the student may go out, and we'll have to find out a way that probably we can incorporate like an exit time. So while the student is exiting out, they should flash the ID card again, and we'll see the time duration in which the student has been in the lab.
That patience will not be there for the students.
Yes, sir.
That patience will not be there while exiting from the class.
And
It is
then-
very difficult exercise.
Yes, sir.
The student may not enter into the class.
Sir, but then the attendance will fall down.
There are so many other ways to take the attendance.
Yes, sir.
I
Yes,
think
sir. We'll
I
definitely
think the
incorporate-
old method of taking attendance is
Yes.
still practiced because there is a human touch.
Yes.
We are going for so much digital where we are going to lose the relationship between a teacher and a student.
Yes.
When I call you by your name,
Yeah.
I hope that is more better for some of the things we are losing today in the classroom.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I-
Definitely.
Too much digital makes something different.
Yes.
I hope this is my
Yes,
opinion.
Yes, sir. And we'll try to find a feasible solution and work on it such that the students' patience is also taken care of and our purpose is also solved. We'll definitely look into it, sir.
Okay. I have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
First thing, Sir told you can control using some timer, like when they are entering and when they are exiting, or enabling, disabling option to the faculty, because even after the class has started, later also they can come, flash the card and go out.
Yes.
Correct. So they need not enter the class also.
So, but then when they flash it out, we'll have the duration of time in which they were inside the lab.
That timing you are recording.
Yeah, the time
That
we'll see the duration of.
are you recording both entry time and exit time?
So right now we're not, but you know, as a feasible solution to what sir stated in the problem statement, we might think of incorporating it, or we might think of a better idea that solves that problem.
And one question, basic question I have with barcode actually. Anybody can bring some barcode and they can scan, no? There is no guarantee the person who is showing the barcode is himself.
Yes, sir, that is one more problem that we haven't figured out as of now. So I guess, you know, probably one of the solutions of that would also be facial image recognition, where we face back
But
the faces of
too
the.
much time for one class attendance. So much you are doing.
So we have to apply some kind of image processing that quickens the entire process.
And Raspberry Pi you are using, I think that is also little costlier compared to the other IoT devices we have, Arduino or a Node MCU or such like. Is there a possibility to explore such devices instead of Raspberry Pi?
Yes, sir, we will do it. Definitely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kushi. Next paper ID is paper ID 174, Tarun Nair.
So good morning everyone, my name is Tarun and I'm MTech in Biomedical. So today my project it was on a very common problem which everyone faced during this COVID, and that is the lack of oxygen. Like we had everything, we had cylinders, we had all the facilities, but during the 2020-2021 when the COVID was at its max, we were at the shortage of oxygen cylinders, and that is when the oxygen concentrators came into play. So my project is on an experimental study on the modification of the oxygen concentrator components for a better purity. So oxygen concentrators were there in the market long before COVID, but no one used it because people only used oxygen concentrator for if a patient had something known as long-time therapy, oxygen therapy. They only use oxygen concentrator at that moment because oxygen cylinders are a bit expensive compared to the oxygen concentrators, because oxygen concentrators we don't need to refill oxygen or anything. It's a small system, you keep it, you just plug it in and you get continuous supply of oxygen. But oxygen cylinders are not like that. It has a capacity. After it is done, you need to change it, you need to replace it, you need to call the person. So when COVID hit, and the previous oxygen concentrators, the purity was not that much of a matter, because even it was at around 85, 86, it was acceptable. The standard is 93 plus or minus 3, but 85 was also acceptable because at that moment purity didn't matter much, because a continuous supply of oxygen was needed to the patient, not the purity was not important. But when during COVID, what happened was the SpO2 dropped rapidly, so you needed pure oxygen. So during this time, a lot of companies came into play. A lot of companies started making oxygen concentrators to deliver more oxygen concentrators in the market. So basically, I worked with one of the companies known as Decmount, and they already had an oxygen concentrator, but they needed to improve the purity of it. They need to improve the flow rate of it. So we worked together and we came up with this new oxygen concentrator. So as I told you, during COVID, it hit, we didn't have much oxygen, there was scarcity of oxygen, and company started making oxygen concentrator. And see, so what I did is I just made a few changes to few of the components of the oxygen concentrator. For example, air filter, compressor, solenoid valve, and zeolite. So these were the four components or four parts which I made changes, and I increased the purity. Like I got a much better purity. So the objective, the first is I designed the air filter, and due to which it was able to like draw in more air from the atmosphere. The second is I modified the compressor so that my volume of air, that is like a lot of air has come in. Now it needs to be compressed. So the compressor needs to have that power, so it could compress that large amount of air which is coming in. And the zeolite. So one of the problems with the oxygen concentrator is the zeolite. The zeolite is the most expensive thing. So I made some we need to create a better oxygen concentrator, but at the same time we need to make sure that it is affordable for the normal population. It should be affordable for each and every one. So we made sure that our compressors are not that expensive, and it is every citizen can buy it, and they can suffice the need for the oxygen which they have. So we had a combinations of zeolite, and basically there are two types of zeolite. One is lithium and one is sodium. So lithium is expensive, sodium is much cheaper. So accordingly, lithium is much better, and sodium is a cheap quality. We cannot say a lot of cheap. It's a bit cheap than lithium. We don't get much purity out of as you get in lithium. We'll come back to it after some time. And the next is the solenoid valve. So basically what solenoid valve does it, the air which is compressed, it needs to send into the two sleeve tanks. So basically what solenoid does is it according to the timing, it switches from one tank to another tank. The importance of solenoid is if it is not switched at the proper time, if it is switched if it takes a bit more time, there is a chance of the sleeve blasting. Or if it is not if it is not switched, if it's switched before time, there is the pressure will not build up in the sleeve, and there is a chance that we don't get pure oxygen. So solenoid valve plays a very important role in this for the exact switching. So this is the proposed methodology. So basically what happens is, this is the air filter. So it draws in air, it sends it to the compressor compresses it, then using the solenoid valve, the solenoid valve switches and it goes either to molecular sleeve 1 or 2, and accordingly when it switches to 1, the remaining nitrogen it is exited from the exhaust, and from there it goes to the product tank. It is the pressure of the oxygen which is there in the compressor is much higher. You need to regulate it. You cannot send that pressure to the patient, he will not able to breathe it. So you need to regulate it according to the need of a patient. And then the water container. The water container is, sometimes a patient has a dry throat or dry nostril. So sometimes it needs we need to connect it to a water container. It's known as humidifier. So it is not always suggested. It depends on what the doctor says. Doctors will check you and they will say, do you need it or you don't need it? Because if you overdo it, there is a chance of you getting a pneumonia because of the over water, and it is then sent to the end user. So basically what we did is, it was a basic HEPA filter. So what we did is we increased the number of inlets into the filter. So because of that, it was able to draw in more air, and because of draw in more air, and it sent more air to the compressor. So basically we took 3-4 compressors which is available in the market. We opened it up, we saw how different compressors are, how it is different from one another, and we took in like a few which we thought were important parts, and we made a new compressor. The company made a new compressor. So basically the modifications, like the old compressor which they had, they changed the bore dia, the bore length according to the compressor which was available in the market. We did a research on it, and which was the best compressor. We like reverse engineered it. We reverse engineered a few of the compressors, and we took like a specific good qualities of all those compressors, and we made a new compressor out of it. And because of that, like the efficiency of the compressor increased. Like before, if the efficiency was around 80%, we got it up to 90%. And because of this, because of this efficiency, like it was able to give out more air. And one of the main the point of the compressor is like in any oxygen concentrator, what happens is as the time increases, the compressor heats up, and because of that, what happens is the purity falls down. But we have we got a solution to it. As the time increases, the compressor is not it doesn't heat up because it has more air, so it is cooled better. And as the time increases, our efficiency also increases. So the zeolite I was talking about. So what we did is to reduce the cost, we made a combination of the lithium and the sodium zeolite. So the lithium zeolite, which there are 2 lithium zeolites which we had. One was from France, and the other was from China. And the sodium zeolite was we had 3 other sodium zeolites. Mostly one was Xylon, and the other was Nike, the company. So what we did is we made a combination of these, like 50-50 ratio, like 1-on-1 ratio, or we made it 70-30, and we did a lot of testing to it, and we found out which combination of which zeolite and so lithium and sodium match together, and they give a better purity. So this were the different tests which we performed. As you can see, like the ratio and all, like when it is a 50-50 ratio, the efficiency is around 86, and this is the compressor efficiency is 60. So we had to do a lot of tests to exactly find out how it is. The point was we need to do like all the modification needs to come together, and it should have an impact at the end product. At the last, we used like as you can see, we used lithium B, and so we used lithium A and sodium C, and we got the highest purity of oxygen in it. And the final purity which we got was around 91.3%, and the flow was around 9.4. That is, like we say it as 10, but when it comes, it is 9.4. And so basically, like taking all these different modifications into consideration, like we were able to achieve purity of 91.3%, and like compared to what it was before for the company, it was much higher, and we were able to achieve what we wanted to do. Thank you.
Good presentation. Please go to the first. Okay. Actually, in your work, you try to improve the efficiency for the oxygen concentrator at different. See, you said that you have somewhere whatever the materials are changed or something, the gases are changed. Okay. Where is the gold standard for these references to change that? the material you have changed from one part to the other part. There will be some proper justification or from theory will be there, no?
Ma'am, like we didn't say, like we have used what is to be used, like zeolite. We have used zeolite. We haven't changed the material. But what we have done is, like the lithium zeolite material is expensive. It comes around 5,000 rupees. So when we use that in both the sleeve, the cost of the concentrator goes up very high. It goes around 70,000, 80,000. So what we did is we made a mixture of sodium and lithium.
That's whatever the change, that sodium and that mixture, there will be some proper study will be there, no? If
Yes,
you use
yes.
this big study, this is the concentration it
Ma'am,
is going to
both
come.
can be used. Like both are both are zeolite. But we didn't mix it properly. We made two sections, and first we made it pass through the lithium and the sodium. So it is both are zeolite, but it is a different material. But they said that we can only use zeolite in it because it absorbs properly, and so we never changed the material. We just used a different kind so that we can reduce the cost of the concentrator.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, what is the comparison study of cost?
So the comparison study, like first it was like the cost was around, like I'm talking about the company which I worked in. Like first it was around 60 to 70. So after this they were able to come down to 45. So there were other parameters also, but not just because of this it came to 45, because there are other. It was 45. So.
How to measure the purity?
So we used a fluke sensor, sir. Gas flow sensor we used, and at the end we just connected it and we kept it for like around 8 hours, 10 hours, and we after every 1 hour or half an hour we used to take down the readings. So that is when we realized that the new compressor which we are using, like with time the purity was increasing and the system was not even heating that much compared to the old systems. So even
So you are worked in a company where this model is designed.
yes,
You have taken the permission before presenting here.
yes, sir. I have.
You have no slides because it is the copyright of that company.
Sir, I have asked, like, they have told me not, like, I have sent it to them, they have told me not to put in more information, so they were okay with this thing.
Well, better you always put that
Yes, yes.
because this is their trademark. We are also a part it now. They should not complain about this. These
No.
are all something which is beyond the some company products. Okay.
Like, I've got their...
Their certification should be enclosed here because this is a product of a company
Yes.
where we are not responsible for many things. We should also party to it. You are putting the inside details of this company that they may be under trouble. I think these are the things we will not notice clearly. Something happens, then we will come into picture. So I hope it is better to bring this notice. This presentation is copyrighted with respect to that company, and these are the details which are disclosed between you and the company.
Okay.
Then it will be very clear. Okay.
Yes, sir, like, I have sent this to them and...
Certification you should be there. Here nothing is there because it is a trademark of a company.
Yes, I'll just put it.
Yeah. Any change in the portability of the product after introducing these things, or is it the same in terms of the size or in terms of the carrying?
The size is the same,
Only internal components have
and
changed.
we even changed the body of it.
Hmm.
Like, first it was a metal body,
Hmm.
and now we have made it a plastic body to...
Lightweight you have made.
Yes, just to reduce the cost.
And what about power requirements? Any change in that?
No, no.
Same maintenance, what you have to make extra
Maintenance
effort?
is basically like 6 months you have to change the filter,
Hmm.
and after like when they change
Now,
the...
after your new things what you have added, any maintenance period is increased or
No,
is
no,
it
it's the
reduced?
same.
Is the same?
It's the same, sir. Like 6
Hmm.
months,
Hmm.
that 6 months maintenance, they check everything. Like they change the filter, they change the purity, and if anything, like if the purity goes down below, it is 91.6. If it goes down below 87, like that it is taken back to the company and it is serviced and given back.
Okay. So that, as sir told, you put all efficiency and other things. Cost also, if you have put, then we can
Allow me to like
no, percentage
what the cost
percentage of reduction. We don't know original, we don't know the new thing. At least how much you have reduced the cost percentage.
Yes, percentage.
Exact values are not required. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tarun. Next, paper ID 200, Divya Rani.
Good morning all. I am Divya. Today I am going to present one of my research work. It is entitled Human Action Recognition by Concatenation of Spatio-Temporal 3D scenes and 4 2D descriptors using bag of behaviors under the supervision of Dr. Prabhakar sir. These are the outlines of my presentation. Nowadays, in computer vision research field, human action recognition is playing an important role. The main objective or goal of human action recognition is to automatically identifying the human actions such as walking, running, jogging, and some other kind of actions present in video. Here in this problem, we are considering input as a video instead of still images. These videos are converted to sequence of frames. Then particular action presented in those frames are recognized by particular human action recognition method, and the corresponding label is assigned at the end of the corresponding label is assigned for the given input video. These are some of frames of action, and these human action recognition problem can be applied in various applications like intelligence video surveillance to identify the misbehaving activities taken place in interior places or bus stands, and it is applied in ambient assisted living to detect the fall action or stroke action of a patient or elderly people, and it is applied in human robot interaction. With the interaction of the human, the robots are performing particular actions, and it is applied in intelligent driving. It alerts the driver to wear the seat belts, or it alerts the driver or warns the driver if you are using mobile phones or texting while driving. And it is also applied in sports analysis, robotics learning, video annotation, content-based video storage and retrieval. With these lots of applications, the human action recognition problem has major challenges. One of the main challenges, considering the videos instead of still images. Processing of video is a big challenge and complex one. And other challenges like viewpoint variance. Like if an image, action image is captured in different angles, it appears to be different action. And occlusion. Suppose if an action is occluded or self-occluded, that is portion of the image is not appeared for the viewer in order to identify a particular action. Then cluttered background, that is if an image is incorporated with additional noises, blurring effect, those are the main challenges for action recognition. And environmental variations like illumination change, shadows are also affect the action recognition. And static and moving camera, and variations in human appearance and motion,
good presentation.
How you have come to conclusion that the fusion should be done? Fusion, you have done fusion. Before doing fusion, you have to do some exercise. What exercise help you to come to that conclusion?
Studying some literature and
Well, I want the answer. They, whenever you want to do any fusion of two systems which are already working fantastically, there should be some work which should be done to say that fusion is correct. That slide is missing here. That's why I'm asking.
local descriptors are not enough to describe the action particularly, and so that global is not descriptors are not enough to describe, so that better this combination comes.
Whenever you do fusion, there are some prerequisites for it. Whatever you have got the next level of fused output, how many features comes after the fusion? How many?
For traditional tooling, we get 128 filters per single image. By using 3D, it is more, and co-exposed filters for a single image, 30,000 of components. By combination, it has many features.
So before you give into SVM or anything, you should know how many features. How many that you have calculated?
Huge number.
In compression complexity, have you measured anything? How much time it is taking? Any time analysis you have done? Because so many methods doing research in this area, I think you can go through those things. Hypothesis testing, ANOVA testing and other things. Because once we introduce a new method, how better is compared to the other method, statistically also we have to say that. Okay. And data sets, how did you select only these two? Because only 90 samples are there in that another data set. And these training test data sets you have. Even you can think of neural networks also, because many features are there. You can try to reduce that various layers and try to get more accuracy. Okay. I think that's a good presentation.
Thank you, Divya. Next paper ID 103, Apurva Rao.
while it keeps the mind in high alert. So when your mind is on high alert, and if you're okay, your mind is on high alert, but then it's trying to cope with the situation. That's when your heartbeat rises, you feel scared, you feel anxious. All this happens when you have stress. So stress is closely related to the mental health situations, including anxiety, leading to depression, and post-traumatic stress disorders. So I'll just brush up the chronology of our project. Our problem statement, we mainly focus to classify the stress that students face into low, moderate, and high level stress. Where low could be certain mild stress which have countable symptoms and could be easily mitigated, while moderate stress says that you have periodic episodes of stress, and high stress means the chronic stress which is prolonged for a long duration of time. So when chronic stress is left untreated, that leads to depression and many of the heart related problems. And what we found was, we went through the few of the reference papers and work, and we realized that the methods that they use, they mainly focus on variables like the hardware bands and stuff. But what we thought was that is quite expensive compared to the study that we have done. We plan to do a behavioral study of students, a psychological study, how stress impacts students during exams. And our proposed system mainly classifies the stress faced by students into three main categories: low, moderate, and high stress. We have used VLSI questionnaire. VLSI abbreviated as Perceived Stress Scale, and it is a set of 10 questions. The father of VLSI questionnaire is Sir Sheldon Cohen, and he released the stress questionnaire in the year 1983. So our proposed system is comparatively affordable because we don't have much expense. To be frank, we don't have any expense apart from the internet charges, and it uses machine learning algorithms to do the performance analysis. And we also have implemented a chatbot named Sahai so that we can easily communicate with the users, and our little efforts to reduce their stress and a step closer to healthy well-being. Objectives of the research, again, we conducted a real-time survey to collect the data, and we did it using Google Forms, and the data was stored in Google, which is Formula data set. So then we developed a machine learning model to classify stress into multiple levels according to the severity of each cases, and we built a chatbot for easy communication with the users, and we aim to get accuracy over 95%. This is a system architecture diagram. Our user is sent with a Google Form link. He fills the Google Form, and we get the data collected in the Google sheet. So what Google Form content was, it included demographic data, collecting users' age, location, pre-existing mental condition, their addiction towards game, their study hours, their hours spent online. All this data we collected for a background comparative study, and it also contains psychometric patterns, that is the PSSN questionnaire. This formed a data set, and we had to run through a data pre-processing, stuff with outliers were removed, and then feature selection where the 10 questions from the PSSN questionnaire was the feature that was used, and that was sent into the classifiers, the SVM. Okay, the main classifier that we use here is SVM, that is support vector machine, nearest neighbors, and null bias. So then we did an analysis of the stress score and stress level. Then the result was sent through mail to the user, and along with chatbot link so that they can communicate with the chatbot. Methodology, data acquisition, as I said, we had sent a Google form where the students fill the Google form, got the data, and the PSSN questionnaire used Likert scaling, where they had an option to choose from one of the 5 options. Like if a question is how stressed were you in the past week, and the option where 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, where 0 says never, 1 says almost never, 2 says sometimes, 3 often, and 4 very often. Then data pre-processing outliers and data contaminators was removed for best results and high accuracy. Model building. So a model was created to calculate the stress score using responses from the PSSN questionnaire and the data set parameters. So it reversed, the questionnaire had 10 negatively phrased questions and 6 positively phrased questions. So how the score was calculated was the negatively phrased question score was reversed and something up with the positively phrased questions. here are the places 10 questionnaires, and these are the 10 questions that is used. And this is the comparative study that we have done. So these are the study from the demographic characteristics of the participants. So we had asked for the gender, around 9.8% of male had participated, and location, pre-existing medical conditions, time spent online, and we even asked them, do you have the habit of comparing your lifestyle with some other person? That also leads to stress at times. And game addiction, family type, study material use, and their age group that they belong to. So the results in discussion, so as a total, around 77% of the students were moderately stressed, 7% were high stress, and 16% were low stress. And among the males, 74% were moderately stressed, 6% were high stress, and rest 20% were low stress, categorized as low stress. When it comes to females, 82% were moderately stressed, 7% were high stress, and 11% were low stress. And here's the result of the models that we have used. SVM outperformed the other with 95.32% accuracy, where JNNCE was 92.4 and NIPAL was 84.8. And these are the screenshots from our chatbot, Sahai. Conclusion, so the model measures the psychological impact of stress during the exam among the students. Using PSS questionnaire, so among the algorithms we found that SVM outperformed the other two. PSS can be used to perform the initial study so that you don't have to pay the expense of the variables or consulting the therapist directly. First you can go to this test and found to be high stress, then you can go to the therapist. So initial study would be better, prevention is better than cure, as we say. So this is an attempt to figure out the stress and a step closer to the prevention. And since chatbot is a cloud-based application, it is accessible for use over the internet, and model can be completely made real-time and dynamic. This is our future plan, our scope for future plan. So allowing the users to create a profile in the chatbot, then answer the survey and obtain the results through the chatbot. And we are planning to also launch a website, post a website. Among the three algorithms used, this one performs better than the others. Thank you. Any questions?
Good presentation. And as I know, I think this stress management, there are so many tools are available. Am I right? And in your case, you have created 6 negative question and 4 positive. Okay, the reward bank you have collected. And you had, think you tested on your 570 data set, that's what you have mentioned. What sort of learning you have applied? You said that there are so many learning techniques, machine learning techniques are applied. What exactly is specified? See, you have collected the data for 570 cases with the defined questions. What type of learning is required here? I didn't understand. You said that it is machine learning techniques are applied here. No. Where exactly it has played a role in your project? Because data set is there, it is you have to segregate the data based on the
PS is basically used to develop the or train the model. Okay, training the model, we did manually calculating the score, then putting it into the model. Then our future scope includes making it dynamic, so that when the user enters the details, it dynamically does the work and algorithms work on its own and give the results. That's why we have used. Hope that answers your question.
it's not that clear. Okay, thank you.
Let me take second period for the moment.
She asked a very simple question: why machine learning is required? I'll put it in another way. For example, you used Navy-based algorithm.
Yes, sir.
It is psychological data.
Yes, sir.
Navy-based will not work for psychological data.
Okay.
What is the reason?
It found it was the least accuracy. Means
No, it is not the way. The data is the main requirement in machine learning algorithm. Here the data is dependent.
Yes.
If they are independent, then you go for Navy base. If this is dependent, the whole algorithm fails in predicting it. It is a Bayesian belief network that helps in predicting it.
Yes.
I think whatever the machine learning algorithm used, you just taken it, but it is not for the stress. That is what madam expressing. We have simply taken our machine algorithm to meet the challenge. I think before taking, you should be in a position to justify. Like I given one example, base will not work daily base in belief network. These are all the experimental strategy to be done before doing this.
Sure, I'll check it. Thank you for your input.
Which type of machine learning you applied, whether the supervised or unsupervised? Why you have used supervised? Those classifications, what you have are the labels actually.
Yeah.
Low,
Low, moderate, and high.
high you have got. And how will you measure your chatbot's performance?
We haven't measured the
Hmm.
chatbot performance. That was the final result.
Then how you can say it is accurate or not? The chatbot, is it responding properly or
No,
not?
sir. Chatbot wasn't the model. The
Hmm.
model was the focus. Chatbot was a result.
Hmm.
Our efforts to communicate with the users.
So-
Authority was for the model.
No questions they will not ask in the chatbot.
They have asked, sir.
So when they are feeding the questions, it will be responding.
Yes.
Sometimes it will correctly respond, sometimes it may not respond properly. Have you evaluated that? I am asking.
Yeah, we worked on it, sir.
Then what is the accuracy percentage?
We haven't calculated the accuracy,
okay.
but we have noted down the point where it's going on. We are trying to mitigate the problem.
Okay. And what is your percentage of training and testing you have taken in this? 80-20 is very high, no?
Yes, but it was
Usually 60-40 or 70-30 is preferred actually.
and we have been through few references and some of the papers in 80 and 20 were the feasible and efficient one. That's why we are
No, you didn't test 70-30, 80-20, 60-40 and then came up to the solution. Even though paper may suggest something, but you have data with you, you have solution with you. Had you tested and went, what was the accuracy?
go with one.
Because just another running sequence, that's all.
Thanks for this perspective. We haven't been thinking from this perspective.
Because further you have to analyze also. Running program will not be end of the story. You have to analyze is it correct or not based on its philosophy also, why it is being used. Okay. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Fine. Fine. Yes, ma'am. Overall, ma'am. The data was stored in Google Sheets, so we could easily segregate it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. So that was a comparative study, ma'am. That has nothing to do with the performance analysis. That was a comparative study. We just wanted to know how much of the male is different, how much of the female is different. That's why we did a comparative study. No. That was general. The graph, right? The male and female. No, that was comparative.
Yes, good morning everyone. Good morning everyone. I'm Soumya. I'm here to present the paper characterization of horticulture and LEDs, horticulture lighting with respect to the LEDs as well as the luminaires. So the flow of content is as follows. Starting with a brief introduction. The horticulture lighting is one of the is a small part in the in the lighting industry, and but it started way back in the year 1861. The need for growing the plants under artificial light sources was mainly because of the food scarcity as well as to reduce the environmental conditions, environmental temperature. But as and when the days progressed, that is in the recent days, horticulture is growing very rapidly in the years to come also. So when I say it is a growing industry, we need to understand how exactly the plants are grown and what are the parameters which we need to consider while we grow plants. So on a generalized tone, it is nothing but the environmental factors which mainly affect the plant. So among the environmental factors, I'm here considering only the light, which is the key regulator for photosynthesis, and it is also going to impact the morphology or the physiological activities in the plants. So when we measure it, basically till now whatever light induced stress when we are discussing, it was this purpose of horticulture was mainly for the vegetative plants as well the metabolites which we generally measure, that is, it is coined in terms of primary metabolite as well as secondary metabolite. When we say it is a primary metabolite, we talk in terms of growth attributes. So in terms of vegetative as well as ornamental species, we discuss with respect to the primary metabolites. Secondary metabolites are the defense chemicals which are being produced by plants but used by humans for various purposes, like for medicines, for flavor, for color, and so on. So light is going to impact, that is, since the industry is shifting from the synthetic medicines to the herbal medicines, so the trend of using herbal medicines are increased. So the metabolites needs to be improved, or the secondary metabolite needs to be improved, and these secondary metabolites, when the light stress is applied on the plants, they are regulated. So when we say light, the light quality, the light quantity, that is, if you see the figure, you have the absorbance peaks which have been discussed. This is a generalized graph which has been plotted by many. So the pigments which or the photoreceptors which we say, which is present on the leaf, which absorbs the energy and finds responses, are mainly in the red and the blue spectrum. So here what I'm trying to do is, since the manufacturers, that is the plant growth chamber manufacturers, when they provide you with the light sources generalized, so they ask only for two options. That is, one is, do you want to have it with the general lighting, that is under white light, do you want to grow the plant, or with respect to the horticulture light sources. So when I say the horticulture light sources, they only concentrate on the red and the blue spectrum, whereas in case of general lighting LEDs, they generally going for full white LEDs, without even knowing what type of plant species they need to grow with. And the thing is, if you look at the industry, even though it is in the growing stage, the testing standards for horticulture LEDs have not been used. So I mean, it's just in the development stage, it has not been released. The production of these horticulture LEDs are also minimal. So we can find LEDs for horticulture purpose only at 660 nanometers as well as 450 nanometers, because of the presence of the photoreceptors in that particular area. So here in this work, I try to compare, that is, I want to find out whether these general lighting LEDs can, because of the minimal production, I want to see whether these general lighting LEDs can be used in horticulture lighting also. And from the literature, with respect to the growth aspects, there are multiple literature reviews of multiple papers which are being presented, whereas with respect to the horticulture light sources, it is very minimal. And I'm just trying to compare the electro-optical characteristics of LEDs and whether these general LEDs can be housed in case of horticulture luminaires. So the experiment was conducted at a room temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Normally, when we are trying to grow plants, we stick to almost 25 degrees Celsius, that is apt for growing the plant. And I have tested with two LEDs from horticulture, two LEDs from the general lighting luminaires, and the wavelength which is being chosen, 660 nanometers as well as 450 nanometers, is the resultant of the figure 1 which I have shown. And in the industry, these two are the wavelengths which are being projected for horticulture luminaires. So the equipments used were the lab sphere, integrating sphere, and for measuring the SPD. Similarly, for powering up, Keithley instrument was being used. This is just an image wherein the two LEDs, that is the red as well as the blue LEDs, are being placed, and the measurement type. So in case of general lighting, we generally go in for photometric testing, and in case of photometric quantities are being used, and in case of horticulture, we go in for quantum measurement. So when we say the light quantity, in photometric quantities, we generally go in for measuring the luminous flux, that is in terms of lumens or lux, whereas in case of horticulture, we go in for PPF measurement, and the equation is being given. So I have get from the SPD of the source. So from that I have converted all the values back to the converted in terms of PPF and plotted the graph. So with respect to the electrical characteristics, the one which we generally use is a VA characteristic. So the two graphs, that is figure 4 as well as figure 5, represents the electrical characteristics of the general lighting as well as the horticulture LEDs. The thing is, when we chose the horticulture LED, it was at 660 nanometers as well as 450 nanometers, whereas when we saw the data sheet and purchased the same one, there was a huge difference with respect to the peak wavelength. And since the wavelength is related to the energy and that is vice versa related to the forward voltage, you can see that the forward voltage there is a slight deviation, even though from the data sheet we have taken it with respect to the wavelength being used. Next comes the optical characteristics. So in optical characteristics, basically the formula for in photometric testing, that for general lighting LED, is that as the current increases, the lumen output increases. That is being compared, that is here in case of, since we are comparing it with respect to the horticulture LED, as the current increases, the PPF level also needs to increase. So it has increased, but then there is a slight deviation with respect to figure 6 and figure 7. It has linearly increased, but in case of the general LEDs, whereas there is a slight deviation, that is royal blue as well as deep red, there is a slight slope difference here. Similarly, temperature measurement for thermal analysis. The temperature of the thermal pad was shifted with 10-degree variation, and the photon, that is as the temperature increases, the light output is going to reduce. With respect to that, if you just see, generally on a general tendency, Planck flow chambers generally work up to 50 degrees Celsius, that is the max. We need not work up to that. 35 degrees Celsius is more than sufficient. 25 degrees is apt for growing the temperature, but still the measurements were taken up to 80 degrees Celsius, and they were plotted. So with respect to all these three characteristics, if you just see, as the current increases, the photon output increases. Similarly, as the temperature increases, the light output reduces. The only difference is that the peak wavelength, when compared to the data sheet with respect to the HOTI as well as the general LEDs, there was a difference. And this work we have extended it to the market available luminaire. So in case of market available luminaire, we have just taken two cases. So the R is to B ratio. So when I said in the introduction that light stress plays an important role in the regulation of metabolites, secondary metabolites, that light stress is spoken in terms of R is to B ratio, that is red is to blue ratio in terms of PPF. So 4.5 is to 1 and 2.6 is to 1. So from the literature, it was viewed that the general lighting LEDs, mainly they are for growing the ornamental as well as vegetative species, whereas horticulture LEDs, they have enhanced the secondary metabolites, and the optical characteristics, that is the CRI as well as the CCT, also there is a difference. So the polar plot was plotted for both the luminaires, and the viewing angle is same for both, that is 120 degree viewing angle was being observed, and the polar plot also depicts that it is symmetrical in nature. So with this, we can conclude that the general LEDs can be housed in the horticulture luminaire, provided the peak wavelength requirement of the plant source is matched. So these are the references. Thank you.
Good presentation.
there will be usually in that type of environment varieties of plant will be there, but you have focused on only one type of light illuminance that affects other plant. How you justify your work is good.
Sir, the thing is, each plant, for each plant, the light requirement is different. That is one thing. Second thing, I have not defined the species of plant. It is just the lighting environment which is being tested for. Like since the production of horticulture LEDs are less, and if you have to order it and get it, that also takes pretty long time. So that is the reason wherein I was trying to work whether instead of using horticulture LED, can I use a general lighting LED to house in the luminaire?
Any comparison is there? Like how many things you have tested, or any particular place you have tested?
Multiple, sir.
Any results have you
The
shown?
thing is, with different manufacturers, different LEDs I have tested. But the thing is, I have projected here only 2 LEDs because the reason is in horticulture LED only 660 nanometer as well as 450 nanometer wavelength LEDs are being used. So in and around that only I have tested. And general lighting LEDs are very few in numbers in that particular wavelength.
You have explored those things. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya. On behalf of JNNCE and Discover team, I thank the session chairs Dr. Anita H. and Dr. Sridhara K.S. and the session moderator Dr. Chetan K.R. for chairing the session. Now, I request Dr. Chetan K.R. to give a memento to Sridhara sir as a token of respect and gratitude. Thank you, sir. Now I request Ujjwala B.S., Assistant Professor of EC Department, to give a memento to Dr. Anita H. as a token of gratitude and respect. Thank you, ma'am. I thank all the paper presenters, authors, for presenting your paper in our conference. Thank you, one and all.
A very good morning to all of you. I think first paper presentation session, today's first paper presentation session was over. Now we are moving towards invited talk 3 by our resource person, Dr. A.G. Ramakrishnan sir. Already yesterday evening, we have a wonderful pranayama session by AGR sir. So he demonstrated the pranayamas along with the benefits, how to lead our lifestyle, how to change our lifestyle, anatomy related to the different parts of the body, how it will work and what are the reasons. All those he have mentioned wonderfully in yesterday's session. Actually, today also he is with us to give a technical session on the topic analyzing patterns in EEG from biometrics to altered states of consciousness. So, I am very privileged to give introduction of Dr. A.G. Ramakrishnan sir. He is a senior professor of electrical engineering and an associate faculty member at the Center for Neuroscience, Indian Institute of Science. He obtained his master's in electrical engineering and PhD in biomedical engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He has graduated 19 PhDs, 16 MTechs by research and guided over 100 MTech projects at IISc. He is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. As the leader of a research consortium, he was instrumental in creating handwriting recognition technologies for 8 Indian languages. He received Manthan Award twice for creating audiobooks for blind students through his OCR and TTS in Tamil and Kannada. His current areas of research include speech recognition in Indic languages, decoding of imagined words from EEG, brain functional connectivity analysis in therapeutic effects of deep breathing. For his earlier work on evoked potentials from leprosy patients, he had received Sir Watke Young Researchers Prize from the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons, Glasgow. He was a senior research scientist at Hewlett Packard Research Labs, Bangalore, India from May 2002 to August 2003. He is an invited member of the Senate of IIT Allahabad, Prayagraj, and the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Indian Language Internet Alliance. He was a member of the Knowledge Commission, Government of Karnataka during 2017 to 2020. He is also one of the founder directors of Raghavera Indic Technologies Private Limited, recognized by Karnataka government as one of the Elevate 2019 startup winners. So we have AGR sir, he is ready to present the topic now. Once again, on behalf of our college and National Education Society, I wholeheartedly welcome AGR sir for the first invited talk. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning. We are again middle day of so I'll try to complete the before. So this is what our very recent subsequent covariance matrices, and this was done for each of those state baseline, the different meditations and final baselines and so on. So without going into all the details, we found that mainly in the frontal region, we found that the covariance, the mean of the distance between the subsequent covariance matrices, you can see that the mean is that black dash. I don't know whether you will be able to see there. So these things are relatively higher. This is the baseline mean, and during this meditation it comes down. During the intermediate baseline it goes above this, and another meditation again it comes down. Finally it goes still above. So during the meditation, this difference between the successive covariance matrices in terms of covariance distance comes down, and this is between the meditation and different baselines. You can see that the p-value is highly significant, less than 0.01 in most of the cases. Here it's 0.05. Okay. So one was the mean differences. We also looked at the variance of the differences. There also you could find out the same kind of trend was there. And another thing that we looked at is the entropy. And there are different entropy measures. This is one of the subsequent type of measures for minimum variance modified for the entropy measure. Once again, we divide into multiple channels and then take segments of 2 seconds, say 0.5 seconds, and extract this entropy feature and look at how this changes across the meditation. So the mean, if you look at it, so in the case of the difference between you found that during meditation the difference is came down. Here the entropy is actually increasing in the meditation state. So from the baseline, first meditation goes up, this comes down further down, and second meditation further goes up, and the final baseline it comes down compared to both of these baselines. So that is the trend for the mean value, and this is the range of the different subjects. You can see that the trend is the same. So basically, when the entropy increases, it implies that an increase in the signal complexity during meditation. So if you ask me what does it really mean, I really don't know right now. And this is having known that now we are looking at only so far whatever we have seen is extracted across the entire data, but this is only looking at the gamma oscillation. So take the gamma band and again extract the same entropy, and then you can see that across all the regions, quantum center, you have the similar trend in every one of that. And in terms of statistical significance, you can see that from the baseline to the thing, in each of those different regions, you can see that in the gamma band there is a lot of regions where the differences are highly significant within the meditation compared to different baselines. And the same thing we are doing as a visualization. Again, in the gamma band, entropy changes. You can see that baseline and the red is more and blue is negative. You can see that it has increased and it has gone down during the baseline. Again increased, again gone down. And these are the differences between this to this and this to this and so on. So there is an increase, so this is positive. There is a decrease, very negative. Again increase, again decrease. So then we move on to something else that we did with EEE again. So this is one of my students, Jarin, who just graduated last week. He completed his Viva, and he is an assistant professor in College of Engineering, Trivandrum now. So this is decoding of imagine words from EEE. So the motivation people say, so that is the realistic thing is very far off. The idea is if somebody is due to stroke or something else, they are not able to speak, then you ask them to imagine speaking a word. It's like you sometimes you listen to your favorite song and then it goes on inside your brain even though people don't hear that you are singing. So that is what is called the imagine word. You can always imagine. One of my friends, when I was doing my PhD, used to say the only difference that most of us are always talking. Only thing we hear when they talk, and other people don't hear when we talk. That's the only difference. As you know, when you're going all the time, you're talking, right? When you see somebody, we make some judgment. And, so that is how it is. So that is when you don't hear outside, it is imagined word. When you hear it is speech. So the idea is we ask people to imagine some words and record it easy, and the task is, can you extract that which word was imagined during that time. So all the data that is available does not have more than 10 words at the time. So people used to call it imagined speech, but I asked the students to call it imagined word. Right now we are not even word is not we are able to completely track. So let's not call it speech because it's much more information. So these are some standard databases that we have started collecting some data recently from humans, but we have not yet started analyzing. But so whatever data I'm presenting are available from the openly available two different sources. One is Arizona State, and there is one more from another. So usually the amount of data available is very limited because already these are these things, and you cannot go on doing, unlike the kind of data requirements for deep learning where you want thousands and thousands of data. You can't put easy, putting the easy cap itself takes half an hour to 1 hour depending on how experienced the person is. You have to adjust the impedance of each of those electrodes. So and then there is a finite time you can keep recording, and many times after going through that the subject will not come in. So it's not possible to get too much of data. So whatever data available is limited, and within that we have to use it. And this particular data consists of what they call, they segregated the data into long words, two different long words, and short words, and then between long and short words, and then some vowels. The advantage is we are going to collect more of vowels in this thing, because when you collect the EEG and you ask them to imagine some words, we don't know when they start imagining and when it ended. But if you ask them to imagine a vowel, they can continuously imagine, like or whatever. And then you can assume that the entire data is stationary, and you can take segments, and we can assume that you can extract similar information from the EEG. That's the idea. So we use three different architectures. One is CSV-based architecture, LSV-based architecture, and test-based architecture. For want of time, I will focus mainly on this ResNet-based architecture. So ResNet is basically something which people developed based on the BGP architecture, which is basically, they developed a very big neural network to distinguish between 10,000 different images, and they have millions of samples of images. So this is already trained network. We use that network as the initial pre-processing as a fixed feature extractor, and we modify the final few layers, the pre-connected layers, for tuning it to this particular task. So the two different features are extracted. One is called mean phase locator. This is also function connectivity based feature, but based on phase. And there is another feature called magnitude square coherence. On details you want, we can, all the papers are available from our website. You can download or from ResearchGate. So enough if you know that there are two different features, and these features are across every pair of electrodes. So you have so many pairs of electrodes, 64 electrodes, and so you have so many data points, and both of these are symmetric measurements. That means whether you measure from electrode I to J or J to I, it will be the same. So the matrix will be a symmetric matrix, and we don't need one part of the matrix. You can just take below the diagonal, and in the other case we take above the diagonal, and then we put them together as one matrix. That's the result we did. I'll tell you why this was done. So I told you data is limited, so to get additional data we do what is called data augmentation. In this case all we did is so this is, let us say, the data which was collected for 5 seconds. they were asked to repeat the word, whether it's a short word or long word, multiple times. So we assume that some common data is available, even though we don't know where it starts or where it ends. So we have taken 1 second segment of data and then move it to overlapping segments. So finally we get around 17 segments. And we assume that each of them is separate. And so this is to take care of the limited amount of data. So these are the two features I told you, mean phase coherence. So it looks at the phase difference between the two channels. And this is the magnitude square coherence. You can see that this is cross spectrum square by individual channel segment. So as I told, both of them are symmetric. And now in the resonant 50, I told you it was developed by people other than us, and we just used that network. It was used to classify pictures, and these pictures are colored pictures. So it's actually you know the color images are usually RGB. That means you have 3 different elements for each picture. So I can assume that as 3 different planes. One plane is R and one plane is C, one plane is D, and each pixel is one particular pixel of that image. So to use that network, I should also formulate my data into the same format of 3 different planes. The way we have done it is, each plane is features extracted from one of the different frequency bands, let's say alpha, beta, and gamma. And then in the so here, you know, suppose this is from the alpha, okay. So the bottom part is from the MSE values and the top part is from the MPC values. I told you this is symmetric matrix. You knock off the MSE value from the top and replace it from the MPC value from this, so that you are able to now compact both MSE and MPC in one matrix. And like that, there will be 3 matrices. You take 3 different bands, and then now you put them as parallel planes and assume that this is like that. After all, you know, the deep neural network blindly extracts the features which are related to those pixels, in this case, you know, these values. And so this is the reflex architecture which we have not modified, which uses a fixed feature extractor. And the final 2 layers, which are, you know, fully connected layers, they are only trained based on the data and its data. So the accuracy that we have got, you can see that this is around 90%. So except short words, most of the others, you know, they reach around 90%. So the green one is the resonant 50-based listing. So vowels reach around 90%. So best accuracy was for short long words. So it's one of the conclusions from this. So it's very limited data. So whatever conclusion we have arrived at is also questionable. But if you are going for a new kind of recording data collection, so it may be better to have distinct either in terms of the chronological variability or in terms of some of them being long stop and some of them being long. And then we also looked at the classifying meditation from resting state. So I told you there is a lot of variation across people when they are doing meditation, whatever the features they extract. So in this case, we were successful in classifying this for the first time. We could classify across people, that is trained from a set of people, and using that we can classify somebody else whether he is meditating or not. So this is very, very preliminary. We have only 0, 1, whether in the resting state or meditation. That's also the depth of meditation is still another level away, and we have not yet come there. So again, we have used 3 different architectures. So I will focus on the SPDNN architecture, where we got the best of the results. So SPD is, as you know, singular value decomposition, and NN is a simple, you know, multi-layer perceptron two-layer classification. So this is the data training or test, tempo domain filtering, flattening, and reshaping, truncated SPD. And so SPD, you know, that is decomposition, and you can, like the PCA, you can restrict the number of singular values to a particular thing, and you can expect to get better signal to noise ratio from that. So we did some experiments with separate data to find out what is the best number of singular values to truncate, so that you get better results in terms of classification. And then we have extracted features from different bands, alpha, beta, gamma, 1 and 2. And this is basis of singular value decomposition. I won't go into that. Basically, singular value decomposition, you have an image and it is dividing it into weighted sum of multiple images, and each of those images are a matrix through the one rank matrix, unity rank matrix. So if the rank of the matrix is k, then you will get k decomposition. And there will be a weightage for each of those matrix, which is given by this sigma y, and you can rank it based on the sigma I. And in typical matrix, the sigma I will start from 1000 and very rapidly come down to 110 fraction. So you can stop it at where it has come down. Let's say from 1000 to 10, if you stop, you will get sufficient determination. So this is what I call R is the rank, and you can truncate as K. So in certain other applications, we can show that the truncated SPD leads to higher determination. So these are the results. And again, you can see that this, the results of course show are all the same, but we only look at the SPD. So in this case, unlike the other case where we saw either alpha or gamma was doing well, here the best results have been obtained for beta, that is around 98%. So this is inter-subject in the sense, there are papers available on meditation versus baseline classification, but they are all intra-subject. That means you train from some amount of data from the same person, with which you can classify the rest of the data. Since we have never been able to successfully classify, they are classifiers which is trained on some people's experience data and we classify on other people's data. And in our opinion, this is the first time, and we have reached up to high 90s accuracy. So the classifier is able to classify data from unseen subjects with an accuracy around 98%. And we assume that we could probably use a similar approach to data classify multiple the disorders or consequences that I told you, the coma and so on. But we are not experimented on that. So now we move on to the work by another student, Deepika Jain. So she is working on analyzing the EEG pattern for sleep scoring. Sleep scoring is you have the EEG, and typically when somebody has a sleep disorder, they go to the sleep clinic, they sleep there at the clinic, and they do it for 2 days. Because first day when they put all the EEG and so on, doctor is not sure because of the disturbances how good the EEG is there. So they get acclimatized to that. Second day they again go and put the EEG, and the EEG is recorded throughout the night. And they analyze how much time they were in deep sleep, how much time they almost came up, and how much time they were the REM state, that is the rapid eye movement and so on. Based on that, they can classify how good the sleep is and what are the various problems, and if they have any breathing problem like apnea and so on, those things can be classified. So quickly, so sleep can be classified into there are two different classifications. One is the American Association for Sleep Education, which says there is in the sleep itself it divides into two major classifications. One is the REM sleep, which is dream sleep, and the other one is non-REM, where there is no dream. In that there are 3 levels. Stage 1 is very close to the awake, you can also see from the signal also. Stage 2 is a little more deeper sleep, where you get slower waveforms, and stage 3 is very deep sleep, which is called N3, and still slower waveforms. But when you have dreams, again the signal becomes similar to the awake state. And another thing that happens in the dream is, in dreams sometimes, the dog is chasing you or something is happening and you have to run and all that. So nature, I don't know why it created the dream, but they don't want you to run during the dream. So the process itself creates such a way that all your muscles are paralyzed during your REM state. So that's another interesting thing from the thing. So if you get EMG data from this thing, so that can give you some additional information on the data. 5 cycles only throughout our sleep. And as I told you, the NREM is further divided to N1, N2, N3 according to American Academy of Sleep Medicine. But there was an earlier scoring which was given by these two people. I won't bother to tell them. So this is one of them with RNK scoring scale, where the NREM was divided into 4 stages: S1, S2, S3, and S4. Whereas the recent one by AASM, they combined S3 and S4 into one, and they called it as, instead of S1, S2, S3, they called it N1, N2. But other two things like REM sleep and waking states are common to both of these. So some of the databases in the expert scoring is not always exactly the same for particular. So this gives multiple details about what happens when you go to deep sleep. So in the third stage, it says, the brain processes these slow delta waves, and in the deep sleep state, more delta waves, and there is rhythmic breathing. And whereas in the rapid eye movement, the brain waves speed up and dreaming occurs, muscles relax, heartbeat accelerates. So normally heartbeat comes down in your starting from second stage, but in REM sleep again the heartbeat increases, and breathing is also rapid and shallow. So there are differences, and we get additional information by recording, ECG, breathing, and so on. So this is a typical what they call hypnogram, which is just showing that with respect to time, you show when they were in what state. So you can see that this is from waking state to S1, S2, S3, and so this is REM. So you can see that for a normal people, when they go to some state, stays for length of time. In between, of course, there may be something, but for a patient, you can see that they don't stay in one thing for long. So this is one of the patterns that we are actually looking at recently, whether we can classify the different diseases based on the number of fluctuations and the nature of fluctuations. Anyway, so coming back to the classification of sleep wake, initially we were planning to collect this coma data from one of the hospitals in Bangalore, but by the time we set up everything, COVID came and the doctor said that nobody can come inside the hospital, so we couldn't continue. But there, one of the things that the neurosurgeon told us is, when they have found from their clinical experience that when they give sensory stimuli to the person, for example, he was telling there was a patient from Bihar, and this is slightly old man, and he was in coma, and he was responding whenever they recorded his grandchildren's speech. They got it recorded, and whenever it was played, he showed some he was opening his eyes and some response. So they felt that giving sensory stimuli of interest to the people can accelerate, the recovery. So that is his thing, and he is actively using it in his clinic. But he wanted to know, because in a coma patient, we don't know when they are sleeping, when they are awake. So he asked us whether he can record EEG and other things and tell us when he is awake, so that we want to give this stimuli when he is awake. But it couldn't happen. But in the context, we found out that just classifying between waking state and sleep is also an important thing instead of getting into all the stages. So we also looked at that, and one of the attempts is using what is known as this point cat flat. Point of flat is just you take the signal, and signal is instead of k plus 1, you are doing a k plus tau. You can have any kind of chip. So it's just a plot of the signal from its own lagged version. This lag should be variable. And you can see that in this case, this is for a normal subject, and so you can see that the distribution is completely different for a normal and so the spread is more in this case and spread is less, and also if you look at the area is high, and these are some of the features that can be extracted from what is called the point cat flat, and that again those features can be extracted for different values of tau. That's exactly what we have done. So this SC1 is width of the point cat flat, length of the point cat flat, which is basically the x width and y width along, we call this as these are the main x axis and y axis, so we need to take care of those rotations and so on. plot and so on. And apart from that, you also this is only concept that so we also did the energy of the slopes of the multiple lagged pointer plots. That is, you keep on varying tau, and then you get different types of plots here with different slopes, and so you extract some features based on this multiple slopes and so on. And using that on this, there are two different databases, that is green space and space published with normal and free PDF databases. So you can see that this, of course, the just full space classification, baking or clean, and we got the high 90s, and this is for different bases. So you can see that except one base, most of them are visual. And this is a sample from this green spatial database. So this is the actual ethnogram, and this is the predicted ethnogram. You can see that some of the cases were captured, whereas here, where there is nothing, you get some studious response. So that contributes to accuracy to exam ideas. And having derived some of these features, then we tried looking where we trained on normal people, and then we wanted to see whether we can classify people with sleep disorders. And this is a slightly think over. So multiple EEG feature fusion with Rush-Root technique. So Rush-Root is basically an ensemble classifier using random undersampling distribution, because when you take this data, all the different stages are not uniform. So waking state you will get a lot of data, and then some deep state you will get a lot of data, but whereas the N1 and N2 will not get. So the classifier will have different data using for different classes. So this random undersampling distribution technique is basically normalizes the data distribution across the different classes. So we extracted a lot of features, temporal domain, nonlinear features, factor dimension, so on, vector features, time frequency features, and simply statistical features. And all of this, many of them were put into that's why it was called as multiple EEG feature system. We call it SPAR, which was published in Biomedical New Process Control. And this basically gives you the confusion table, and you can see that S1, which is slightly immediately after waking, when you go there, it has overlap both to the waking state as well as the S2 state as well as the REM state. This is generally the most difficult thing, and the REM state again, the diagonals for REM getting classified as REM itself, but REM will also get classified into waking and S1 and so on. As we were seeing in the waveform also, they were somewhat similar. So this is another feature using what is called the visibility graph. It's a very silly feature. The name is really complicated. You just look at all these are the individual samples, and now you look at, am I able to see this sample from this sample? No, because this is projecting, so the straight line is not possible without cutting anything. So we say that this sample is visible from here, whereas not visible, and this sample is visible. That's all. And based on that, you develop a graph and extract some features from the graph, and using that, again you could and combining with the other features, you could classify again the two class plots. That is between waking and sleep. So I need to complete. So this is the last part. One of the postdocs, Anita, and here we have looked at yesterday some of you listened to my talk on breathing. So we are looking at what you can get information from EEG when somebody is deep breathing or breath hold and things like that. And we also apply similar techniques to sleep and anesthesia. So I also already told you about functional activity measures. So we check this and pre-processing and dividing into multiple things. So this is about a particular drug called propofol, quite confident that we'll be able to clearly classify between, initiating exhaling threshold, after initiating threshold, after exhaling. These are the serotonin. So these are two more features. This will be the last slide. Clustering coefficient and characteristic margin. And as you can see, this is significant. Even though they look similar, they are not as measured from statistical measures. The distributions are not Gaussian, and they are quite distinct. And these values, which will range as a score, are significant at t less than 0.01 and t less than 0.001. So all these features can be used to basically classify between different stages of release. So that's basically the talk. Now we are in this. I want to start with this. You are right.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, the papers, different papers which are presented are very recent papers and very advanced topics. I think the research is still going on. So we are very astonished to see the different stages of consciousness. What is the level of consciousness at different stages like sleep, normal, coma, anesthesia, and different techniques and related to the topics like sleep, wake, classification, how the level of entropy will change. So very recent and emerging topics. We are finding little bit difficult to analyze the topics, but it is now under research. So definitely this will be having a very good future. I think in future days it will happen. So thank you so much, sir, for presenting a wonderful session on the topic. On behalf of JNN College of Engineering and Electronics and Communication Department, we wholeheartedly thank you for spending your valuable time from past 2 days. Yesterday also we have a wonderful session on pranayama. Today also we all of us are getting good knowledge on the latest topics. Thank you, sir. So now we will break for tea for about 5 to 10 minutes. All of you reassemble back in the same auditorium. We will be having another invited talk by our resource person Pandurangan sir. So now we will break for tea for 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
So I'm aware I am between you and the lunch. The last talk in any session is always a challenge. So I'm reminded of an experience of weary train passenger. You know, Indian Railways, it has to take a lot of people, 21 compartments, and the guy who has the last compartment, please keep it somewhere in the middle of the train. Right? So there shouldn't be any last talk before lunch like this, and if at all there should be a last talk, it should have been scheduled little earlier. So we are in a dilemma here, right? So I'll try to keep the talk very simple, direct, accessible. Let's take a real world example. When you try to log into your Gmail account or Yahoo account, what do? You first key your ID. After that, the system asks password, right? And if you type wrong password, it rejects. It doesn't allow you to access the mailbox or the disk. So no access is possible if you type a wrong password. If you type a right password, this happens even for your bank account. When you go to an ATM machine, you type the PIN number. If someone can know your PIN number, they can repurpose that, they can reuse it, they can withdraw the money. There are a lot of frauds that are happening around. There are RFID readers. Information that you are calling it as a password or something that you are using for identifying you is going in plain. People with computer science background would know that remote login is never encrypted. Whatever you type, it goes. The password you type, it goes in plain. There is no point in encrypting it. The reason is very simple. You have thousands of interfaces. Not everyone will have that encryption algorithm. Two, even if you encrypt, if I simply copy and then reshare it, even without knowing what that keyword or password is, I will be able to get the access. Therefore, the way in which you are currently establishing your identity is a highly risk-prone, very highly risk-prone, very easy to attack, very easy to break. Okay? The model which you are currently using is called challenge response model. There are two parties. There is a prover and there is a verifier. You take your Gmail account, you type your ID, 355 or whatever is your ID. Verifier gives you the challenge. Give me your password. You give the response. You give the password. Right? So this is called the challenge response model. Verifier gives you a challenge and you give the response. What is the problem with this one? The response is going in plain, number one. Number two, how is the response verified? The verifier has got your password stored somewhere in some format. Whatever you have sent is checked with that, and if it is okay, you are given the access. If you type a wrong password, the system says wrong password. How does it say that? That means it is storing that information over there. Your password is there somewhere, maintained by the system. It could be in US, it could be in Philippines. You don't know where your Gmail server is, okay? Where your Yahoo server or. So, it goes there and then you get the response if it is correct. What if that person is a malicious person? You have all your confidential information about your banking, e-commerce, transaction all of them with a bank. What if the bank administrator, IT administrator is malicious and he tries to harass you or try to swindle the money from your account? Because it is with him. The details are with the verifier. Your ATM, you PIN number, you type wrong PIN number, it is rejected. What does that mean? It is stored there. And what if that person tries to make a mistake? You are in big trouble. Okay. So, the remote authentication is a major problem because of two reasons. One is, the information that is authenticating you is going in plain. It is not even encrypted. And two, the information is with some third party. It is verified by a third party. It is physically with the third party. Highly dangerous. How can you have confidentiality, secrecy, privacy if the information related to privacy is with a third party? Right. So, both the information on rest, the information on transit, they are vulnerable. They can be compromised. There is no security in this. For small instances, this is okay, but for serious application, this is not acceptable. If you are controlling the nuclear plant, if you have very highly confidential military or defense related issues under your control, any such hacking will completely collapse a major system. That is the reason why people were trying to establish this authentication at a very high level. The password-based authentication is okay. It is satisfactory for simple situations, but it is not at all satisfactory. So, I would like to prove that I am Pandurangan to you, but I will not give you any information. I will not share anything with you. Then how will I prove? Think for a minute. You have nothing known about me, and I have to prove that I am Pandurangan to you. If I have a password, if somebody else comes and then attempts my password, and if he fails, you know that you are not Pandurangan. If you have my photo ID and if that guy doesn't look like Pandurangan, you may reject. If I have my fingerprint with you and if somebody touches the equipment and the fingerprint do not match, you can reject. You have nothing. Zero knowledge protocol. You are left with nothing, but I am going to convince you that I am Pandurangan. How do we do that? It's a real magic. It's an intellectual breakthrough. It's an intellectual breakthrough of this century. That is the reason why this is awarded ACM Turing Award. ACM, Association of Computing Machinery, much like IEEE, a major professional body, they have instituted for computer science an award equivalent to Nobel Prize, $1 million and a citation for an idea that has sustained the test of time and revolutionized and made the subject a U-turn. You will clearly see before and after. Your understanding of gravity before Newton's law and after Newton's law. Your knowledge on theory of relativity before Einstein, after Einstein. Your knowledge on information theory before Shannon and after Shannon. Phenomenal difference. There are some people with some great ideas will make exceptionally great difference. This is one such idea that I am going to share with you. Okay? Zero knowledge protocol. You have nothing with you, but I am going to convince that. And I am also not going to leave with you any information. At the end of the interaction, okay, you will be convinced that I am Pandurangan, but still you will be left with nothing. Okay? So why it is called a protocol? Protocol means it is a multi-party activity. Several people are involved. If you want to run a program, give the data and obtain an output, it is between you and your program. But this one is interactive. There is a prover, there is a verifier. There are two parties in the hand. The prover tries to prove, and the adversaries? Impersonators. The person who is not a Pandurangan but trying to prove that he is Pandurangan. Okay? He is not Bill Gates, but he is attempting to prove that he is Bill Gates to some entity for some personal gain. All right? So there are two parties, prover and verifier. The model that we have currently, which you are all using, is challenge response model. This is not satisfactory. So they have extended it. Who did this? Shafira Goldwasser and Silvio Micali. They are the professors in MIT in Boston. Currently, Shafira Goldwasser is a director in Berkeley Simons Institute. Both of them are from Israel. In a US-Israel project, they frequently visit to US and then work in MIT. Their collaboration has generated this idea. Okay, Shafira Goldwasser is one of the most brilliant women accomplisher and cryptographers. Several foundation ideas have been created by her. This is one such foundation idea that brought her the ACM Turing Award, which is equivalent to the Nobel Prize for computer science. So they have extended this. Now there are three stages. Okay, there is a commitment, there is a challenge, and there is a response. There is a prover. First he does some commitment, then the verifier challenges, and then there is a response. The response is verified and you accept or reject. The response is verified and you accept or. So commitment, challenge and response. Innovation. Okay. One innovation that has turned the whole world upside down. Let's see what is how this one is done. Okay, so to illustrate this for a common person who has no background, you don't require any background in computer science, nothing. There is a nice illustration by Quistquater, and this is called the Quistquater cave paradigm. Beautiful way to explain this idea. Then I will tell you how this is achieved mathematically. Okay, Quistquater cave paradigm is to make you clearly understand what this idea is all about. In fact, if you look at, I would request even the organizers and everyone. There is one good practice in US. Whenever there is a great idea or significant idea, try to make a presentation of that in such a way that a common man understands it, or put it in a simple term that mildly educated person should be able to. They're called the popular science talk series. It's very common in US. In fact, as soon as a Nobel Prize is awarded, what are they awarded for? What is it for they got that? Can we put that in simple terms? This is the disease, this is what it does, and this is the effect of that, and can we put that across? And about 15 minutes to 20 minutes of that will be highly illuminating, and the society, by and large, gets a broader understanding of the scientific facts. They may not know technically the deep one, but they know what that is about, why they have got that one. Right. Education institution must offer a lot of such popular talk and then make it popular among students. They should get excited about science. They should get excited about what's happening around. Okay, so here is a nice way in which Quistquater cave paradigm works. There is a circular cave. This is a circular cave and there is a gate here. This gate you can never break in any manner whatsoever. There is no way to break or open the gate except that there is a mantra. Okay, if you chant that mantra, even if you mentally meditate in front of it, it opens. Otherwise, there is no way this gate can be opened. Okay, now I claim that I know the mantra. Okay, I am the only person in the world who knows the mantra. I am unique. I am identified by my uniqueness. My fingerprint is unique to me. My iris is unique to me. My password is unique to me. So anything that is unique to you can be unambiguously identify you. Something physical is replaced by something informational. Right? Your fingerprint verification is complicated in a remote manner and other things. But the information that I have, uniquely identifying that, is very interesting, because information can be communicated, represented, encrypted, and so on. So you are the unique information that you have, the first shift in paradigm. In identification, who are you? You are the unique information that you have. Right? So my unique information is, I can open this door. I know the mantra. Somebody wants to impersonate. He says, I am Pandurangan. Prove it. What is one way to prove to the verifier? Say that mantra. Now the verifier comes here. He says the mantra. It opens. Good. You must be Pandurangan. But what is this kind of a proof? This is 100% disclosure proof. The secret is now known to the verifier. Now verifier can impersonate. Right? He can also claim. Therefore, we should not give 100% disclosure proof. The password-based mechanism is 100% disclosure proof. The secret information is sent across to the verifier. Verifier already has that. He checks that. Highly risky. So, zero knowledge protocol. I know the mantra. I want to convince you that I know the mantra, but I will not tell the mantra to you. How do I convince? Because anyone can say, I know the mantra, but I won't tell you. Where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere. So, a protocol is to be established. Okay? What is a protocol? An agreed sequence of action by a pair of parties. You know how the protocols are done. Let's say a dignitary from United Arab Emirates walks to our president. The president comes and then somebody will open the door. He takes 4 steps. That fellow takes 4 steps. If president has his wife and then she should be on the left and then that fellow should be on the right. They handshake first, he handshake first, rub the chin, bow, shake, all sequence of action. Perfectly specified. It has to happen according to the protocol because you are inviting a dignitary. Same thing. Protocol means a very well defined sequence of action. So instead of challenge and response, we are going to have a protocol in which a commitment will be done and a challenge will be given later and the response should agree with the challenge. So the prover goes somewhere. From this point, he goes either to the right or to the left. He commits now. Right? This is commitment. Now comes the verifier. He says, either come to the left or come to the right. Prover will not know. Prover does the commitment first. Verifier may say, appear to my right or appear to my left. He may say anything. Now, if verifier says, appear to my right, how can he appear? Only if he knows the mantra, he can open the door and then he can come over here. And if he doesn't know the mantra, he will be caught. Probability. With that will come information theory. With that comes Shannon. Everything will come now. Okay? So, with probability half, he can cheat. But with probability half, he will be caught if he is an impersonator. If he is an impersonator, he will be caught with probability half. Right? But he may get away. For example, this person may not be the true person. He goes here. Suppose he has said, appear to my left. He needs, my God, now I can simply walk back and then yes, he can fulfill. but then he may not know what B is going to ask. That is why commitment is done first. So only a person who knows the mantra can handle both cases. Character can always give correct response. The fraudulent character will be caught. This is called one round of the protocol. This, let us say, played 20 times with a person. If all the 20 times somebody correctly responds, you randomly ask, appear to the left, appear to the right. That fellow also randomly walks in because he doesn't know what verifier he is going to do. So he is going to take a chance. Right? An impersonator can get away with all the 20 times. If he is lucky in, for example, he walked to the right, we is also randomly asked, come to the right. He next time walked to the left, we again ask, come to the left. If that happens, but that is same as toss a coin 20 times, in all the 20 times you correctly call. Never happened for Dhoni, right? So many times he lost the toss. Very unlucky captain. That is how most of us will be. It will not match. Even 20 times in a row, you can't call all the tosses. And the probability of getting that is 1 by 2 power 20. 1 in million. Absolutely not going to happen. So an impersonator will be caught. A genuine person will always answer. Now think for a moment. Verifier is convinced. 20 times he has played. Does verifier have the password or the mantra? No. At the end, does he know the mantra? No. Look at the way in which protocol has distanced. The verifying process is happening at a protocol level, but the operations are happening at a lower level. Completely unaware of this. And this can be done any number of times. You can play this protocol any number of times with anybody. It can be verified. Right? This is zero knowledge protocol. At the end, verifier has no idea. Now, when I have told you that when you are sending a password, it is going in plain, somebody can wiretap. When you are typing your PIN, someone can wiretap. I told you that. So there is a third party who is observing the communication, may have an advantage in our two-phase protocol. Will he have that advantage? Let us assume that there is somebody who is watching me. I am the genuine person. He has fitted the camera all over here. He is watching what is happening. Will it help him to replay attack? Can he reproduce the action? He can't, because he doesn't know the mantra. So, whether you have a data in transit, whether you have a data in rest, it doesn't matter. It is 100% only with the owner. The information is only with the person which identifies him, nowhere else. But he is able to prove that he has that information. He is able to prove that he has the information that uniquely identifies him without revealing that. Zero knowledge protocol. Right? This is what is the basic idea. You are getting into an interactive protocol, and in that interactive protocol, at the end, you will convince the verifier, but this information is not with the verifier. The information is not observable. It is not communicated. Nothing. How is it possible? This cave paradigm is okay, but we want to implement. We want to have a real system. I want a mathematical system. I want to algorithmically set it up so that I send some information, he verifies it and then rejects or accepts, and all these things has to happen in a computer interface. How is that done? What is the mathematical analog of this? Right. So, I just pause for a minute to receive any questions that you may probably have on this. Are you with me? I would like to have a system in which all these computations are done. P communicates some information as a commitment. Then V gives as a challenge. Then he gives a response. That response should always be correct. If the response is not correct, rejected. If it is correct, it is accepted. Suppose we ask him to appear on the right. If he is able to appear on the right, he accepts. He must have known. Otherwise, I know that this cannot be opened. And he managed to come. Right. So, this is the idea. Let's see the mathematical analog of it. This again requires the second order pure genius. You may have certain concept, but to make it implement, make it work, take it down to the last level of details of implementation is requiring obviously the mathematics. That's a language for abstraction. Any idea, you put that, express it in math. See the real world thing. I want to throw a stone. How far it goes up? Where does it land? Common sense question. We might have all played as children throwing off a stone. Now you have a good mathematical formulation, you have an acceleration, you have a differential equation satisfying the trajectory and so on, and the fun just didn't stop there. We could land the gadget to the moon. So the whole problem is the way in which you put that in math is very important. It's a very essential core engineering skill. It's very important that independent of your application domain, the concepts must be put in math very clearly and properly. That is how bridges are built, that is how ships are built, and that is how airplanes are built, and that's how any system, including your mobile, is built. Okay? I have an idea. How do I mathematically put it? Alright? We need three ingredients. Three beautiful ingredients we need. The moment we have those three ingredients, we will be able to put that across. I'm going to spend few minutes in explaining those three ingredients which are allowing me to put this in mathematical terms. Very simple. In fact, if you see, most of the great ideas are phenomenally simple. Okay? You take philosophy, Indian philosophy. Some of the deepest ideas are said in such simple terms. The quintessence of Bhagavad Gita or Vedanta, or the sense of it, if you take a two-line explanation and then that touches your heart, changes your life, forever could make you a perfect person. So are the great ideas. Here is the great idea in very simple terms. What is the first one that we need? The first one that we need is that a low probability event, let me write down, low probability event will never occur. Never means never in practice. Do you know what is the probability that you will die when you walk on a street on a rainy day with a lightning strike? There is a probability for it. But that probability is so, how is that computed? How many lightning strike in that square meter, how many people walk, and what is the probability that you would walk? All numbers. Put the numbers all in the denominator, 1 by. It's a small number. But are you taking cognizance of that? When you walk in the rain, do you think that, oh, there is a probability of 0.00001 that I may die, and then you never even think, right? The reason is all low probability events are never considered for practical purposes is going to happen. So if there is something that can happen with this probability, we assume that it is not going to happen. This is a very, very small probability, 1 by 1 million. 2 power 10 is 1,000. 1,000 thousands are 1 million. It is just not going to happen. Okay? But if you theoretically ask for absolute perfection, can you say that it is not going to happen? Well, there is a possibility, right? It is non-zero. But then you remember that we live in the world of approximation. We are never living in the world of exactness. What is the length of the diagonal of a unit square? Unit square? Square root of 2. What is the exact value of that? Is that? Can you square it and get 2? You don't. We all have limitation. We have precision. You can say square root of 2 up to 3 digit, up to 5 digit, up to 7 digit. That is it. It is not exact value. As simple as the diagonal of a unit square, you are not working with exact value. Right? There will always be small error. But when the error becomes smaller beyond some level, you ignore it. We live in that approximate world. We are not living in perfect world. Okay? Always, throughout, we have a conceptual framework, but then we have an implementation level beating. It is always approximated. If you are asking for a perfect answer, like God, okay, an event with probability is non-zero, it will occur. Well, yes, not in practice. So the first assumption is that very low probability event will never occur. Now the second one. It is the information that is identifying you. You are identified by the unique information that you have. What do you mean by information? You read in the newspaper. Right? Today you might have read in the newspaper, JEE topper has joined Indian Institute of Science. He rejected IIT Bombay and then he joined IISc. It's an information, right? You didn't know, now you know. In general. Information is a mental acquisition. You try to get in your mind. Whatever you try to get in your mind is information. Now, what is happening in the context of security, privacy, cryptography, and anything other than guessing? It could be 73, it could be 37, it could be 41, it could be 9. You have no idea. Right? I have a number in my mind. I add a random number R. This R could be positive, negative, 0, and this is 40. What can you say about the number in my mind, the X in my mind? What can you say about the number in my mind? Now you are seeing 40, right? 40? No, but R you do not know. R is a random number that is not known to you. Why? I told you, carefully listen to my comment. R could be positive, negative, or 0. So my number could be 1 and R could be 39. My number could be 70 and R could be minus 30. It could have happened. It's a random number. I have added a random number and then I have given you that my random number could be positive, negative, or 0. So, again you are completely clueless. Earlier I didn't give you anything. Now I pretended as if I have given you something, but still this offered no clue. How do you say that mathematically? This is offering no clue. In English I have told you. How do you put it mathematically? Earlier you had no clue. Now also it could again be any number between 1 and 100. Sorry, you are as helpless before as after. How do you say this? Attempt. Huh? 0 in? No, entropy is not information. And how do you know that there is 0 entropy here? You have not calculated anything, right? No, there is no event that has happened here, right? Sample space in that case. How do you say that I have no clue? It could be anything. I have no idea. It could be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. That means you are uncertain. That means you have to bring in probability theory. That is, probability that the number in my mind is 1 by 100. It could be 2, it could be 3. All probabilities are 1 by 100. Now, you are seeing 40, but still probability of x equal to 1 is 100, 1 by 100, probability of x equal to 2 is 1 by 100. This offered no clue whatsoever. I will give a small twist. You will see immediately you get a clue. I have taken x in my number. R is an even number. R is an even number. Now I got 40. What can you say about x? X is even. Somebody said right. X is even. Because that means you are now ruling out 1, 3, 5. Probability of x equal to 1 is 0. Probability of x equal to 29 is 0. It is ruled out. Probability distribution has changed. Earlier it was 1 over 100, 1 over 100, 1 over 100. Now it is 0. It could be 1 over 50. 0, 1 over 50. Like this, you have the distribution has completely changed. This shows that there is some leak has happened. In fact, now you know something about x. It is even, which means the last bit is 0. 1 bit of information you have got. You got 1 bit of information. Now this has leaked something about x. Earlier I asked you what is the number in my mind. You had no clue, but after adding an even random number and given the number, you got a clue, something you got. So this should not happen. If this happens, the security is compromised. So if you do not want any leakage of information, the key is you have to do random blinding. You take an information, you do the random blinding, and when you do the random blinding, even if the original one has got some bias, the result will be completely random, offer no clue, the uncertainty is made maximum, and so on. Shannon has got some beautiful theorems for them. Electrical engineers must know all that. Okay. By the way, how many of you are electrical engineers here? Electrical? The most, right? Quite a few. The entropy formula is minus sigma PI. Yeah, that I put minus here, so you put like this, or you don't put minus and bring 1 by PI there. Why not PA log PA square? Why not PA cube by 43 log PA cube? Why this? Have you ever thought about it? Your teacher said this is entropy function, so you took it, right? Why? Why is this used as entropy function? Does it work all the time? Is the difference in entropy is the information gain or information loss? No. Why this? See, you are adding all, no? PA square. This won't follow the entropy law. It won't model the information gain. Why? Why no other formula? Why you want to try to calculate the average? How does model information? When you say change in entropy is the gain or loss of uncertainty, gain of information and all you are saying. For example, in this one, sigma 1 by 100 log 100, okay, minus, this is 100 times, so it will be log 100, right? Minus 1 by 100, you are adding 100 times. Or log 1 by 100, sorry. Plus, if you put, probability is this, I am sorry, I am messing up a bit. 1 by pi is 100, correct? Look at this. You have sigma pi log 1 by pi. Pi is 1 by 100. So sigma 1 by 100 log 1 by 1 is 100. I have any other pen? Sigma log 1 by 100 is log 100. So when you add this 100 times, you get log 100. Another one will be sigma 1 by 50 log 50. 50 terms, other terms are 0, and that will be log 50. So log 100 minus log 50 is log 100 by 50. Log 100 minus 50. Log 50 is log 100 by 50, which is log 2, which is 1. So the difference in entropy of that distribution and distribution is 1. And you got 1 bit of information. Look, like a magic, the 1 bit of that information you have got is beautifully given by this formula. You try to use any other formula, you won't get this number. But how did he hit that one? That is where the genius think in a different way. Normally what do? You take a function and then analyze the property. He started from the properties and then derived the function. What are the mathematical properties of an information? How the uncertainty can be modeled through probabilities, and how those probabilities are related or should be related. He prescribed the condition. Then which function captures that? He showed that sigma pi log pi captures that. That probably most good scientists will do. What distinguishes Shannon from the rest of the world? Right? What distinguishes Adi Shankara from all other saints? Like that, what distinguished Shannon from, why he is called the father of information theory? He showed that this is the only function that can satisfy the condition. He systematically showed that in his classical paper that this models, and only this can model the information, concept of information. Phenomenal result. 1942 paper, technical paper by him in the Bell Journal is a classic. So now you can see how it works. You got 1 bit of information, difference in entropy is the information gain or reduction in uncertainty, all fits into the calculation. So what is important is, if you have a uniform distribution which has a maximum n, the same uniform distribution must be maintained. You do not know anything in my mind is a uniform distribution, because it could be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. So if you want that uncertainty to be maintained, anything that has been communicated, transmitted, must have the same thing to be maintained. That means you need a random blinder. So there are 2 concepts that we have seen. The third concept, I have only 10 more minutes to go. I'll finish well before that. The third component is certain things that cannot be done by an attacker. Computational infeasibility, right? You have computational impossibility. You can never do certain things, even if you have infinite resource. Can you express square root of 2 as p by q, where p and q are integers? Not possible. You may take any computer you want, because square root of 2 is irrational. There is no way you can represent that. It is impossible. Infeasible means in reasonable amount of time you can compute and then give the answer. It is infeasible. If you try to do that, it will take years and years together. Supercomputer continuously on, even for 10,000 years, will not get you the answer. Do we have problems of that kind? if we have problems of that kind, I want to use them in cryptography. I want to use them in authentication. Because even if somebody gets by wiretapping some information, when he attempts to reverse engineer it, it should be a mathematical task that is completely outside the scope of any human, with any computer, with any. The solution can be found in finite time, but that finite is 10,000 years. If I have some such problem, I would like to place over here. I'm going to tell you a problem of that kind, okay, which I'm going to use here. Computationally intractable and infeasible problem. This is the third ingredient. The first one is probability models uncertainty. Low probability even means it is not going to happen. The second one is anything that you want to convey openly an information, if its secrecy is to be preserved, use a random blinder. The third one is whenever you use the computation to be done for transforming of a data, use a computationally intractable method so that the attacker is frustrated. We are in the third stage and I am going to do that in 3 minutes. Okay? So consider the following world, mathematical world. A new math world is created. For every application, you create a new math world. What is a math world? Algebraic system, a set of symbols and some operations defined on them. In computer science, you call it as abstract data type. In object-oriented programming, you call that as class, object, and so on. But basically, it's an algebraic system. When an application arises, you create an algebraic system, right? That's what you have done. What is an algebraic system that you are all familiar with? Which is not integers, real number, complex number, and other things. Which other algebraic system? A set of symbols and some operations defined on them. Huh? Forget Boolean, everything. Algebra, everything. The one which you are using every day. Calendar. Right? It's an algebraic system. You have defined Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. You have defined week, January, February, and some operations on them, leap year. Now you can ask a question. What day is 113,000? Is it Wednesday or Tuesday? Now you do the calculation in that system, specific to that. So you are going to create a math world. If that math world is not created, imagine you have no calendar of anything. Go back 5,000 years. How you would say, 2 weeks back, I saw him killing that person. How will you say that? 2 weeks. How do you say that? Now you are able to say, because you have an algebraic model. Right? Math is beautiful. Math is everything. Right? So we are going to create a new math world to put our impossible thing. This is called Z star prime number. I am going to work on Z star 11. Z star 11 means all the non-zero reminders when you divide by 11. This is called the modulo world or modular arithmetic. What are the things you get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are all the numbers that you get when you divide a number by 10. Alright? This world I am going to use. Now, I am using example 11 because I have to convey in a couple of minutes the idea. But in general, I am going to use the prime number P in cryptography and authentication and real world security will be 200-digit number and 300-digit number. Unbelievably large number, trillions of them. You can't even have a vocabulary to state that. Such large number. Now, I am going to consider the operation modulo. So what is 7 star 8? 7 star 8 modulo. Divide by 11, take the remainder. 7 8s are 56. So 7 star 8 equal to 1 in my world. There is no 56. Only reminders are there. So whenever you do, you take the remainder. Now use that. What is 2 power 1? 2. 2 power 2? 4. 2 power 3? 8. 2 power 4? 8 2s are 16. There is no 16. Divide by 11. You get 5. 2 power 5, 10, 2 power 6, okay, 20, 20 is 9, and 2 power 7, 18, that becomes 7, 2 power 8, 14 becomes 3, 2 power 9, 6, and 2 power 10, 1. 6 2s are 12, 1. Look at this, powers of 2. These powers of 2 enumerate everything here. That's why this is called a group. If you are familiar with abstract algebra, this is called a cyclic group. Don't worry about it. What all I want is an element whose powers generate all the elements. Okay? All elements are generated by the powers of 2. When it happens, given x belong to this, there is a y such that x equal to 2 power y. For example, you take 3. 2 power what equal to 3? 2 power 8 equal to 3. So x equal to 8. Right? Because every number is power of 2. Therefore, some x must be a power of 2. And now, in your normal world, if 2 power 5 equal to 32, you say log 32 to the base 2 is 5. Same way, if 2 power 8 equal to 3, log 3 to the base 2 is now called 8. But this is not in the real world, this is in the modulo world. In the modulo world 11, this works. Therefore, we distinguish that, we call that as discrete log. This is not continuous log, this is a discrete log. This discrete log problem is very hard to solve. Okay? I will give you x, I will give you the base. Can you find y? No, you cannot find it. This is one of the hardest problems, still embarrassing algorithm designers, computer scientists, number theorists, cryptographers, everybody on earth. Nobody could find it. Thank God nobody could find it. I am able to use it for security purposes. Right? So, if it is hard, use it for security. If it is easy, use it in the real world application. So, don't worry. There is nothing like curse in computer science. If it is difficult to solve, use it in cryptography. If it is easy to solve, deploy it in. So, there is a joke by there is a guy who thought he has produced an unbreakable metallic sheet, and he took a hammer and then keep hitting it, unbreakable, 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 and he was hitting it. And then the metallic sheet broke. And he said hammer, hammer, and hammer. So the point is, you can either use a hammer, sell a hammer, or the plate. It's a strong hammer. He started selling, right? So if it is hard, use it in cryptography. If it is easy, use it in the application, right? So now, this is a very hard problem, and how are we going to use it here? Quiz quarter cave paradigm. Now, we are going to put all the threads together, right? Probability, paradigm, hard problem, authentication, real world communication. Okay, all we are going to thread together now, right? So let's see how that works. I need a little bit of a space, so let me erase this part. We need normally wall-to-wall board, so that in 50 minutes you will cover 8 square meter of 8 meter long and 1 meter width. 8 square meter board is the ideal for classroom discussions. So let's see. Now, the way in which I am going to say is, I am Pandurangan. I have one Z star P. It's a very large P. And with respect to this, there is a number like 2 called generator. This 2 is called the generator because it generates all the elements. I have a generator. With respect to this, I know the discrete log of x. I know discrete log of x. I know discrete log of x. That is discrete x equal to 2 power y. I know y. Sorry, g power y. X equal to g power y. I know y. Prove it. You want to suspect, right? I am simply saying that I know the discrete log. What is a full disclosure proof? I give you the y, you do the computation, much like I did. G power y, you compute, you get x. I am convinced that you know. But then the problem is full disclosure proof. You also now know y, you can impersonate me. There is no zero knowledge here. You know now everything about x, right? Everything about my secret. Y is my secret. What I did was I choose y, I compute g power y, and I make x public. I'll say that x is discrete log I know. The other world, other people will not know. Can other people compute and know? No, because it is a very difficult problem. So my secret is safe with me. But in order to convince that I know the discrete log, I should not supply y to you. I am going to enter into a protocol. What is the commitment? The commitment is I take a random R, random blinder has already come into picture, right? I take a random R, I compute g power R, so this is the prover, and g power R is sent to verifier. G power R is sent to verifier. Now, verifier is going to send either a 0 or 1. Like this fellow has said, appear to me on the left or right, it is either a 0 or 1. He is going to send. Now, as a response, if it is 0, I am going to give R. If it is 1, I am going to give R plus x. If he has sent 0, I will send R. If he has sent 1, I am going to send R plus y. R plus y, the secret. R plus y I am going to send. What he is going to do? Verification, either accept or reject. If he has sent 0, he is going to check whether g power response is the commitment. Okay, this is called the commitment. Is commitment. If he is 0, whether the g power r is commitment, or this is response, let us say, response equal to r, response equal to. So g power response equal to commitment. Had he sent 0, this is what he will repeat. Had he sent 1, he is going to check whether g power response equal to commitment multiplied by x. G power response equal to commitment multiplied by x. Now let us see how it models this one. Very simple. He has made already a commitment. If a person is genuine, he will know x. If he has asked 1, he should be able to send r plus y. That is because g power r plus y equal to g power r, g power y. G power y is x and g power r is commitment. So this is commitment time x. So correct r plus y, the person will be able to send. If a person knows y. If he doesn't know y, he has to send that value which is r plus y, which he has no clue and he can't compute either. So a person who is impersonating will be caught. That is the reason why we have made a commitment. You make a commitment, but I may ask the commitment. But suppose he has asked 0, then he has to send only r, which he knows. But a person who knows the secret and r can send either r or r plus x. But a person who doesn't know x, when 1 is challenged, that is, he has gone to the left, you are asking him to come to the right, then he will be caught, right? That is because this is computationally intractable problem. Therefore, when this protocol is played 20 times, an impersonator will definitely be caught and he will be eliminated. But a genuine person all the time can give the correct response. Now notice that he is sending R plus X, but is R plus X is going to give any clue on X? No. Every time he is going to use a different random number, that it is perfectly and randomly blinded that though certain information is sent, it gives perfect protection to X. So this can be played any number of times. Neither the attacker will get information, nor the verifier will get the information, or put in the context, neither the attacker will get any knowledge of the secret, nor the verifier get any knowledge of the one, and this is a zero knowledge protocol. With no knowledge about the secret leaked outside, you are convincing that you have an information, a secret information that uniquely identifies you. Turing Award is given. Thank you very much. Any question? Random, perfectly random, that's it. Uniform random. Uniform randomness is ideal here, because uniform randomness preserves the uncertainty, and entropy is made maximum when the distribution is uniform. RSA algorithm?
Actually, in RSA algorithm, actually we keep changing the number. So while in a multi-client programming login environment, the number gets changed.
No, in RSA you don't change anything. Only the message is changed.
Actually, we have done one project on that multi-client login algorithm. There we use that RSA algorithm.
Right.
That we are given to some logic gates. The number gets changed within a second, frequently.
Yeah.
So any attacker cannot change hack that number.
That's right.
That is keeping
So
keeps changing every
close
subsequent.
to, but the problem with those algorithms are the relation between one and the other.
Yes.
Right? It is that which causes the weakness. The RSA algorithm, is malleable.
Yeah.
If I have the encryption of C, I can get the encryption of 2C very easily. It is simply 2 power E multiplied.
Fine, sir.
Therefore, you can see that malleability allows you to generate related ones. The moment you send the related ones, the adversary has the advantage.
Yeah.
He will use that relation to break it.
Yes.
When you have the perfect randomness, every time when random R is added and sent,
Yeah.
okay. See, for example, I have told you my number X added with random number is 40. Let's added with another random number is 81, but that's another random number. So you will not know anything about X or the random numbers. So you may get X plus R1, X plus R2, X plus R3, but you will get no clue on either the R or the X.
Yes.
That is the power of random blinding.
Thanks.
What about the computational complexity?
Yes, that's a very important question. Computational complexity is, you can see that in one round, what are all the computations that you do? You compute G power R and G power R plus Y. So 2 exponentiations are done, one at the end of the prover, one at the end of the verifier. Exponentiation is a very, very hard, computationally intensive task. So the question is, how many rounds you need to convince with certain level of assurance? When I play this 20 times, what is the confidence level the person has? There is a probability of 1 by 2 power 20 error. So 1 minus 1 by 2 power 20, that is 0.9999969, right? Because 1 by 1 million is subtracted. With the 0.99999 probability, I am sure that I am playing with Panduranga because all the 20 response are correct. All the 20 correct response can be given by an impersonator only with probability 0.000001. So my confidence in concluding that I am actually playing with Pandurangan is 0.99999. In order to get 0.99999 level of confidence, now 20 rounds are played here. Can I play less number of rounds and get the same confidence? Because in each round you are doing lot of computation. With less computation, can we do that? That is called the round complexity, which is directly addressing your question on the computational complexity involved in establishing the identity. A very challenging question. Lot of research progress has been done on round complexity of zero knowledge protocol. You can Google search round complexity on zero knowledge protocol. You will see some excellent foundational results reported answering that question. But that's a very deep and then good question, pertinent to the discussion. Yeah, there is a question from the other corner. Go ahead.
Sir, in the second condition, you are asking the y or r into x.
Yeah.
Why can't we ask directly that number?
Why can't we add what?
Why can't we ask directly that number? Like
that will reveal it. No, when you try to convince.
No, sir.
In the response stage, you should never give y. You
No,
should
sir.
blind y and give.
Sir, like r plus y. Like can we ask directly r plus y?
Directly or?
Ask r plus y. Like we are asking if...
No, you cannot ask r plus y. Because if you know that you are asking r plus y, I can scheme around with that.
Sir,
right?
like in the second condition, in the first condition you are asking
R.
In the second condition you are asking r plus y. In the both conditions you can't know x.
No.
Then directly can't we ask r plus y?
That
Why
is,
have two
no,
conditions?
No, that is like your challenge response protocol. You ask password, I give you that whether it is right or not. That's not the model we are working here. The model we are working here is challenge, commitment, challenge and response. So the commitment and the information must be blended in my third phase. That is the reason why I give two choice. Here also, why can't we come here and say that, hey, make one full round and then come back, right? Both V and P come here, right? And then you can ask, we can ask, you make full round and then come back. He will not be able to do if he is a fraudster. He will be able to do if he knows it. That is not the challenge commitment response model. That is only challenge response model. In challenge response model, there is only one-way traffic. But what we want is that nothing goes prior to that. In order to model that, we have commitment, which is the first traffic. What would you do in the challenge response model? I would have already, you know, when you open an account, Gmail account, you create your ID, you create your password. What do you mean by that? That password is created and stored there. That is what is verified every time in this two-phase interaction, right? Whereas I give nothing to V. So what is that prover is giving to V? Only commitment. That is every time. It is session based, right? Now no prior information is available with the verifier. So every time prover sends a commitment, relating the commitment and the secret, not relating the commitment and the secret. This can be done only by the genuine guy, whereas for a fraudulent guy, he will not be able to do that. To distinguish that, this protocol is played.
Sir, is there any other protocols or?
Yes, there are several
sir,
other
above
protocols.
this, sir, we have, as you told, the probability is about 0.00607.
You do have.
Sir,
This
like
is the simplest protocol. You have several other protocols, zero knowledge protocols, At least 5 or 6 zero knowledge protocols are available in the literature. All of them are very elegant one. They are very competitive. Their probability analysis and other things are done in detail, and literature is available on this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You do have them, yes. Excellent ones are available. This is probably, okay, I can give, maybe you can see the book by Stinson, Cryptography, Theory and Practice. Stinson, S-T-I-N-T, Stinson, Cryptography, Theory and Practice. There is a chapter on zero knowledge protocol. In that book you can see. It will be slightly, it assumes some of the mathematics which are built in the background, but you can kind of access that. Otherwise you can see some tutorials on zero knowledge protocol, and that will give you the curtain raiser and other related information. But it is possible to grasp them with a bit of number theory and little more abstract algebra tools to access these contexts, right, to understand that. And you can implement. You can do a good project work on zero knowledge protocol, their implementations and other things. Ideal for a master's level 6-month project work, okay, demonstrating this and using the large number arithmetic and then going through the details of that, asking your friend to break it, right. A good project can be done. Lot of research work can be done in this. One research one, I have told you the round complexity of the zero knowledge protocol. So this will open up for theory and practice. A good amount of implementation you can do, a good amount of research work you can do, and a lot of things can be done based on the materials that I have discussed here. Okay? All right. Yeah. No. In this protocol, what we need to use is the commitment must be random, because you should not know where the prover has gone, and prover should not know what the verifier is going to ask. Then only the asymmetry can be realized. Therefore, there should be randomness at 2 stages, at the commitment stage and at the challenge stage. And in both stages, make it uniform to get the maximum mileage out of the protocol. These are the 2 stages where the randomness is used.
Yeah.
Have I answered your question? Oh.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. If any further questions are there, we can take it during the lunch break.
Yes. There is a Tamil saying, Sevikku unavillada poludhu siridhu vayittrukkum iyappadum, which means when you do not have food for years and thought, give little bit food to your stomach. That's the recommendation. Okay? Go and grab the meal.
Yep. Thank you so much. Dr. Pandurangan sir, I think you would have enjoyed more than this if you would have given a chalk piece to him. As he rightly told, 8-meter board if he has, he would have done a lot of derivations, and I think you would have really understood better.
Stay on the surface, people can follow.
Yeah.
And in the discussion phase, they can point out various parts where we had the discussion, and interactive session can be made a lot more focused. In fact, I want to make sure that the delivery rate matches with the grass rate. If I put slides, what might happen is that with this kind of advanced math, then when you see the 5th slide, you would have forgotten what is seen in the 2nd and 1st. So, rushing with the 40 slides, this content is not appropriate. The leisurely conversation style interaction is what more appropriate, especially when the audience is predominantly students. If it is an international conference in which all are researchers, then we don't have to be a tutorial introduction. We just like to do it. But for this one, I thought personally, I would like to have more rapport and then interaction with you, so I thought this. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. The topic is zero knowledge protocol, a curtain raiser, but we really got the knowledge, sir. Not the zero knowledge. Yeah. After the wonderful session, let us have the wonderful lunch outside. We will come back in 3 different places for the paper presentation sessions, 4A, 4B and 4C. The actual papers which would be presented, you can see outside. You can choose your area, and that would be the last paper presentation. After that, we have a wonderful session, wonderful panel discussion on industry institute collaboration. Is it a requirement during this time of National Educational Policy 2020? We have wonderful panelists, Dr. Karunakar A.K., Mr. Praveen Kalbavi, Dr. A.G. Ramakrishna, Dr. U.C. Niranjan, and the session will be Professor N. Divakar Rao, who is the educationist. He is our former director of management department. I think all of you would assemble there and make that session with a lot of interactions. Finally, we will be having the valedictory function where valedictory remarks will be given and most awaited best paper award will be also given. I think all of us will join together. Finally, we will have a high tea and we will disperse. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Sridhar to present a small memento to Dr. Pandurangan as a token of gratitude. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
dynamic pressure. The WinTrack platform is a revolutionary tool for barefoot analysis that collects both plantar pressure and gait parameter. It is an electronic sensor-based framework, and it is one-piece platform that eliminates blind spot area. Pedobarography. The study of pressure field acting between the outer layer of the foot and the supporting surface is known as pedobarography. Plantar pressure is the most effective method for detecting ulcer in diabetics. Here are some of the parameters that we can collect from the dynamic analysis. For example, maximum pressure, contact area, average pressure, and step duration. These are some of the literature review that I have done. Summarizing the literature review, I can say that clinical data and plantar pressure data analysis can be done for both genders. Univariate and multivariate logistic regression models were used maximum. Most of the study was done on a very small population, and regression analysis is one of the best models for predicting peak plantar pressure. With this, here are the research gaps. The dynamic and static foot scanner is routinely performed in clinical practice. However, there is lack of study in the literature regarding the use of parameters to predict foot risk. There is lack of study on barefoot pressure before and after the intervention of ulcer prediction. There is a very limited models that have been used in Indian population. The objective of my proposed system would be to determine the accuracy and the precision of the WinTrack platform. Following is the architecture of the proposed methodology, where we collect the dynamic data and it is converted into the WEKA format because we are using WEKA software. From the WEKA database, we select certain features, and to those features we'll be applying classification algorithms, and once the classification is done, we will be comparing it with the existing methods. The research center, the Center of Diabetic Foot Care and Research, Kasturba Hospital, this is from where I collected all my data. The inclusion in this research is type 2 diabetic mellitus with 1 year duration, age from 30 to 65 years, and it is both male and female. And exclusion from the research is patient having diabetic foot ulcer or Charcot or locomotor disability were excluded. Classification is a way of categorizing a set of data into classes. In this study, we have classified on the basis of maximum plantar pressure. Over here, pressure is measured in terms of Pascal, where 350 to 400 Pascal is considered to be the fourth stage, whereas below 200 it is considered as a healthy feet. 49 participants' data were collected from the physiotherapy department of KMC in the data collection. The data set included clinical parameters like eye, age, height and weight, and plantar pressure parameters like maximum plantar pressure. So in descriptive characteristic, we have the mean and the standard deviation and the range of maximum and the minimum value. For our class, according to which the classification is done based on the maximum pressure, TP rate is nothing but the true positive rate, FP rate is the false positive rate, precision is the proportion of true cases in class by the total class characterized. Recall is nothing but exactly to the TP rate. F measure is the combination of precision and recall. And finally, the MCC value, that is Matthew's correlation coefficient. So if a value is anywhere between +1, -1 and +1, it is supposed to be a very good MCC value. And if you see all of the table, they present a positive value. So from this we can demonstrate that the accuracy of the data collected on the WinTrack platform is very good. And this table is a comparison between the existing method and the proposed method, and from the proposed method we get the accuracy to about 95.91%. And
a work done in 2021 by Kaya et al. She had, the author had done, the author has done a data collection of static data, that is analysis done when the participant is standing on the planter platform, and the accuracy had come around 95.12%. This is the references to the work done, and thank you.
Any queries from participants? Any queries from the audience?
Go to slide number 15. And this particular, the result is for that 49 images?
Yes, sir.
Dynamic 49 images, is it not? Okay. So here the first one, logistic, that anyway, that mean absolute error indicates what?
It is the nearest value for the classifier that I've used. The categorization is done in terms of maximum factor threshold. So these are the 4 classes. So over here, the logistic, it summarizes the mean absolute value to the final value that we can observe in the categorization.
Okay, then move to the last slide. This one. Okay. This particular accuracy, what you are proposing, is based on which method? By considering all or what? The overall 95.91 accuracy you are telling now, it is based on which particular method? Okay. Okay. You not predicted that 28th reference, 30 dynamic images, what is the accuracy? Okay.
Only one question. What are the different parameters which prevents you from getting 100% accuracy? Thank you.
Thank you, Mahavish. Participant, please note there is an announcement. Paper ID 140. If the participant is here, please go to Learning Hall 5. There another paper presentation session is going on. You have been requested to join there at Learning Hall 5, paper ID 140. Okay? Okay, thank you, Mahavish. We shall move on to the next paper. Paper ID 76, Online Sequential Extreme Learning Machine-Based Hybrid Model for Forecasting COVID-19 Cases in India.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Rashmi P. Shetty, Assistant Professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering in NMMIT, NITTE. So, my topic is Online Sequential Extreme Learning Machine-Based Hybrid Model for Forecasting COVID-19 Cases in India. So, these are the contents. So, as we all know that the COVID-19 is an infectious disease which spread all over the world and affected all the lives as well as the economies of major countries. So India, being the second largest populated country in the world with the 1.38 billion population, also got badly hit by this particular disease. And the government of India took a lot of measures so it could effectively handle this situation by enforcing lockdowns or the work from home, as well as online classes, developing Arogya Setu app, etc. So this in this situation, it led to a lot of researches. So one of the area in which a lot of research took place is in developing the efficient forecasting models in order to know what will be the, how will be the spread, to know how will be the spread in the future, so that effective measures can be taken and effective utilization of the resources can be made and take proper decisions. So out of all the models, the artificial intelligence models can be proved to be the best, and has been proved best by many of the researchers, because whenever there is large amount of data, we can predict and forecast in a very effective manner by using these techniques. So the availability of large amount of data that was available and accessible, open, that made a lot of, it helped the researchers in developing the models. And in the research literature review, it can be observed that many batch learning algorithms were used, but the use of the sequential learning algorithms, such as online sequential extreme learning machine algorithm, as well as the hybridizing of the models with the meta-heuristic learning, as well as the data pre-processing using some decomposition techniques. So there were very less effort on this areas. So in this particular proposed model, the hybridization of meta-heuristic, cuckoo search meta-heuristic algorithm, as well as the data data decomposition algorithm, such as optimized variational mode decomposition technique, has been done by with the online sequential extreme learning machine algorithm. So as we know, in artificial neural network, the most widely used models are the multi-layer perceptron radial basis function neural networks, which basically work on backpropagation learning algorithm. The basic limitation is it is a iterative type of learning. So it takes, there are many issues with that. So G.B. Hong, he proposed extreme learning machine algorithm in 2006, and it attracted the attention of many of the researchers because it has edge over this backpropagation algorithm, because it is one-step learning, so it considerably reduces the learning time, as well as there are less number of simulation parameters, and it gave good generalization accuracy. So it is widely found application in many real-world problem solving. So these are the batch learning algorithms where we have to provide, store a lot of data, as well as provide provide that particular huge amount of data during training. So the real world data are arriving one by one or chunk by chunk manner. So for that, the most suitable algorithms are sequential learning. So Liang et al. Proposed in 2006 online sequential extreme learning machine, so which is an online learning, in which online learning takes place. So it is been very much used in many of the real world problems, such as wind speed forecasting, etc. So just briefly, let us go through the algorithm. So there are two steps, that is initialization phase and the sequential learning phase. In initialization phase, however, we initialize all the parameters such as weights and bias, as well as the initial size of the chunk, that is n naught. And once we initialize all that, we find out what is the hidden layer output. So we know that it takes place. So the input data will be multiplied with the weights plus bias, and there will be activation function. So we get the hidden layer output, and the learning, that is finding out the output weight, takes place in only one step. That is B naught is the output weight, beta naught, sorry. So it is happening like that, P naught, H naught transpose into T naught is the target, that is output values. So then the sequential learning, so when next chunk of data or the next set of data, when it arrives in a sequential manner, the learning takes place as given. So H k plus 1 is output, hidden layer output, and to find the output matrix, output weight matrix, following P k plus 1, that equation will be used. Then data pre-processing becomes a very important step in any modeling. So here optimized variation mode decomposition is used, where the complex data series, time series data, this is a very very popular method that is used to decompose the time series data. And here it will be split into, decomposed into simpler signals, so that the model learns it very easily. So Bramowski and Zuzo presented variational mode decomposition, and it was very widely used, and it was advantageous over empirical mode decomposition. But the major parameters there is the optimal mode, number of modes, as well as the update parameter. So the improved version, that is optimized variational mode decomposition, proposed how to find the optimal mode using central frequency, as well as the update parameter can be found out by using this residual evaluation index as given in this equation. Meta-heuristic algorithm, which are inspired by nature. So there are many n number of meta-heuristic algorithms can be observed in literature. So in our previous work, while we compared many meta-heuristic algorithm, we found that cuckoo search is better over 4 algorithms that were compared. So we used that cuckoo search algorithm here. So this is proposed by Young and Deb. So they are very much helpful in modeling the nonlinear data, real world data. So it is based on the breeding and egg laying strategy of the cuckoo bird, so which uses Levy flight searching method. So hybridization, whatever proposed model, it utilizes OVMD for splitting the data, and cuckoo search for optimizing the features, input features selected, as well as the model simulation parameters. So this is the proposed model where the COVID-19 data is decomposed using OVMD. The modes, number of modes will be fed separately to different models, that is OSELM model. And the OSELM model, the optimum number of input features are selected by cuckoo search, and based on that input, that inp is the that is proposed given data by the number of features by the cuckoo search, and based on that the data set will be generated as shown in that figure. And once the data set is created, it is normalized, and then the training of the model, OSELM model, is done. So all the simulation parameter of OSELM, that is number of chunk, hidden neurons, as well as the weights and bias, will be optimized with the cuckoo search. And after the training, the testing of the model will be done, and then the data will be reconstructed, and the final forecasted value will be available. So we have collected data between 31 2020 to 1/5/2021, that is 468 days of the data. So up till July 2020, the moderate increase was there in COVID-19, and then it peaked up in April 2021. And these are the number of input features as well as hidden neurons and chunk size that are selected optimally by the the cuckoo search model, and that is the decomposition, data decomposition done for till mode 5. And for the proposed model, we have used two performance metrics, that is MAP and RMSE. So these are the results for 1 day, 3 day, and 5 days ahead predictions, and good accuracy was found with less time, that is CPU time in seconds are presented in the table, and for 3-step forecasting, the graph has been plotted. So in order to compare the feature selection, the efficacy of model in the feature selection, the most widely used PACF, that is partial autocorrelation function, has been used for feature selection. So these are the significance of the different features in forecasting. So by using that feature selection, the results have been presented here. In order to compare the improvement in accuracy with the proposed model as well as by using PACF, this particular metric, performance metric is used, and it can be observed that there is 11.35% improvement in the proposed model with respect to PACF feature selection in for 1 day prediction. And to prove the efficiency of the present model, it has been compared with the previous work done in the literature. So one of the work that has been published by the authors ourselves, that is available in Journal of Institute of Engineers. The data has been collected for Karnataka, and now the proposed method showed better accuracy than that of the previous work, as well as for 5-day ahead forecasting, 3-day ahead forecasting, we have used the work by other researchers. So that is data for India itself. So our model has given better accuracy than them in 2-day ahead forecasting. So to conclude the session, the hybrid model, that is OSEM gave a remarkable performance of 1.537% for 1 day ahead forecasting. Then the improvement of accuracy of PCSO feature selection was 11.35% for 1 day, and the 11.01 as well as 10.2% increase better accuracy has been proved. Incorporation of CSO for optimal selection of the simulation parameters proved to be beneficial, so that it reduces the human interaction in the model, and comparison with other works also proves the proposed model to be efficient. Thank you.
Any questions from audience?
Can this model be applied to other diseases like diabetes and all?
Yeah, it can be applied, sir.
Okay. Any effort has been made? Any effort has been made?
Yeah, effort has been made in wind forecasting, wind speed forecasting.
Okay.
Here, the data what you are considering is number of cases?
Number of cases.
Okay. So this number of cases, what you are considering, if COVID is considered, if it is, for the first instance or second instance, the data what you have collected, is the COVID in the first duration or second duration? Which data actually? First duration. And after applying in the second duration, whether you are getting the same result?
Second duration means second wave?
Second wave.
No, I have not checked for that data, sir.
Because as the general sense, you know that the spreading rate in the first case how it is, and in second case how it is. So when you are applying this particular model, what is the limitation which you have come across, so that it is specific to that first wave itself, like that what I am expecting. So, and what is the limitation in the first particular wave to apply this particular technique?
So when that particular work I started, the immediately previous set of data I had taken.
Okay.
Then later on data, so there exists a limitation with the researcher also.
Yes,
so I can, take as a, again, case study whether my model works well for the second step, that can be done.
Yeah, you have to do because that is very important now, no?
Yeah.
So go for further
that comes to
experimentation.
be a time limitation
Yeah.
for a particular researcher. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, here mathematically they have developed an algorithm wherein they will only focus the behavior of the cuckoo in protecting its egg and breeding its egg, breeding its population. So based on that, we. Yes, yes. Sir, initially when during my PhD work, so I thought I can include this in hybridizing the in order to simulate, in order to help in selecting some of the simulation parameters of the artificial neural network. Otherwise, I need to have a lot of expertise in selecting those simulation parameters. So I took there are n number of meta-heuristic algorithm. Each has their own advantages and disadvantages, of course. So. Yeah, I have compared artificial bee colony, then particle swarm optimization algorithm and this. So cuckoo search gave me a better result for one of the problems. So that's the motivation why I have taken this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon paper ID 252. Paper ID 252, Shobha.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Smita from Global Academy of Technology, Bangalore. Okay. The agenda is abstract, introduction, literature survey, methodology, under methodology, architecture of proposed framework and algorithms, result and conclusion. Coming to abstract, nowadays many people are suffering from heart disease across the world. With this, the death rate also increasing day by day. And globally, there are 32% of the people currently having heart disease. That is stated by World Health Organization. The prediction of heart disease is very needful to health sectors, include the hospitals, nursing and medical, because it is difficult to analyze the huge data. Coming to introduction, the main focus of this paper is to provide a detailed picture of our heart data set and provide a better accuracy. Nowadays, people are very busy with their own works and do not worry about their health condition. And the increase of heart disease in people may lead to serious conditions. And there are many chances of getting heart disease due to some disease like diabetes, high cholesterol, and smoking and drinking. And we can predict the heart disease due to like visibility problems and high cholesterol. In human body, the most important part is heart. If anything happens to that part, it will be very difficult to survive our life. And these are all the literature survey what I have done. Coming to methodology, we have used Python programming language and we have taken the dataset from kaggle.com and There were 300 rows and 14 columns, and there were many null values in the data set. We used drop now function to drop the null function, and the data set is split into 70% for the training data set and 30% for the testing data set. And this is the architecture, and as I said, the data set is collected from the kaggle.com, and there were many null values, the data preparation, that is, and learning models and model evolution and future prediction. Coming to algorithms, logistic regression. This method is suitable method for predicting the absolute dependent value, and which comes under the supervised learning method. This method is give the output as 0 or 1s, or null or true or false, and it will rather than giving the exact 0 and 1 value, it will give the value lies between 0 and 1. And logistic regression is very similar to the linear regression, but linear regression is used for regression problems, and logistic regression is used for classification problems. And KNN problem, which is k nearest neighbor. K nearest neighbor is one of the simple machine learning algorithms based on the supervised learning technique. And KNN algorithm assumes the similarity between the new case or data and available cases, and put the new case into the category that is more similar to the available categories. And KNN algorithm is a non-parametric algorithm, which means it does not rely on the underlying data. And decision tree classifier. Basically, the decision tree classifier is a tree structured classifier. It contains decision sector and leaf sector. And the decision sector, there were many inherited branches, and leaf sector is the output of the decision sector, and we can't derive further. And random forest is a superintended learning method. This method helps us to resolve the classification and regression problems, and it helps to combine the multiple classifier for solving the complex problem. And naive-Bayes algorithm. Naive-Bayes algorithm is a simple and effective algorithm, and it is used for both regression and classification problems. Most probably, we are using for solving the classification problems. And these are the result. Now, as we can see here, we have got random forest as the highest accuracy, and naive-Bayes is 1% greater than the logistic regression accuracy, and we have matrices like accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score and support vector. We have highest accuracy as random forest, and we have highest precision, recall, F1 score, support vector as a random forest only. These are the graphs what I have got. And the conclusion, in this research we have found that the risk of having the heart disease is a very dangerous problem. We have seen that the different elements can be increased the possibility of having the heart disease. In this paper, we compared with the many machine learning classification algorithms on the heart disease dataset, and it helps to predict the heart attack in an efficient and accurate way. These are all the references. Thank you.
Any questions from audience side?
What are the different features you are considering with respect to this?
Sir?
What are the different features you are considered in your approach?
Machine learning algorithms we have considered.
Features. Okay, what is the overall conclusion of your presentation? That means your work.
It helps for health sectors. We have predicted the best accuracy, and random forest has got the best accuracy.
That accuracy indicates what? 90% accurate means what?
Yes. It is the best way to predict the heart disease.
90% if you are getting means what?
That is the highest accuracy we have compared to other algorithms.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to paper ID 116. AI-enabled clinical decision support system.
A very good afternoon to everyone here. I'm Kavana Tilak from Sahyadri College of Engineering and Management. I'm here to present the work of my team on AI-enabled clinical decision support system. I would also like to thank my project mentors and faculties, Vasudev sir and Kanmani ma'am, for their continuous guidance and support. So I'll be briefly discussing about the objective. I'll be introducing you all to the domain, explaining about the application architecture, the model architecture, the methodology followed, algorithms, and we will be discussing on the results and the inferences obtained. So we all have been to doctors at one point or the other time. So say that we have been with one condition and we are diagnosed with the completely another condition and have been treated and have been medicated with some other tablets. First of all, we are given medications for another diseases, and our underlying diseases is still hurting our body. So it is overall deteriorating our health. So it may be a hypothetical situation for many of us, but it is not the reality as of now. In real, 138 million patients are harmed annually due to doctor's error. That is majorly because of misdiagnosis. And in India alone, there is 5.2 million medical errors. And most shocking of all, these medical errors are not through telecommunication or telemedicine. It is basically through patient-practitioner encounter. There is a human touch, but still there are errors. So when we went out to sort out an explanation for why there is an error during a patient-practitioner encounter, it turned out that it's basically considered as a cognitive error, where a doctor with lack of experience or who has not seen enough patient of that condition is unable to synthesize the symptoms and diagnose accurately within the small period of time. So the problem statement that we are here to tackle is to the increased misdiagnosis by recent medical graduates in the field of general medicine. So it is not that there is no existing system. There are existing systems, machine learning algorithms, there are much more advancement in the field. But all these are focusing on specific health conditions such as cancer, brain hemorrhage, heart diseases. It is not that they are not important, they are important, but general medicine sector is not something that we can ignore of. It is very vast, and it is something that we encounter on a day-to-day lives. So we are here to propose an AI-enabled clinical decision support system for this sector of general medicine, which has numerous we have considered here nearly 50 general diseases encountered by patient, but it is a very it houses a very large number of diseases. So our objective with this project is basically to develop a machine learning model that can predict the condition of a patient based on the symptoms and related images, if any. And also we wanted the system to be more reliable and thereby achieving an accuracy of 95%. And also we wanted to build a easy to use interface for data collection. And also we aimed at reducing the time required for disease prediction. So coming to the application architecture, we have developed a web application wherein the the front end is developed using the standard Python framework, and all these symptoms that has been entered goes into our backend, which houses the application logic, which is mainly the machine learning algorithms. Since in the backend we have stored the machine learning algorithm in the JSON, stored in the JSON API format, we get the results instantaneously. The model has already been trained and we have housed just the application logic here. So coming to the model architecture, we have considered two types of data. One is the textual data and image data. In the textual data, we have built the model. In the beginning, we have cleaned the data on the symptoms and such, and then we have built it using an ensemble technique, which is a combination of support vector machine, Gaussian A-base, and random forest to achieve highest accuracy. And for image data, we have used the normalization data augmentation technique to increase the data set, and have used the modification of convolution neural network, that is ResNet, for model training. And the output from all these models is being displayed in our application. So in the data acquisition phase, so for the textual data, we have considered nearly 130 symptoms for 41 general diseases and 10 skin-related diseases with nearly 7,000 images. And the data processing has been done to remove all the outliers and increase the size of the data set, and the model is built using the algorithms, and the classification and the result is displayed. So we have used, for textual data, we have used a combination of support vector machine, random forest, and naive bayes, since the combined accuracy was higher when compared to the individual accuracy. So after experimentation, we have concluded to use the ensemble technique. And for images, we have mainly used ResNet because it is, as you know, it is one of the renowned model for known for feature extraction, and since data related to images contains a lot of features, we have used ResNet, and it proved a higher accuracy of 97% when compared to VGG16 model and a CNN model. So we have developed the web application where the symptoms can be chosen by a medical practitioner, and the result of the diagnosis, and also if there are any images, and the condition is displayed within a minute. So we have, these are the accuracies and the respective values. So we have achieved our aim of obtaining more than 95% accuracy for both textual data as well as image data. So in conclusion, we would like to say that we have met our objective with this project, and also since we are planning to host it based on cloud, it is accessible to general practitioners over the internet, and in future we want to make it very real-time by using real-time data, because conditions of one human physiology differs from one person to other. So in future we want to collect as many data as possible, and also we want to make the system more interactive for data collection, and if possible we would like also to include the medications or prescriptions that can be given for the condition in the future scope. So the references, and thank you. Any questions?
Any questions from audience?
What are the challenges in this general diseases data collection?
Okay, so the general diseases, it is basically the human, it is very vast. This 41 is just the beginning. I have read somewhere that even one person does not get affected with the same type of cold twice. There are numerous number of viruses. So considering that is a challenge. That is the main reason why there is very less work in this field, because it is very vast and it takes a lot of time. So that the covering all the diseases is one of the major challenge in this.
Have you discussed this with any doctors?
Yes, actually this idea was given by an oncologist with 30 plus years of experience. He told us what he saw in his interns, and we discussed with medical students in final year. So that's what they said, like most of them who had parents as their doctors, they used to tell, like, our parents diagnose condition within a minute. We are still sitting there processing the symptoms. The experience matters a lot in this field, and they feel that they are not ready for the industry. So this is a small attempt to aid them.
Have you validated this after implementation?
We are yet to validate, but we have collaborated with the medical college in the region.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call upon paper ID 261. 261.
Okay, good afternoon all. This is Ganeshwari from Amrita School of Arts and Sciences, Mysuru. Okay, coming to the contents, like I have a broad area of research, problem definition, objectives, system analysis, design, methodologies, implementation and references. Coming to this broad area, like it's one of the architecture that is dynamic, controllable and affordable, and also which makes like fast paced and high bandwidth of applications. And here it's been like the functions are been separated in design, like it allows the direct programming of the network control and abstraction of the underlying infrastructure for the applications and network services, where the basic idea of this SDN is to decouple the network control and also improve the programmability of the networks. Coming to the problem definition, it is like it facilitates the use of some centralized logical control over the network, where it exposes some network to be potential vulnerability due to its centralized architecture, and this can be overlooked by initiating some directing and overwhelming traffic load, which makes the service unavailable to valid users. And also one of the difficulties in SDN, we could say that it guarantees the possibility of associations for the different groups of relations, where it restricts some lack of toxic falls like that, and also and how to provide the sufficient security also. Coming to the objectives, here the main objective of my project is like to enhance the security in this network, and I am showing this working of this system in the form of simulation by making use of this Omni++ simulator. Coming to the system analysis, here the prerequisites are examined and the project objectives are changed over into its framework, which works that the associate experts to create. And we have like 3 essential exercises here, that is gathering the requirement, creating some process diagrams and performing a detailed analysis, where from all these things they're collecting the data in all the stages and it's fully analyzed, and the techniques are discussed, like how to enhance the security of the packets for transmission. This is the entire look of the system design. So this is one of the hypercube network where the nodes are interconnected. Like the first main thing agenda of my project is we enhance security by accepting the correct and right data. If we doubt, like if it's a wrong thing, we doesn't accept it. So in this thing, the nodes, the data gets transformed from node 1, like node 0 to node 1. In the same way, it follows with all the nodes. In this, and also have used the methodology like here, that is the AES algorithm, which is 128 bits, and here the calculation encodes with an information block by applying some encryption changes, and the present model, it scrambles one of the square of information at a time. And coming to the next, yeah, this is the like the diagram of the actual methodology picture. Coming to the implementation, here as I showed in that actual system diagram, the first thing that's going to happen is the initialization, where the node 0 creation, in the node 0 creation takes place, and the data gets initialized to every nodes. In that initialization step, it's going to happen, like the initialization is going to happen in all the 7 nodes in this step, in this figure. Next, in this, okay, and coming to this diagram, By clicking on each node, we could see that the generator, sync and the HC packet, where generator means where we generate the data, sync in order to send the data, and HC packet where we store the data packets. Okay, this is the data generation of node and sync, which means we call this the entire thing as a gating index, where the node 0 to the port 0, the node 3, it indicates that it has to go in the port 0 C gate, and in the same way node 0 has to go in the port 1 C gate. So this is the only connection that we have made in order to this is the only in order to maintain some connection establishment, in order to avoid these traffic or congestions like that. And okay, these are nothing but the generating of events, where we generate the events at what time the event got generated, and from where to where it got generated, and from what time it got generated. Everything is being recorded in this OrbNet plus simulator. When coming to this diagram, I could say that the first, it tells about discarded 6 out of 1. As I said, the data gets here we are maintaining the security by transferring the data packets. So if I send the data from one node to another node, so in that path, if there is any of the malicious node or the wrong data, we don't accept the data. In that way, we are enhancing the security. So in this way, when it comes to the when it comes to node 1, I'm sending the data from node 1 to node node 2. So if if I have received around 7 data, so around 7 there are 5 are malicious. So if 5 are malicious, we discarded 5 out of 7. So we have received 7 data, in that 5 are discarded because the 5 are the malicious data. In that way, we are analyzing it. Yeah, and these are the references, and thank you.
So any questions from the audience?
Sorry, sir. Yeah, no to me. Yeah, we are enhancing the security. We'll check the properties and signature of the data, in which bandwidth or in which frequency it's coming. Sir, I'm enhancing if I am sending the information from one node to another node. In that path connection, if I found any doubt, it's a malicious node or it's or it's the wrong thing, it get detected. So in that way, I don't accept the data itself. I just discard it. In that way, I'm maintaining the security. If it's correct, I just accept it. Yeah. Yes, sir. The thing is, I'm enhancing based on the bandwidth and the frequency of the data, whether it's in standard format or not. If it's in the standard format, I'm just taking. If not, I'm then discarding. In that way, I'm enhancing. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon paper ID 239, Ruchita PJ, comparative analysis of active contour random walker and watershed algorithms in segmentation of ovarian cancer.
So good afternoon all, my name is Sai Richita. So our topic is on comparative analysis of active contour and random walker and watershed algorithms in segmentation of ovarian cancer. So today's agenda is this. So I'm gonna brief out the abstract. So nowadays we know that image processing has become one of the main field in medical fields and other segmentation and enhancement techniques. And the main concept is of us is early detection of ovarian cancer, and we used 3 algorithms here. First is random walker and active counter. Later we compared with the watershed algorithm, and we made comparative analysis with 3 of the algorithms. And coming to introduction, ovarian cancer is one of the great enlarged disease that is caused by the ovaries. And our main purpose of this paper or research is to find the ovarian cancer of the CT image in the CT images and get accurate results from various enhancement and segmentation techniques, and which we used our 3 algorithms: the random walker, active counter, and watershed. And these are the literature surveys we went through. And summarizing the literature survey, actually the main, there were many image segmentation algorithms for different organs, but we found these 3 algorithms as the best algorithms to come out with the segmentation of ovarian cancer. And methodology part is explained by my friend.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Ruchita. So I would like to thank our project instructor Roshan Joy Martis sir, and who has been able to accompany us so far. So one of the main motivation and objective that we took for segmentation of ovarian cancer was, as we all know, 2-3 years we were in home during the COVID time, and COVID was not only the disease that we were facing, there were n number of diseases that we were facing. The main motto or philosophy that a disease comes is only when we intake energy, different forms of energy, and when we don't spend it in a proper way, that's when we get into diseases. So one of the main disease that gets unnoticed due to the taboo that we all have till today, till this century, is ovarian cancer. So there are a lot of women who face this, and it gets unnoticed, and only at the point of extreme phase it's going to get noticed. So probably our step was to just help the doctors to detect the ovarian cancer at an early stage. So that's when we took that as an objective and our motto to start this project. We went through different kinds of algorithms: OTSU, watershed, random walker, active counter, and region-based segmentation, and different other image processing algorithms. So these were the 3 algorithms that we were able to identify that gave us a best accurate result. So coming to active counter algorithm, probably I'll just explain it in a layman language because there are a lot of mathematics involved in it. So active counter, as we all know, image is considered into a basic unit of pixels. So what our active counter algorithm does is, it would take each and every pixel, and any changes in the consecutive pixel, then there is a method named snake in active counter. So it's going to attach the change in pixel. So once for all, when there is change in pixel between a normal organ to the tumor, that's when, okay, just a minute. So that's when there is changes in the pixel value noted, and the tumor is segmented. So when it comes to random walker, initially we are giving a predefined circle where we would definitely say this part of organ would definitely have a tumor in it. So having said that, taking this information, it would randomly generate probabilities of pixel, and considering it to be changes in pixel value, it identifies the tumor wherever it's present. And watershed algorithm, this was the result. So previously, if you see, This is the original image. Watershed takes it as a gray level, and as we all know, watershed would take each and every pixel value, change in pixel value as either a high mountain or a valley, and it draws a region in between the high mountain and a valley. So we could see the change in pixel of the white colored, the round, and the change in pixel of the black. So in middle you could see the red color in the third image. So that is what our watershed algorithm is giving us the result. So this was our research. Probably further, and comparing the three algorithms through human eye, since we don't have machine learning based algorithm that has been added, and it's a pure image segmented algorithm, we were able to find the accuracy only through human eye. And in order to consider an accuracy, we should have written a algorithm which would take a real world cancer detected image and compare and give a parameter. Probably that would be our further research. And the images that we used here were true medical images from SDM Dharwad Medical College, and we had a radiotherapist and a gynecologist helping us throughout the research. So out of these three algorithms, we found out through human eye, we were able to come to a conclusion telling that watershed algorithm gave a better possible result. So at this time, taking this into a real world project, maybe we could help the health sector in a place where we could develop an app, and once the patient uploads her uterus image, scanned uterus CT image, we might have an algorithm where it would exactly accurately segment the ovarian cancer, and that's when the patient is taken to the doctor. So in this way, there is a help that is given to the doctor as well, and at the same time the patient is able to get diagnosed at an early stage and at a less cost of time and at a less amount. So that was the conclusion of our paper. So thank you.
Any questions from audience?
Having said that, when it goes to a real world project, when someone needs to get detected or get tested, the cost of getting into the process is huge. Getting this scanned and getting it to the doctor and identifying whether that's a tumor or not, and doctor explaining it to the patient. So the whole point of process would take lot of amount and lot of time. So in order to reduce this, if there is any nearby radiologies, scanned institutions, maybe the patient can go there, get her uterus scan images, upload it to the app, and if the cancer is detected, then probably we can take it to the next further step. So the initial process is being reduced. So. As of now, we haven't taken any of the accuracy patterns, because accuracy or the error patterns, because as an image, initially we are able to detect using the algorithm, but probably we might add a machine learning algorithm where it can detect consecutive multiple images, so that we might find an error. So as of now, we were able to find 2-3 different error scenarios. So here, you could see there is cancer in only one place. The tumor is present in only one significant place. So we were able to identify this. But when we have tumors in 2-3 significant places, just a small dot or even a bit more. When that are into multiple cancer, ovarian cancer cells are present, then our algorithm is going wrong in it. So probably we'll work on it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Now we have come to the end of this paper presentation session 4A. Before concluding the session, I would like to thank our session chairs. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Vasudeva sir on behalf of ECE Department and JNN College of Engineering. Thank you sir, thank you for being with us today and spending your valuable time with us today. I would like to call upon our beloved HOD Satyanarayan sir to present a memento to Vasudeva sir as a token of gratitude and respect. And also I would like to thank Dr. Jalesh Kumar sir. Thank you very, very much sir. Even though you are very busy, you have spent your valuable time with us. Thank you sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you participants, thank you presenters. So now we have come to the last session of two-day international conference, that is the most awaited panel discussion. Already panels are ready. So we will be having it in another 10 minutes. There is a little change in the actual schedule. So we will not be breaking for tea. We will be continuing with the panel discussion followed by the valedictory session of about 40 minutes. That's all. We will not be taking much of your time, so that by 5:15 or 5:20 we will be ending the whole sessions. 5:20 we can have the high tea and we can really disperse. So I request all the participants to have a small break, and you can assemble back here exactly at 3:30.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಹಲೋ ಅದೇ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅನ್ಸತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ Very good afternoon, everybody. A very warm welcome to you all to the session on panel discussion on the topic Role of Industry Institute Collaboration in the context of National Education Policy NEP 2020. The panel members are here with us. Let's all welcome them on the stage. Dr. Ramakrishna AG, sir, please acquire a seat on the dais. Dr. Karunakar A. Kodegar, sir, please have your seat on the dais, sir. Dr. UP Niranjan, sir, please have your seat on the dais, sir. We also have with us Praveen Kumar Kalabhavi. Please, sir, please on the stage. And as the moderator today, we have Professor N. Divakar Rao, sir. So please. Before we start the discussion, let me welcome our Joint Secretary of NES who is here with us, Dr. P. Narayan, sir. Welcome you, sir. And let me introduce you to the panelists today. The first person is Dr. Ramakrishna AG. He's been with us from yesterday, committed to research, worked on technology that makes a difference on real problems of real people rather than hypothetical research topics, to create a world-class lab where people work with dedication, fulfillment, passion, while developing themselves into great leaders. He's a professor of electrical engineering, Indian Institute of Science for almost 31 years now, has guided 81 PhDs, 16 MS by research, and 90 MTech project students and hundreds of UG interns. He has also worked as principal research scientist, HP Labs India, postdoctoral fellow, the Fuzzer Institute, senior research engineer, BPL India Limited. Very happy that you're here with us, sir. Thank you. Next person is Dr. Karunakar Kodegar, Director, International Collaborations, Mahe Manipal, Professor, Manipal Institute of Technology, Mahe Manipal. Experienced professor with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry and has good experience in internationalization of higher education. He is currently a Director, International Collaborations, Mahe Manipal, Professor and Head, Department of Data Science and Computer Applications, Manipal Institute of Technology, Syndicate member, Mangalore University, President of IEEE, that's the International Association for the Exchange of Students for Technical Experience in India. Sir, very warm welcome you, sir. Next we have Dr. UP Niranjan, Director Research and Training, Manipal.net. Experienced Director of Training with a demonstrated history of working in the computer software industry, strong human resource professional skill in embedded system, research and development, programming, teaching and engineering. He's working as Director Research and Training, Manipal.net, Adjunct Professor, Manipal Institute of Technology, Parama Tech Visiting Researcher, Fukuoka, Japan. So, very warm welcome to you. We also have with us Mr. Praveen Kumar Kalbhavi, tech entrepreneur, mentor and investor. Praveen has had experience in the program management and technical delivery of solutions to Fortune 500 clients globally for about 3 decades now. For the 20 years prior to forming Navigo, he served as AVP and Senior Delivery Manager for Infosys US and Europe Retail Business Unit, and was also head of Mangalore Development Center, which housed 6 large business units and a workforce of around 4,000 people. A true businessman at heart, Praveen sir is an angel investor with Ventures and Eagle 10 Ventures. Very warm welcome to you, sir. And last but not least, our own person, Professor N. Divakar Rao sir, former Director of MBA Department, JNNCE Shivamogga, currently associated with Bharatiya Vidya Bhavana as Vice President. He's also with Edurite Educational Institutes, and more than anything, he's a very good orator, educationist, and our own person, as he was associated with JNNCE for a long time. Now, I request Divakar sir to please take over and begin the discussions.
Namaste all of you. Honorable Joint Secretary of NES, Dr. Narayan, all the delegates who have come for this all interesting international conference, and my dear panelists. My job is to moderate the whole panel discussion, not to speak much. What we have done is, we have framed some 15 questions here. Before that, let me give a small introduction about what exactly is happening as far as industry-institute interaction is concerned. On all the platforms, industry people go on telling that all the engineers produced in this country are mostly unemployable, and this slogan is becoming more and more popular. In order to eradicate this, probably what is required is, just like other disciplines, practical training that is required through internships or project works or something else. There is a need that we have to closely associate with the industry. Unless otherwise some solid measures are taken, and academically also in the syllabus and in the curriculum, if proper changes are not done, then there will be a real problem. So in the context of National Education Policy 2020, lots and lots of measures have been suggested, in fact, in this particular behalf. So it's increasingly recognized across the globe that close interface between academia and industry not only prepares students as per the changing needs and aspirations of the industry, but also promotes innovation and growth. A partnership between educational institutes and industry proves to be instrumental in advancing research and development, solutions to several problems of the industry, besides creating a skilled workforce, which the companies need. Let us see the guidelines of NEP 2020. Number one, multidisciplinary education to be introduced in all the higher education institutions. Already UGC has given the guidelines about the present institutes getting converted into multidisciplinarity. Various measures have been suggested, and a timeline is also given to them how they are supposed to convert themselves into multidisciplinary institutions. Two, quality vocational education to be integrated into mainstream education smoothly at all levels of higher education. Means more of conceptual and theoretical learning is making engineers ineligible for the industry assignments. So they are thinking about a little bit of vocationalization. For that also, lots and lots of measures have been suggested. National Committee for the Integration of Vocational Education, comprising experts in vocational education and representatives from across ministries in collaboration with industry, is being constituted for introducing, implementing, and to oversee this particular effort. It has been already suggested in the NEP. National Skills Qualification Framework will be detailed further for each discipline, vocation, and profession. Up to engineering graduate level, they are doing this particular workshop, this work. National Skills Qualification Framework is being prepared. It is yet to be out, but shortly it is going to come up. And according to that, we'll have to prepare our students in order to see that those particular skills are given to them. A new National Research Foundation is being founded for catalyzing quality academic research in all fields. NEP also suggests that a separate National Research Foundation has to be formed and the fund has to be provided. Closer collaboration between industry and higher education institutions, particularly those offering technical education, has been proposed under NEP to drive innovation and research in all technical disciplines. UGC has already issued guidelines for transforming HEIs into multidisciplinary institutes. Now, the topic of industry-institute collaboration, even though is a much deliberated one on several platforms, the results have been abysmally low, resulting in huge gaps in terms of skill gaps in respect of graduating students and research outputs in several of our sectors. Hence, there is a need for going deep into the aspects of issues, challenges, policies, and opportunities, and evolving practically implementable initiatives. Yes, a small mention about research conducted by Fowler can be recorded here. He has identified 15 impediments to institute-industry relationships. What exactly is happening? Out of that, 2 of these impediments which primarily pose practical problems are, number one, academicians have a desire to publish the results of their research as early as possible. Whereas Industry zealously guards its proprietary information. This is one of the conflicts that usually happens. Then academicians tend to concentrate on basic research that establishes new concepts or hypotheses, whereas industry's primary concern is applied research that lead to product improvement and thus to short-term profits. They are more concerned about that. These two issues basically have to be tackled by the concerned educationists in order to see that how best we can solve this so that the people can be properly trained. National policy on education adopted by the Parliament in 1986 emphasized the need for the collaboration by stating that to some extent we'll have to quote what happened in 1986 when the educational policy was declared. The curricula of technical and management programs will be targeted on current as well as the projected needs of the industry or user systems. Active collaboration between technical or management institutions and industry will be promoted in program planning and implementation, exchange of personnel, training facilities and resources, research and consultancy and other areas of mutual interest. Networking will have to be established between technical education and industry, R&D organization, programs of rural and community development, and with other sectors of education with complementary characteristics. This I have read only to say, even though the policy was formulated in 86, but nothing much has been done in this particular area. Similarly, in 1993, relating to research, DST policy statement of 1993, Department of Science and Technology, it had suggested various steps for encouraging collaboration. Ali ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, funding national laboratories and academic institutions through linked projects, promoting university-industry linkages by diverse means including adjunct positions for necessary personnel, encouraging use of national laboratory facilities and their expertise by industrial units by way of contract research projects appropriately paid for by the industry, developing the consortium approach involving academic institutions, national laboratories, including those of mission agencies, namely Department of Atomic Energy, Space and Defense Research and Development, wherever feasible, and the user industry for goal-oriented programs and new product development. Facilitating easy mobility of personnel among universities, laboratories, industry, including R&D institutions connected with industry and the ministry, and assigning multi-dimensional responsibility to the existing technical institutions. In spite of so many policy initiatives by the government from time to time, progress achieved, however, has been very poor due to several impediments in practical implementation. This is what basically I had to give a bit of introduction as far as the topic of industry, academia, interfacing is concerned. Hence, keeping in view of the above aspects, some of the pertinent questions to be deliberated upon by the panelists have been listed here. There are some 15 questions which may not be possible within the time that is available. What we'll do is, I'll go on posing this question. We can see the importance of a particular question, and then our panelists will decide if it is considered to be very important, they will start answering those particular questions. Number one is a very general question. What, according to you, are the solid initiatives to be incorporated so as to ensure successful academia-industry collaboration? It's a very general question. What solidly is supposed to be done? What, according to you, are the solid initiatives to be incorporated so as to ensure successful academia-industry collaboration? Should we answer this? It's a very general question.
I think anyway, good evening everyone. I'm Praveen Kalbavi. First of all, thanks for giving me this opportunity to be part of this program. I think this is the question is pretty much the entire, the panel discussion is all about. We are looking at better collaboration between industry and academia. So I don't think there is one silver bullet as such. However, let me try to give a little more background representing the industry, specifically the IT industry. As you all know, IT, or rather, in India, we have 15 lakh engineers coming out every year. And on an average, 2 to 3 lakhs engineers are hired by, currently the IT industry, and maybe another 2 lakhs across all other industries put together. So where else the other engineers go, right? So whatever collaboration that we do more and more, we really have to think whether we need so many engineers, first of all. I think that's the first question. And just to give a little more background, right, what I personally feel, we should look at when somebody gets into engineering, what exactly they want to do. In my view, there are 4 categories of students. One, they want to join industries, right? They want a job. The other set of guys, they want to have their own entrepreneurship journey. They want to start their own companies. Third, because of parents' pressure, and parents have their own family-run business, and they want to be part of it. It's pretty much entrepreneurship, but they have already a foundation set, so they join there. And the fourth category could be doing higher studies, right? Where they want to do research or higher studies further. So first, I think, first and foremost, before we talk about what they need to do to get into industry, the first and foremost, we have to bucket all the students, maybe in the first year or second year itself, to look at these four categories and then tune them accordingly. For example, when you talk about the first category where they want to join industries, maybe that's where the topic of today's panel, which is more industry collaboration, is very essential. When you talk about starting a company or starting an entrepreneurship journey, that's where there are incubation centers all around, and there are mentors, there are advisors through whom we have to have more sessions and things like that. Even on the family business, there are sessions being conducted by some of the industry bodies. Now, having nailed it down specifically, now talking about industry academia, relationship itself. Based on my own experience, I think this is the third one. Me and Uzian sir have been participating on the same topic in the last 2 months. And one thing I think came out pretty strong is that both sides have to open up. You can't put a blame on academia, nor you can put nor you can put a blame on industry. But in my view, the academia, industry, and there are industry bodies. I think all three have to come together, put some kind of a processes around based on the specific industry that we are getting into, and then accordingly plan. Again, I don't want to take too much of a time detailing out, but one thing is, typically talking about IT industry, the bigger companies, they already have a framework. I think all the top IT companies in India, they have their own training mechanism. They have so-called finishing schools and things like that. In my view, maybe the industry bodies like CAI or Chamber of Commerce or small-scale industry associations, those industry bodies can come forward and coordinate between the industry and academia and plan those finishing school sessions, which can include, having sessions done by the faculties to the, industries, or both words. We call it faculty exchange program as well as consulting exchange programs, where industry people have to come to the college and spend time, and meantime faculties have to go and spend time in the industry for minimum 3 to 6 months. And more importantly, that internship project has to be given a lot more seriousness. Today, I think it's been done just as a statutory requirement. Rather, the faculty should get involved in that and go and participate in that on a day-to-day basis. I think that's how we can proceed, I guess.
Okay. In fact, there is a question here which he has already answered. What can be the role of industry associations like CAI, ASSOCHAM, FICCI, or NASCOM, all these people? What can be their role? So I think he has definitely answered this. If they don't come forward, then they will not be doing good for their own fraternity. That is absolutely required. But somebody is required, according to me. Who has to bell the cat means it should be government at every point of time. Unless otherwise government takes strong steps, I think things will not happen, because we will be almost looking after our own requirements. Anybody for that matter, whether it is academics, whether it is industry, whether it is industry associations, we will be interested more in our own things. So the government has to tie them up together. I think that's what is required. The second question which was framed here is, how do we transform our institutions from centers of knowledge dissemination to hubs of knowledge creation? How industry can interface in this effort? Because today, most of our, particularly engineering education, the institutions have become only knowledge dissemination centers. Unfortunately, research, innovation, all these things are not happening to the extent it should have happened. So how industry can interface here? How can we convert them into institutes of knowledge creation? That is possible only when research.
Good evening. One is, as Praveen sir mentioned, that more and more internships need to be provided to our students, and many of these companies will have live projects, and then they are doing projects for their clients and so on, and we can take students and then fit them in there. But I have seen that, especially in companies like ours, which is a small time company in a small time tier 2 or tier 3 city, the mindset of the students and their parents also need to change. You know, many times that the students think that it's an unknown name, it's in a small place, and then you know, people do not know. But I always say this to the students whenever I speak to them. In the West and in the Europe, you know, people, especially the young graduates, they want to work for startup companies and not for established names and MNCs, Yahoos and Googles. That's because they get to learn so many things. They get to learn so many new things, and which are known as disruptive, you know, technology. So all these new startup companies and entrepreneurial, you know, attempts are all in the area of disruptive technology, which are disrupting the way the society is looking at technology, the society is working, and so on. And you take, for example, the example of e-learning, especially during the pandemic. And we have been able to carry on with our education in those 2 years when all the institutions were shut down. Even schools in places like in India, even rural schools were able to, you know, the students could attend the classes and then and then they could go forward to the next higher class. So technology plays a big role these days, and e-commerce, and government itself is set up ONDC, that is Open Network for Digital Commerce. You know, they have found that there has to be an open source, open platform to do the e-commerce for all our small time vendors and then, you know, artifact manufacturers and so on. So they have come out with ONDC, and they have roped in Nandan Nilekani, the former head of UIDI, that Aadhaar you know, project, to head that, and then they have already started coming out with the beta software of ONDC. So these are some of the things, the current things, which the students also should know, and they have to come out of this mindset that they want to work only in bigger companies, and where, you know, the big name is there, MNC name is there, and not work for smaller companies. If you ask Praveen, who was also earlier with Infosys, Infosys has set up a huge building and a huge infrastructure in Mangalore, but for various reasons, their own people do not want to come back from you know, elsewhere in Bangalore, or Infosys people. They do not want to come back to Mangalore, Mudipu, and then work in that place. And then, you know, bring out that ecosystem and then help that ecosystem and that culture. So I feel that basically the mindset of the students, parents, and also the teachers also. You know, I see lots of students who say that I have studied electronics and communication. I want to work only in the core subject of my interest, what I have learned for 4 years. I don't want to work for anything else, you know, software development I don't want to do, startup I don't want to do, etc. I think we'll have to get out of this mindset. Any experience is good, and unless you get that experience, you cannot move forward, and you shouldn't look at only the packages. You know, everybody talks about what is your package and you know, how much offers you have at hand, but they do not think about the quality of employment, and what kind of facilities those small companies provide you, and what is that long-term relationship between the employee and employer, which is a lifetime employment. I've been very fortunate to work for 2 years in Japan. And in Japan, though the culture is changing these days, but earlier days when I was there, it was lifetime employment. Once you join a company, and for lifetime you work for him, and the president of that company is looked upon as though he is the father of your family. And Japan had to bring out a new legislation forcing all its employers to declare Saturday as an off day, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't just budge. Even on Saturday, they would work, and unless their bosses have left the office, they would continue to work. And 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock was common thing for any employee to work in the company. So this mindset needs to be changed. That is what is my submission.
Sir, connected with this, there are 2 more questions here. I think this can be answered a little bit, whether it is possible. There is a question what needs to be done for encouraging greater private sector involvement through their engagement in terms of funding, skill development, innovation and entrepreneurship. Whether CSR type of an initiative can help. Another proposition is, there is a scheme under MHRD, National Employability Enhancement Mission, through AICTE. It is another initiative which has not taken off in full swing. Basically, the objective was to offer on-the-job practical training to enhance the employability of a person. What was done in that scheme is, any society, trust, company registered under the Companies Act, they are eligible to apply for registration as a NEEM agent. So the question is, why it has not taken off? Why industries are, the societies are registered bodies, they are not taking interest in this particular area? What needs to be done for making the initiative more effective? Thus, some legislative measures like Apprenticeship Act can help. How to include MSME sector and startups also under this initiative? Means there are two things here. Can the government make CSR initiative also responsible for this internship of students, practical training for the students? And another proposition is that whether Apprenticeship Act type of a thing, means compulsorily institute will also have to send their students and industry will have to give. Depending upon the size of the industry, the type of industry, they can think about including MSMEs and startups. Everybody has to be brought under this. So this can be probably discussed a bit.
Sir, if I am an industrialist, why would I give money to an academic institution if I know that all the top people are going to, say, suppose I am a mechanical engineering industry, I know that the top fellows are all going to IT industry. Why would I even spend money or time to do that? So like Mr. Praveen rightly said, first we need to estimate what is the actual number of engineers we need in each field.
That's a good one.
And
Certainly.
we shouldn't produce more than 10, plus minus 10%. If that comes, only all of this have any meaning. Otherwise, if you force everybody, you want only 5 lakhs and if you produce 15 lakhs and you force them onto industries, industries cannot handle it. They don't have free time to do this. So it's just meaningless unless we clean up the whole this thing. And academicians, I don't know much about it, but when I visited Germany, there is something called Habil, higher level professors, and these people have to come back from industry. They need to have unfortunately, the way our education system and many things are this thing, the people who are teaching in engineering institution, they have no exposure. Majority of them have no exposure to industry. They don't know what is happening there. That does not work. And he was talking about, students' orientation towards it. That is because when somebody goes to engineering, they don't join an engineering college because they want to become engineer. Neither the parents nor this thing. So the parents think that, okay, if he somehow lands in Wipro or this thing, he will be doing well. So, the entire thing has to change. What is an engineer? Engineer has to design systems. So that needs to be coming in at the very entrance point. Without that, all of this is a waste. It's all about, like he said, it's all about money. And the colleges also, when I went there to join 3 of my sons, they put this thing, what is the top salary? No, they don't say then what is the best accomplishment our students have done. What great engineers we have produced, nothing. Okay, this is the top salary. So the entire thing, unless it changes, it's meaningless to talk about it.
No, actually, just to add on about the CSR, today what's happening is, representing industry. One is, of course, CSR is not mandated. At least, I think if the turnover is below some limit, it is not mandated to be spent. But today, if I go to CSR bucket and see what all that I can spend, I think I need to spend the entire company turnover into that, because there are so many items that are getting added to CSR, assuming that CSR can take care of everything. I think that's going to be a challenge, because if you look at bigger companies, CSR amount per se, as it's some percentage of the profit, right? That percentage can be a significant absolute amount, whereas for the smaller companies, it's a really miniculous, where I don't think that's a right fit for the effort that is required between industry and association collaboration, academia collaboration. Now about your second part, industry association body, right? I mean, we have actually started that in Mangalore as part of CII Mangalore. That's one attempt that we're doing because, as you rightly said, industry bodies have to get involved, and that's the only thing they can bridge the gap. So earlier they were focusing only on the policy interventions. So today in Mangalore, what you're trying to do is, we are trying to first collate all the information about the MSME. Again, big companies everybody knows, Google, Infosys, TCS, IBM, everybody knows. But a lot of the companies in local, for example, Shivamogga, if Chamber of Commerce here can collate all the information about different companies and their problem statements, their areas of the internships or work, some format or the other, and then coordinate with the representatives from different colleges, along with the faculty and students, you get internship projects there, and also the students will get visibility onto the local industry, what they're doing, and that's how maybe there will be more interest to join the local companies, rather than everyone joining MNCs and other big companies.
Can I add my cent to this? Good afternoon, everybody. Basically, the 15 lakh seats of engineering are AICT data of number of seats. But if you look at all India survey of higher education 2018, around 8.5 lakhs is the seat which gets filled, and 100% of them approximately get graduation. That means India is actually producing 8.5 lakh engineers, even though the data is, or the number of approved seats
That is intake.
is 15 lakh approved,
15
but it
lakh.
is not getting filled. What does it imply? The demand is decreasing year by year. Initially it was like that, and they started giving all the colleges a permission. So that is one addition. The other one is, I want to ask you, some of the audience here, my co-panelist said, in the beginning of first or second year, try to create a bucket and decide, let them decide what they want to be. Here I will put a question now. Most of you are in second year. How many of you want to be teacher? How many of you want to be teacher? Any, at least 5-10%?
1, 2, that's all?
It should be from here, okay?
So in the entire auditorium, there are only
now my question is simple. I always ask this question, even in my class. Everybody want good teachers, but nobody want to be teachers.
A teacher.
Right? Am I right? So even in the classrooms, especially in the computer science domain where I am from, I ask this: you want great teachers because they have several, qualities what they look for in teachers. But okay, fine, fantastic, it looks good. You quote example of developed country like US, and you will say that the professor in US is like this. Okay, fine, but how many? No one. So I say that then where I should go and bring teachers? We can't create. It is not a mango tree to go and pluck it out. Am I right? Now the question here is, do we have choice in this country? What is the first parameter undergraduate look when he wants to decide his career? Most of the times it is not passion. It is not passion at all. Okay, because we have not created that education system, the foundation, the first 12 years of education, and now in NEP it is first 15 years of education, whether we have created that environment, that what is an employment, that is missing. Most of us, we think employment is just for bread earning. And then the rest of the things are, I want to compare myself with others and show off that, I am so and so, whose car is big, who is living lavish life. Because these are the things, because the first 12 years of our education has not trained us what kind of life you want to lead, rather than what kind of job you want. What kind of life you want to lead. To lead a decent life, one needs employment. But most of the time that is not the scenario. The second question here is there any way we can change it in higher education space? As for one of the scientific report of Harvard University says, most of the brain development stops after 8 years. 85% of the brain development happens before 8 years. That is the reason, rather than 12 years of mandate education, now it is 15. So that they early enter, at least 3 years early, they enter the school. So the reason here, what I'm trying to say is, unless and until we create citizens who can think, who can decide about their career, we can't fix it when they come to higher education. That is the one thing. The second one, what sir asked is CSI. Most of the companies, I fully agree with Professor AGR. He said, why I need to invest when I know that I am not going to get it back? Absolutely, I agree. But what is possible here is, through CSR, can a particular company, at least once in 3 or 5 years, they let their man go to university and spend 6 months, once in 5 years. Similarly, an educational institution like us, I spent 25 years now in my educational institution. Nobody gave me sabbatical to go and work at least 1 year in industry. I do not know what happens in industry. Okay, and in the beginning, people want to come. Once they come back to academy, they don't go back to industry. Then how do I know what's happening in the industry now? When I don't know, I need to depend on the textbook and deliver, and that is not going to match. The next question, what I always fascinated is, within 6 months, company can say that now you are employable. They do some magic and they train these graduates, they recruit them, and then they say that now you are employable. What they can do in 6 months, why can't we do it in 4 years when they are with us? So that is the question what we need to ask. So the last thing what I want to say is, do we teach industry relevant cases in the classrooms? That's not happening. Most of the textbook and BOS also, we have industry representative. But do we take them seriously? Do we take those industry representatives seriously? No. We are calling somebody as a BOS person whom we are close with rather than his expertise, and we are serious about his input. Okay, AICT mandates that in BOS there should be few people who has to be there from industry, some XYZ. Whether he is really working, practicing or not, nobody knows. So that has to go, and the buying from both the side, if it happens, then it is possible. CSR fund can be used by this industry rather than spending money on some other NGO kind of activity. Basically, they have to invest in academicians and tell the expert that now you take a break or sabbatical, go to that university and teach there for 6 months. Similarly, once in 5 years, every institution should tell the faculty, "Bahut ho gaya, jao abhi." Go and work at least 1 year in company so that he can bring back best practices. I don't know what they need. I am an expert in one domain, but I don't know what is the application of it. Sir asked one more question. That question is, whether faculty, what they are doing, they are publishing. Why? Because our target is to publish. We never patent our work. Why we never patent our work? We know what is the value of that patent. Correct, no? Patenting is easy or publishing is easy. If somebody asks me, I say that patenting is easy rather than publishing. The reason is, you can patent anything unless and until somebody already patented. But what is the value of that patent in the market? That makes difference. There are fantastic ideas what people are publishing in good journals. But unfortunately, nobody is supporting them to go for patent. There is a patent guidance. Nothing is happening because we lack. And most of the time, sir said, whether it is a theoretical aspects or scientific aspect rather than application-oriented research, that's not happening because there is a gap. To add that, in US, what they do is, most of the universities, at least some top companies, they have branches in the university itself. You go to university, the top NNCs, they are having set up the campus in the university where you can directly go and discuss with them on day-to-day basis. Basically, they are sitting in your campus, but they are working for their company, not you. But the flexibility is, next door I have a company. I can directly go and do that. So some of these things I'm anticipating, at least because of this NEP 2020. Thank you.
I think he has answered several of the questions which have been drafted
Sir,
here.
can I answer that, 6 months magic that what we do in the industry? Okay, I think, actually there is no rocket science. It's basically the training on the latest stuff, right? I mean, I represent the IT industry, so I can represent that and then talk about it. See, all we do is, you must be aware that most of the companies, what they do is, they do aptitude test, right? And how many of you are really preparing from day one? In fact, in my view, you should start from 7th or 8th standard itself, because it's just analytical thinking, problem solving skills. So every time, whatever you do, whatever you read, rather than mugging up the definition, you should say why. Keep asking that question. I think that's how you will build your analytical skills. So we do that analytical skills test, and then of course, one language that just we do, and then after that, specific to the latest technology. It is just unfortunate that your whatever your curriculum schedule versus what is happening in IT industry especially, we keep learning new things almost a year. Every year there are some new things coming. So we expect our employees to learn newer technology, newer platforms, newer solutions day in, day out. So all we look at is, we don't look at whether the person knows the technology. Rather, we look at whether person is capable of relearning the technology. That's all we look at. So to learn that whatever relearning skills, we do various things. We do, give some problems, see how the person solves that problem and things like that. That is what, people branded it as finishing school. I know big companies do very systematically. So smaller companies, we don't do any systematically. That's why when you go to colleges, even though a lot of people take our test, we hardly get 3 or 4 people out of 100 plus. The percentage is so pathetic. It's 3 to 4% of the people who took the test come into the companies. That means the preparation is definitely not good. So colleges can invest on that, where the finishing schools thing, right? Get industries, get some of these, there are finishing schools organizations who can do that. And then as sir rightly said that faculty going to the industries, I would say 5 years is also too long a period, sir. In my view, every 2 years, there has to be a faculty and industry expert exchange happening between the industry and the colleges. I think that's the only way to make it work. That's why when you talk about, the colleges having BOS with the industry person, rather I would call it as having a MOU with the specific companies, or you could look at company adopting a particular college so that there is a joint ownership from the company where they would be part of your curriculum, they would be part of your finishing school activities, so that at the end of it, how many people get jobs? Of course, who is looking for a job? The first category that I talked about, how many of really get into a good job is what can be measured successfully. Thank you.
Very good deliberations going on. Only time is the constraint. Already 2 or 3 questions which have been drafted here have been answered partly. One question was relating to academic industry interface council at institute level. How many institutes have got really a very effective interfacing council at the institute level? What can be the structure? What can be the roles and responsibilities? What services are to be provided to the industry? Specific agenda for execution, etc., for strengthening academia industry collaborations. So what is to be deliberated here is possible policy decisions by the institutions. Do we have policy decisions and are we executing them? This is naturally the role of the university or somebody who has to constitute that, and they have to say that this has to be invariably done. Otherwise, what needs to be done by industries to strengthen academia industry collaboration? Because he touched this point, 25 years, 30 years, they would have not seen an industry at all. I have seen professors who do not know what is a lightning arrestor, and they are wonderful professors. They teach lightning arrestor on the blackboard wonderfully. So from industry, you see here, I come from an industry also. 25 years I have served industry, then I have come to the academics. First, at the first instance, I wanted to train my people for the thermal power plant. What I did was all my ITA boys, I made them into teams of machinists, electricians, fitters, all of them combined together a team, and I told them, you have to go to the plant, prepare your drawings, prepare your POQs, and then make a 3D model of those boiler, turbine, all possible systems of the thermal power plant. I tell you, it's best possible way of training people. So similar exercise I undertook in the bank. People questioned me, why should I waste my money? I said, 1 year you will not be wasting, you will be developing wonderful executives. That is very important. We don't do anything else, we put them. He works in a rural bank, he works in a semi-urban, or he will work in an urban or metro branch, understands all the sections, and at the end, evaluation will be there, whether he has really learned. If he has not learned, send him out. That's what industry does. So, what role industry can play is also a very important thing. We need to definitely specify, somebody has to do that. And you also talked about the finishing school. A question was there relating to that also here. What steps can be taken by academic institutes in collaboration with industry to increase students' employability quotient? If a finishing school program could provide a solution, what should be the structure, financing, governmental policy initiatives, apprenticeship act or something like that, duration, content, etc. this was also a question which actually requires to be answered. That's why before we conclude, there are two very interesting questions. Not that by taking decision here is going to matter, but what I feel is strengthening of institution industry collaboration cannot come about unless there is a policy formulation by the government and educational institutions, like which exists for chartered accountants, which exists for the company secretaries, which exists for the cost accountants, which exists for the medical. In all these fields, there is a policy initiative which is absolutely in place for providing the practical training. Whereas, unfortunately, in engineering education or even management education, we don't have anything like that, which provides appropriate incentives and disincentives. Can this proposition be deliberated upon? There was one question. Then, at institute level, a comprehensive industry internship program has to be developed and executed. What should be the content, structure, execution mechanism, assessment, etc. to be deliberated? Examples have been given. Industry internship program or business soft skills, competency enhancement programs, strong campus to corporate connect programs, like anything, whatever may be nomenclature. But what is important is that whether these initiatives can help us in making our engineers more fit for the organization. Just before coming here, I was telling, I am an MBA graduate, but I was never recruiting MBA fellows. I used to take only chartered accountants or cost accountants or company secretaries. Then everybody was questioning me, what the hell are you doing? Being an MBA graduate, why you discourage them? I used to say they have only theoretical knowledge, they will be of no use to me, including me. I have learned only after coming to the industry. Otherwise, my degree was a degree, that's all. So these questions become very appropriate questions that need to be deliberated upon. If you have some points about this, particularly about policy formulations, that is a very important aspect, because they have their own bodies. Chartered accountants, they have it's a parliament, enactment of parliament. Similarly, cost accountants, it's an enactment of parliament. Company secretaries, it's an enactment of parliament. So they have to undergo 3 years of articleship that a chartered accountant undergoes, makes him a perfect accountant. Whereas in MBA, we learn all the subjects, 28 subjects. But finally, practical, this one is not there. Coming to faculty also, the same thing is happening, because they are only quite academic. That's all. They have absolutely no experience as far as the industry is concerned. So something sabbaticals kodbeku. Industries, institutions will not give. So how they can go? So policy is required. If that has to happen, then there has to be policy. Linkage with the NAC accreditation or linkage with the funds that are given to these institutions. So some mechanism has to be worked out. That's what probably is required. That's the call of the day.
No, sir, having policy is one part. I would say policy implementations have to be taken seriously. For example, as sir said, I'm also part of a couple of BOs, in some of the institutions. But, again, I've been called once in 6 months. And the previous day night, 8 o'clock, I get the document for review. And, what value I can do. And I typically tell them that, I'm not able to add any value. And also discussion happens only around whether this topic is required or not. It's more of that. Okay. Of course, it's debatable whether I can really spend more time than that. But question is, I think there has to be much more involvement from industry on that part, rather than just attending the BOS meeting. But on the internship, as I said earlier, right, I think industry body can play that role, where they will have the list of all the industries locally available, all the local bodies, and they can really, collaborate and then put a process in place where they connect the local institutions and the local industries and support that. In fact, in Mangalore, Chamber of Commerce is now recently had a MOU with multiple colleges where they are allowing industry visits. That's another very key aspect, especially in the non-IT sector, where how many people have seen the factories or the godowns of the industries. I think students should be taken. So some of those should be part of the policies in the colleges, where industries visits have to be made mandatory, then more active finishing school policy in place, and then more active BOS in place. And for each of these, like for the internship, one of the things that I felt internship, the faculty should be closely involved. And for the industry body, again, industry body and college should have an MOU. And for the other one, faculty, industry people should come to the college and then have the sessions. And only MOU can help it, more than just the government policy is what I feel.
Can I add some? Sure.
first of all, in what is the pass percentage in the university? In a subject, you take 40% mark, you are pass. That means you are eligible to take degree. What about 60% you have not learnt? Nobody is asking that question, because there is nothing like, it is 40% is enough, then you say that you are not employable. Basically what we need to do is, before you graduate, the pass percentage, rather than 40%, it should be at least 80%. You get 80% mark, then you decide, because otherwise 40% pass, 40% mark is enough, correct, no? But whereas you want 100% employment. All 100% of the graduates should get employed, but all these graduates got graduation just with 40%. Whether it matches, that need to be raised. Because we follow intelligently US system, whatever is convenient to us. In a piecemeal manner, we are taking, all good practices. We are not taking full meal. The first question. Because these are the things what an institution or a university can think over it. Rather than, because 40%, why, up to 10th standard, you just pass. That was the strategy. Now 40%, you are eligible to get the graduation, but institution has to tell you that 100% you will get placement. And sir said, most of the colleges, no parent asked, you see in the admission council, no parents will ask, what is the syllabus? What is that you are going to teach? What is the first question they will ask? You all got admitted, no? On what basis you have chosen the institute? What is the previous year placement? Unfortunately, universities now they are making the role of human resource company. Whether university is a universal education center or human resource company, that we need to decide. Most of the time, even in tuition centers also, 99% they will say, rank only they will say. But industry, whenever you say, if I am running an institution, I need to compete with my other counterpart, what I have to put? My previous 3-year placement record is this. Because you will ask only placement record and then decide. You will never ask what is the curriculum. You will never ask who is going to teach us. Right? And most of the time, if the attendance is not mandatory, how many students will attend class 100%? No. Then ultimately, what is the goal of coming to a particular college XYZ is getting an employment. Rather than getting universal education, people focus is employment. So, what you demand, you will get it. That is the reason what we are seeing. Whereas, if you compare with US education, most of the US, I am not talking about NRIs in US, okay, because NRIs behave same as in India, okay, but most of the time, they pay themselves for their tuition fees. But whereas, who is paying tuition fees here? There it is not that way. Part-time they work, they take break, taking break is good there, they allow break, but here break means what? So this kind of mindset we need to change in days to come. One of the important thing what I am looking for is competency-based curriculum. You need to say that what is the competency this curriculum can improve in an individual. And it should be either 0 or 1. It is not 40% and 60%. Whether you acquire the competency, what you are supposed to acquire after learning this. At least defined is this much and you have acquired 80%, then you can say that you are industry ready. Can we do it? Is it possible? There are some good colleges who are started practicing it and they are showing the result that 100% of their graduates are employable, because that is not 40% passage. That we need to change. The other concept is, because I represent internationalization of higher education, I say that, Indian citizens, whoever is getting graduation, the size of the population is that we can supply manpower to the world. That is what Modi always reiterates. We can supply because youngest country. True, but when they are not employable in India, so internationalization of curriculum is very important. What is internationalization? Very simple aspect is, you teach foundations very well. It's very, very important. Most of the time you ask anybody in computer science, they talk on the day one, they start talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning. You know, professor has mentioned today morning that without deep learning, nobody thinks there is a research possible now. That's a new scenario, right? But they don't know what happens in the deep learning because it is too deep to understand, right? The situation here is whether our curriculum is competency based, whether our curriculum is globally acceptable. In internationalization, we always say that why American student is not willing to spend one semester in Indian good schools. Why? People may say N reasons. The simple reason is our curriculum is not internationalized and we don't check the competency of a person. We always check memory of an individual most of the time. It's a memorizing. Okay, immediately after, once the student is coming out of examination hall, you just ask him, what are the questions? He will forget the question also after 3 hours of exam. That is the way we try to memorize and reproduce. That won't work. Basically what needs to be changed is reduce the curriculum, make it more experiential learning, and competency based curriculum is the way forward.
This is what exactly NEB is trying to do. We have to see implementation. After implementation only probably we can come to know. Otherwise the objectives are good. Their attempt is only towards that. Similarly, relating to faculty and CSR, sir, some of the companies are already doing it. In fact, they are coming and training the people in the institutes out of the CSR funds, and they are recruiting from the same institute. So that can be legalized probably. What I feel is that some portion, instead of giving, for various purposes, for temples also they are giving out of CSR. The best way is that they can make people competent enough. And as he told, competency-based curriculum is one of the most important things. Unless otherwise we do it, it serves no purpose. Look at the faculty members. People from industry cannot come to academics. The way today the UGC or AICTE guidelines are there for recruitment of teachers, nobody can come here. PhD is a must. Yes. Those fellows will never find time for PhD. They will be working there in the factory. Now, is it required? Are we making everybody a scientist here? What is required is you are talking about skills. If that is the case, an industry fellow can do far better. Of late, UGC has come out with some other guideline that, professor practice. Something has come. I don't know how far.
But it is too complex.
It is very complex.
Nobody is willing to come.
That's what.
When he becomes a junk there, he wants to enter university. That is how the policy
Yes,
is.
yes, yes. Yeah.
As soon as he becomes junk in the industry, they want them to be in the department.
Yes, you are right.
He is not aware of what is latest happening. He is a senior most guy from industry. We recruited
Because
and we have seen.
unfortunately, academic institutions have always been opposing people from industry. It is there.
No, sir, it's other way also.
In fact,
I get a lot of
the way
the
they take them,
requests from faculties to come and join industries, and we don't hire them.
You know the way they
Because they
recruit
can't do
people
it.
from industry. Industrial experience is divided by 2 and compared with the academic experience, which I have also suffered. Having come from industry, I know what exactly happens here. That's the reason why, if you want very clearly the competency-based students who are suitable for the industry, a lot of modifications are required. Deliberations were definitely good. Time is a constraint. Naturally, it's an issue which can go on and on for several hours. He has.
No, I'm only saying that time is over. Let us close. Because this will not get over.
So, some of the important aspects anyway have come out of this deliberations. One thing is that policy formulation by the government as well as institutions is a must if this scheme has to come through. Then competency-based curriculum and spending a lot of time, as particularly he said 40% business has to be out. It cannot run for very long time because that becomes only memory-based. Then only a lot of reformations as far as internationalization is concerned, because if our interest is that we produce more number of people, manpower, and we want to export that manpower to other countries, then we have to definitely look at what are the requirements, internationalization of education. NEP has given some guidelines relating to that, but still there are a lot of questions about that also, because whether all those combinations that they have proposed, whether it is possible. Just now I read that multiple disciplining of the higher educational institutions. Practically, there are a lot of problems which will be posed when we start implementing those things. We have yet to see all those things. But at the same time, particularly from the engineering college, I feel some sort of a policy formulations is required. Industry has to take part in terms of their CSR funding, because let it be used for a better purpose. And we can also look at various policy guidelines that institutions have to do, then faculty development, linkages with accreditation bodies, linkages with the performance appraisal of the faculty, various issues can be definitely deliberated upon, and we have to do something meaningfully so as to see that this slogan of engineers, 85% of the engineers are non-employable, should be eradicated first. They should become really employable, and as many number of people are required or to be produced, and mushrooming of engineering colleges, which has already happened, how it can be removed, I think has to be really thought of. Those colleges which are not capable of performing should be definitely winded up. There is no necessity to run those. In fact, a proposition comes of 2 and 3 tier cities. Most of our engineering colleges have gone to rural areas also. But the problems of employability in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities is yet to be answered, like MSME sector or the startups which are coming up nowadays. Startups are only in, we say that it is only in IT, but startups are there in every field. So their employability problems are too many. So how do we answer these questions is also a very important proposition. So we had meaningful deliberations. Because of the time constraint, we have to conclude this. We had wonderful points that have come through our panelists. We give an applaud by all the people for good deliberations from the panelists. Thank you very much for a wonderful opportunity that was provided.
Thank you.
Ramakrishna sir seems to be in a little hurry. Just a minute, sir. It was really wonderful to listen to all these eminent personalities, and really it was very informative, because most of the students might not have thought this way, but since I represent the faculty, I can assure you that yes, there has to be that industry and the academia interaction. And for that one thing, I just want to say from my side, and that has something that we've done in JNNCE recently, is there was always a question how to create that bonding between the academia and industry. There has to be some link. What is that link? Is alumni. So through alumni who is already there in the industry, they always have got that feeling of doing something to their college. So we can rather make use of that. And we always had this complaint. I come from electronics and communication department, and our students always have this complaint. We study electronics, but we only do jobs coming from IT industries. So we identified few alumni from VLSI and embedded system fields, and they were very happy to come. And most of the times the people from companies like Synopsys, Intel, rather they don't come to colleges like JNNCE. They say we get so many students from IITs, ISS, NITKs. Okay, so that was the problem. But when our alumnus have that in them to do something to their college, it will work out. Actually, we can approach our alumni who are there in the industry, and we will have a better bonding between the industry and academia. I think that is something that we have tried, and we were a little successful also, because we have companies like Texas and the Synopsys coming to our college because of that effort. I think that can also be thought about. And with that, I thank all the panel members here, and I would request Dr. P. Narayan sir please to come up on stage and give them a memento as a respect of gratitude and respect. To Ramakrishna sir, please receive this from ASI. Karunakar sir, please. Niranjan sir, so please also. Mr. Praveen Kumar Kalbhavi, the person from industry. And today's moderator, Professor N. Divakar Rao sir. Thank you, Narayan sir, and thank you all. It was really wonderful to have you all with us. The discussions were really helpful.
Yeah. Just another 5 minutes, we will be back with the valedictory program. Yeah, good evening. We will be back with the valedictory program. Another just 5 minutes for the arrangements to make. Please, audience, please cope up and stay back till the valedictory program is over. It will be there another for 40 minutes, please.
A warm good evening to all. So it gives me an immense pleasure and privilege to invite dignitaries, invited guests, special invitees, teaching and non-teaching staff of JNNCE and participants from various places to the valedictory function of 6th International Conference on Distributed Computing, VLSI, Electrical Circuits and Robotics 2022 IEEE Discover, organized by IEEE Mangalore subsection, hosted at an esteemed institute, JNNCE College of Engineering, Shivamogga. We are coming to the end of the mega event 2022 IEEE Discover. Education is not the filling of a pile, but the lighting of a fire. From the past 2 days, we were privileged and blessed to have wonderful technical sessions, invited talks, paper presentation, and various technical dimensions, with an healthcare session on pranayama, followed by colorful cultural events. All the sessions and talks were systematically organized and ignited the young minds and provoked them to pursue research and higher studies. Learning is not the product of teaching, and learning is the product of activities of learners. With this quote, let us begin the valedictory ceremony of 2022 IEEE Discover. Now I invite all the dignitaries to occupy. Now let us begin the function by invoking the Almighty. Now I request Ananya S. Naik and Pallavi G. Bhatt to invoke the God.
शरणु सिद्धि विनायका, शरणु विद्या प्रदायका, शरणु पार्वती तनय मूर्ति, शरणु मूषक वाहना, शरणु 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 निटिल नेत्रने देवी सुतने, नागभूषण प्रियने, निटिल नेत्रने देवी सुतने, नागभूषण प्रियने, तटिलटाङ्कित कोमलाङ्गने, कर्णकुण्डलधारणे, शरणु 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 बट्टमुत्तिन हार पदकने, बाहुहस्त चतुष्टने, बट्टमुत्तिन हार पदकने, बाहुहस्त चतुष्टने, इट्ट तोडुगेय हेम कंकण, पाशदंकुशधारणे, शरणु 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 कुक्षिमाहालंबोदरने, वीक्षुचापन गेलिदने, कुक्षिमाहालंबोदरने, वीक्षु ಇಕ್ಷುಚಾಪನ ಗೆಲಿದನೆ ಪಕ್ಷಿವಾಹನ ಸಿರಿ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನಾಲಿ ಜದಾಸನೆ ಶರಣು 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 ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ವಿದ್ಯ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯ ಮೂರುತಿ ಶರಣು ಮೂಷಕ ವಾಹನ ಶರಣು 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 ಶರಣು.
Thank you, Ananya and Pallavi, for the melodious song. Now, I would like to invite Dr. P. Manjunatha, Dean Academics, JNNCE, to welcome the gathering.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. On this occasion, it's my privilege and pleasure, on behalf of JNNCE, to welcome you all for this concluding session valedictory program. I feel extremely honored to welcome today's chief guest, Dr. UC Niranjana, Director Research and Training, Manipal.net, Private Limited, Manipal. Welcome you, sir. It's a great honor to welcome Sri C.R. Nagaraj, Vice President, National Education Society. Sir, welcome you, sir. I'm extremely happy to welcome B.C. Rai awardee, Dr. P. Narayan, Joint Secretary, a well-known doctor in Shivamogga, Joint Secretary, National Education Society, Shivamogga. Welcome you, sir. I would like to welcome President of this program, our beloved principal and leader of this conference, Dr. K. Nagendra Prasad. Welcome you, sir. I also like to welcome the office bearer of IEEE Mangalore section. Okay, they are with us from last 2 days and also supporting in all the way for conducting this conference. Welcome you. We have with us Devakar Rao, past director of our MBA department, and he is also supporting from last 2 days. Again, welcome you, sir. We have with us Baliga sir, past HOD of Chemistry Physics department, and professor and director of CSE department, Sridhar sir, Dr. Sridhar sir, professor from UBDTC. Welcome you, sir. I also welcome HODs of various departments for supporting this conference from last 2 days. I welcome you all. Nrupatunga, Public Relation Officer, and covering entire these 2 days, covering this program, with covering in giving a full-fledged coverage in media. I welcome you all for this valedictory program. I would like to welcome teaching and non-teaching staff members for this program. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome participants, research scholars, PG students, and students from various colleges and our college. I welcome you all for this program. Once again, I welcome you all.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. Now,
I missed chair, our Dr. S.V. Satyanarayana, chairman. I thought, need not to welcome, but as a protocol, because he is the leader of this conference, and we know the difficulty, especially, the day number of hours, it is just, in terms of within 2-digit hours, but the outcome of this, the outcome of the publications, so many things, supporters, looking at that, there's a lot of energy spent, in this case, and lot of outcomes, especially motivation and coordination. Last 1.5 years, our Satyanarayan, HOD of EC department and chair of this conference, is working very hard to come to this session. Once again, I welcome Dr. Satana.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. And now, I would like to welcome Dr. P. Manjunatha for this valedictory and always an inspiring for all these technical programs and all. And now, I request Dr. Shri Darshan KV to give a brief report on 2022 IEEE Discover.
A very good evening to everyone. The IEEE International Conference on Distributed Computing, VLSI, Electrical and Electronic Circuits and Robotics to 2022 IEEE Discover has been organized by IEEE Mangalore section and hosted by JNN College of Engineering, Shivamogga during October 14th and 15th, 2022. Dr. S.V. Satyanarayana, Professor and Head, Department of E&C, JNNCE, Shivamogga, along with Dr. Manjunatha P., Dean Academics, coordinated the event as the organizing chairs. Dr. Purnalata Ji, Chair IEEE Mangalore subsection, and Principal JNNCE being the general chairs. The Discover 2022, a flagship event of IEEE Mangalore subsection, received the financial support from AICTE, CSIR, SERB, and IEEE Mangalore section. Original research papers were invited in the 6 tracks, namely Distributed Computing, VLSI, Robotics, Electrical Circuits, Communications, and Healthcare. About 265 research papers were received under the 6 tracks, out of which 86 papers were finally selected after thorough review by the reviewers. 59 authors registered and presented their work in the conference, and the selected and registered papers will be published in the IEEE Explore Digital Library. The conference was inaugurated in the presence of Chief Guest Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, CDAC Bangalore, Shri G.S. Narayan Rao, President NES, Shri S.N. Nagaraja, Secretary NES, Dr. K. Nagendra Prasad, Principal JNNCE Shivamogga, and Dr. Manjunatha P., Dean Academics JNNCE Shivamogga. In his inaugural address, Chief Guest Dr. Sudarshan expressed that the Discover conference highlights the synergy among various areas of engineering and technology. He also educated the audience about the permitted access to the Param supercomputers for educational purposes. In his presidential address, Principal expressed that not only the conference provides a platform to research scholars for showcasing their work, but it also allows the research scholars and students to interact with experts in various domains. The first day of the conference witnessed 1 keynote address and 2 expert talks. In the keynote address, Dr. Sudarshan delivered a talk on digital society and communication, wherein he gave an insight to various requirements in an autonomous system and tactical IoT systems. The first expert talk was given by Dr. Heiko Kozelik, Research Fellow, ABB Research Center, Germany, on the software architecture challenges in industrial automation, from code generation to cloud native service orchestration. This was followed by another expert talk on optimization, a multi-armed bandit in deep neural nets, by Dr. Snehamshu Saha, Professor BITS Pilani. Also, 5 paper presentation sessions were accommodated in the first day, covering around 28 presentations. As a rejuvenating part of the conference, there was a session on benefits of pranayama by Dr. A.G. Ramakrishnan, IISc Bangalore, followed by cultural events performed by JNNCE Cultural Team IKM. The second day of the conference started with 3 paper presentations in parallel, followed by expert talk by Dr. A.G. Ramakrishnan, IISc Bangalore, on the topic Pattern in EEG from Biometrics to Altered State of Consciousness. This was followed by a second expert talk on Zero Knowledge Protocol by Dr. C. Pandurangan, Satish Dhawan Chair, Professor, IISc Bangalore. Post lunch, there had been 3 paper presentation sessions. Then, panel discussion on the role of industry-institute collaboration in the context of new education policy, moderated by Professor N. Divakar Rao, former Director, MBA Department, JNNCE. Panelists included Mr. Praveen Kumar Kalbhavi, co-founder, MD, CEO, Novigo Solutions Bangalore, Dr. A.G. Ramkrishnan, Dr. U.C. Niranjan, Director, Research and Training, Manipal.net Private Limited, Dr. Karunakar A.K., Director, International Collaborations, Mahe, Manipal. As a whole, the 2-day deliberations went on very well, and hope we have the conference has reached the audience for its very purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Darshan, for giving the brief report of IEEE Discover. Now, it's a time to get a feedback from the participants, because after conducting any event, if there is no feedback, then we cannot able to improvise. So I request, if there is any corrections and all, we can able to improvise. So I request Tarun Nair to provide feedback on this. Mr. Tarun Nair from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Mr. Balaji N from NMA MIT.
Good evening, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my faculty fraternity and student fraternity. So it's an immense pleasure to be a part of 2022 IEEE Discover from the NMM Institute of Technology, NITTE, Karkala. And to say feedback about the entire 2 days workshop, I was attending since last 1 day and then even today's sessions. The technical sessions were very well organized. Specifically speaking, today one of my professor from IIT Madras, he was a former professor, Professor C. Pandurangan sir, and yesterday's the pranayama session was very good, followed by the cultural session, and all the organizers are well cooperative, and then they are going to, they are giving maximum effort to give the answers for the participants' questions and answers. And I would like to personally thank Professor Satyanarayana sir. Is motivating us to give the paper since the beginning. Even though we haven't saw the person personally, in the WhatsApp group he is communicating for each and one of the people what exactly they are asking the queries, and he is resolving sitting in Shivamogga. And even though we have reached over here, we have lot of questions on us, and then he is ready to resolve personally and taking care of all the different participants. And he is the one person for the successful event of this 2022 IEEE Discover. I would like to thank personally Satyanarayana sir and his whole team, teaching, non-teaching, all the student fraternity, and everyone who were directly and indirectly involved in this particular conference. Thanks for the opportunity being a part of 2022 IEEE Discover. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Balaji. And now I request any other participants to give feedback. Any students who have attended the session and they can provide their opinion about this event. Learning is a treasure that will follow its owner everywhere. So that we have now observed in the panel discussion regarding all the speakers who are present in the discussion. So with this, I would like to invite Dr. U.C. Niranjan to address the gathering.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be present in this Discover 2022 which is being organized by Jawaharlal Nehru New College of Engineering, Shivamogga. I came here 3 days ago, and from as one of the participants was mentioning, Mr. Balaji was mentioning, Professor Satyanarayana has been there, a backbone, the greatest pillar of this conference, and then because of him, this conference has become extremely successful. And I'm very happy that from the very beginning, we were very much interested from IEEE Mangalore subsection to hold this event in Shivamogga, in JNNCE Shivamogga, because this is an institution which is started by NES, which is started by many freedom fighters. So probably this is the first time, a private engineering college which is started by the freedom fighters, and such a great institution wherein we wanted to hold this, organize this event. And it has always been our endeavor in IEEE Mangalore subsection to take this initiative. This Discover conference has become an annual event, and we wanted to take this event to all our engineering colleges in the region, right? Whether it is small or big, or whether it has started recently, or it is celebrated Golden Jubilee and so on. So that was one initiative, and I'm very happy that for the first time we have come out, we are IEEE Mangalore subsection. We cater to the needs of students and academicians and industries in the 5 neighboring districts of Malenadu and coastal Karnataka. And this is the first time we have come out of Udupi and Dakshina Kannada districts to Shivamogga. And that is also a great achievement. I thank JNNCE for hosting this esteemed conference. And this conference has evolved to cater to the needs of all stakeholders, whether it is academicians, researchers, and professors of engineering colleges, and research students, and all kinds of students of this local population. So it has been catering to their needs, and it has evolved to, one of the biggest and one of the greatest conferences of this region. And I was so very happy to participate in all these 3 days, and I was seeing a replica of IEEE Mangalore subsection in this space here for the last 3 days. There were professors, there were research students, there were students from the local colleges, and also from NITE, NITK, Surathkal, MIT, Manipal, and also industry people. And all of them, I was revisiting them apart from our meetings which we hold in Mangalore subsection. So it was recreation of Mangalore subsection in this Shivamogga. And I take this opportunity to thank all those members from the IEEE Mangalore subsection who made it a point to come to Shivamogga and attend this. And also this is a great reciprocation to the greatest effort which Dr. Satyanarayana has put in making this conference a great success. And I was also very happy to see the audience. The whole auditorium was full, and there was pin drop silence, and there was a keen listening and keen seeing what was being deliberated, what was being presented here. So that's a great thing. I think I should say that Shivamogga audience are the best among the 6 conferences we have held, and this is the 6th conference. And the quality of presentations, because somebody was asking me, were you all involved in all the 6 Discover conferences? Yes, I am involved in all the 6 Discover conferences, because we started this Mangalore subsection about 8 years ago, and I am involved from the day 1. And another thing I wanted to tell is that the quality of presentations, the quality of presentations were extremely good, and I attended all the streams here. Healthcare is my domain. Apart from healthcare, I also attended communication track today, and I also attended the VLSI track today. The quality of presentation, the preparation they had put, the kind of slides they had made, and the confidence with which the presenters made the presentation were extremely good. And I should also congratulate especially the women researchers and professors who made a presentation here. Extremely good, confident presentations, and I think we have started a new era in such conferences here. And as we deliberated in the panel discussion, how to bridge this gap between academia and industry, and I think this is a small effort in the form of holding this Discover conferences in all the regional engineering colleges of this space, and this is a small effort which we have done. And I take this opportunity to thank everybody from JNNCE for hosting this and organizing this, and allowing IEEE Mangalore subsection to hold this event in this great premises. We would keep coming back is all I can say, and we had great time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words, which motivates our institution to conduct more events in association with IEEE MSS in the future. Every win is a celebration, not because it is win, but because all the hard work that went behind it. Now, it's a time to know the best paper presentation in each track. I invite Dr. Jalesh Kumar S., Professor, Department of CSE, to announce the best paper in the tracks, each tracks.
Good evening all. It's my privilege to announce best paper awards of each track on this prestigious event. We are having 6 tracks. I'll announce one by one. The first one on robotics, and in that the award goes to Sitara Mary Sunny from MIT Manipal. I'll request Sitara to come over the dais. Okay, the next on healthcare, it is Sanith Bangera from MIT Manipal. Next on electrical circuits, it is Rajesh G from New Horizon College of Engineering, Bangalore. Next on distributed computing, it is Shavantreva Bilakeri, MIT Manipal. Anyway, on behalf of her, sir is coming over the dais. I'm a co-author. Okay, sir. Co-author. I'll request our dignitaries to felicitate him. Okay, sir. Our next track, VLSI, in that Allah Srija, once again from MIT Manipal. She's illa. Okay. Last, in communication, it is Srushtita Jones from KLE Belgavi. Please give in our absence big round of applause for all these particular candidates. Okay, so majority in the track, the students from MIT Manipal achieved this award. Once again, congratulations to all the students. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jalesh sir. Always management supports and encourages us for all the activities of our college. So from management team, I would like to invite Shri C.R. Nagaraja, Vice President NES Shivamogga, to address the gathering.
Hello.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಶುಭ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ JNNCE ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹಾಗೂ IEEE ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಉಪವಿಭಾಗದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ IEEE ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಜರುಗಿರುವುದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವು ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಪರಿಣಿತರನ್ನು, ಉದ್ಯಮಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ತಜ್ಞರನ್ನು ಒಂದೆಡೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ವೃದ್ಧಿಸಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯೂಟ್, ರೊಬೊಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸೇವೆಯಂತಹ ನಾವೀನ್ಯ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಚರ್ಚೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಇಂದಿನ ಈ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮುಂದಿನ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವಾಗಲಿ ಎಂದು ಆಶಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಮಾರು 250ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು, ಇವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 60 ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳು ಆಯ್ಕೆಗೊಂಡು ಸಂಶೋಧಕರು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ AICTE ಹಾಗೂ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಹಕಾರ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಮೆರುಗು ಮತ್ತು ಬಲವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದ, ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್, ಡೀನ್ರವರಾದ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಮತ್ತು HOD ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಪೂರ್ಣಲತಾ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, sir. So being a dynamic personality, being doctor in profession, shows keen interest in education in spite of his busy schedule. He is with us. I invite Dr. P. Narayan, Joint Secretary, NES Shivamogga, to address the gathering.
President of this afternoon's function and Principal of JNNCE, Dr. Nagendra Prakash, and the ever-smiling Principal, and look at the color with which comes to the function. That itself is inspiring. Dignitaries on the dais, all the delegates to this conference, and my friends. It has been a wonderful 2 days at JNNCE. I think we were missing all these conferences for the last 3 years because of the pandemic. The days Professor Satnarayan has started the ball rolling now, and it should keep on rolling ever at the JNNCE. I compliment everyone who was involved in organizing such a successful conference and making it a great event. Though a doctor, I sat through the panel discussion. I got so many new points concerning the education industry, the relationship between education and industry. It was all eye-opener for me. The National Education Policy 2020 and all those things were being discussed. I compliment Professor Diwakar Rao for conducting such a wonderful panel discussion. I was wondering whether I could have attended the entire conference. It was so exciting. Yes, there is a huge gap between the industry and the education. Everybody accepts it. I don't know who is going to bridge the gap. The conferences like this probably will pave the way for bridging the gap. In fact, I was telling Professor Diwakar Rao my experience when I went to the Training Institute of Infosys in Mysore. I was talking to the director of training, and I asked him, at what level do you start the training? Most of the students, most of the candidates who come here our graduates in engineering, they would have learned computers for 3-4 years, and at what level do you absorb that knowledge into your training program? The simple word he told was, sir, the first thing we make them de-learn whatever they learned in the college and make them learn what we want in the institute. That should not happen. I think conferences like this should start a new chapter in providing the relationship between industry and the education. The topics you have covered are highly technical. I'm sure the papers that were presented, the deliberations that have gone on would have thrown new line on every aspect of distributed computing, VLSI, electrical circuits, and robotics. I'm sure the delegates would have become more wise, and also they would have put in a lot of efforts in producing their papers. Let this trend continue. And as far as JNNCE is concerned, as far as National Education Society is concerned, we are always here to support any such creative activity. As our Vice President Nagaraj rightly told, probably many of you know the entire National Education Society concept was by the freedom fighters even before the independence came to us. And it was a response to a call from the father of the nation in those days. Any day you are becoming independent, education should be the one area where everybody should put in their efforts to see that nation retains its independence and grows faster and faster. And as a response to that call, the people who mattered in those days in Shivamogga, the particular freedom fighters started the National Education Society. And 13th March 1946 should go as a red letter day in the history of Shivamogga. And that day, the seeds was sown for the National Education Society. What started as a simple national high school with 16 students, we have now 38 institutions with 18,000 students and about 1,800 people who are looking after all these students. And we are in the Amrita Mahotsava period, and this conference has come as the right event for the entire celebrations we are doing. I compliment the team, and particularly led by Professor Satnarayan, Principal Nagendra Prakash, and Dean Manjunath for the efforts, everyone, for the efforts you have put in making this conference a great event. Thank you very much. I thank all the faculty members who have come from all the distances and making this conference a great event. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity given for me.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. The backbone of our institute and motivation of us to conduct the event with grand success is our beloved principal, Dr. K. Nagendra Prasad. I request you to address the gathering.
Distinguished members on the dais, renowned invitees, my dear colleagues and student friends. When the auditorium is full, the expression will be in full swing. Now there are many vacancies which generally characteristic feature of valedictory function. I am very happy to be associated with this two-day international conference. It has been a great two-day togetherness of all of us being here, interacting, getting acquaintances, and sharing a lot of information.
On this occasion, I would like to congratulate Darshan. Let us give big applause to. Please stand up. Darshan, he has compiled the entire information that happened during last 2 days, all the events, very nicely brought out. The distributed computing is something very akin to the finite element method that I have done in my research. In the finite element method, while you are solving a boundary value problem, you know the value at the boundary. Inside of the boundary, we have to get the values, and the entire boundary is distributed, is divided into finite elements, and the equilibrium of each finite element is considered, and we sum up the equilibrium equations and get interior values from the exterior boundary known values. Similarly, distributed computing, we are distributing the problem over different computers, maybe integrating the solution process. I'm very happy, but though I missed some of the technical deliberations because this particular topic is of current interest, and I missed it because of other reasons, but I came to know through participants, chairmen who acted in different sessions, that it has been very, very useful interaction, and presentations were very, very effective, and the paper quality is excellent. All papers quality. That is because of the scrutiny, I think, the system has got in it. And I also I attended pranayama. Yesterday, Professor Ramakrishna has given some lecture on pranayama, which is very, very useful. I have a question to Dr. Narayan sir. I came to know when I read the epics and other things, the number of breaths of any individual is fixed. Am I correct, sir? Fixed. And therefore, so the moment you do pranayama, you take long time to take breath and release it, your life is extended. Your life is extended. That is the reason why that was very useful. What Professor Ramakrishna said, if you take deep breath and then release it with Om, that has very immense, far-reaching effect. When you are releasing the breath, use hum, that word M, Om. That was a very wonderful thing that I connected what he said to what I read. That is, number of breaths for any individual, whoever has taken birth, is fixed. And you can extend your life only by controlling the breath, taking the deep breath and releasing it slowly. That is the reason why earlier we have the earlier system where Sishyas used to go to Gurus and they used to take the learnings. The reason is the Guru should be kept in rest and Sishyas have to work so that the breaths of Guru will be saved for disseminating of information. That is the reason why earlier days the Sishyas used to do lot of work to the Gurus. So some of these things I was able to connect through in the lecture that he said. The other thing, interesting feature is that whatever the food that you are taking, you have to munch it thoroughly. Even in our Shastras, they say 32 times you have to munch everything, whatever that you take. So once you munch, everything will become finite particle, and then the surface area will be more, enzymes will act very quickly, and digestion systems will become very effective. At that point also he brought, whatever food you eat whatever you want, but munch it 32 times, each thing. So some of these things I could get from this interaction that was very useful. When the participants were coming and commenting on the conference, Satyanarayana's smile was becoming wide. And I thought if few more feedbacks were there, the smile would have become permanent. Because of elastic nature of the human body, it has come back now. He's looking normal, but he has done fantastic job. Congratulations to Satyanarayana. Let us give big applause to him. And he is one person who takes everything upon himself. And then in the final reviews, I used to say, distribute work among all the HODs and all my colleagues. And then he started distributing. Otherwise, he is one person who takes everything onto himself. So that spirit he has, whatever that he takes up very, very seriously. And I also would like to congratulate all the winners today. Though most of the winners I was not having opportunity to see them because of time, I think, constraints, they would have left. So I am very, very happy to be associated with this valedictory function. And one thing that I find is all my heads of the departments of other areas, they should get inspiration from this and try to float more international conferences. One thing that is useful for the institute is we do a lot of work. I do from this institute, there are more than 150 publications this current year. You get publicity and visibility when you conduct conferences. That is very, very important for any institute. So this should set an example for other departments. They should take inspiration and see that now funding agencies are there to give the fund. I always tell my heads of the departments, you get some funding, I'll give some matching grant. If you don't get anything, I don't give you anything. That's what. So I feel that not only heads of the departments, the colleagues of other institutes also, please try to arrange this kind of conferences. It becomes a part of academic work. Bring visibility to your respective institutes and see that the credibility, visibility of the institute enhances. So the other thing that we have is I myself got a lot of acquaintances. Because in the informal meetings, I met Professor Ramakrishna and Madam and many others. I got to know very nice things of life. That is also additional advantage of arranging. Socializing is one of the other dimensions of these conferences. So I want all the colleagues, all my delegates, friends, students to carry very good memories of this togetherness and become inspired and try to make contributions in their respective institutions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational and informative talk with full of interesting facts. Entire event has been remarked in few minutes. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Sri Gurusiddhaya Hiremat, SCEM Mangalore, to announce about 2023 IEEE Discover.
Very good evening to everyone. It's really a great day in my life because I am representing as a Sahyadri College of Engineering and Management, as well as I am alumni of this college. So I am an electronics student from this college, 2004-2007. I think I want to iterate one small story here, because the situation, if you take a kid, suppose the dad and mom has a plan for tomorrow, how we feel. The same state of mind I had actually. So because once this is announced, then the college has given me to go and look after that, whatever the activities is the pattern of IEEE MSS actually. So 2 days actually, I was a kid actually. I am not faculty of Sahyadri, because after a long time I'm coming here, I want to see what is happening. I went to all the places, even hostel, college, even my Annapurneshwari, Tunga hostel, everywhere I went. So, and even during the conferences, because Satyanarayana sir is our guru, because he taught cryptography when I was a student. And I would like to quote here the students, those who are here. As a student, I took a lot of values. And yesterday, Narayan Rao sir is telling, we come by, means we are from society only. It's not from a guru or or from my family. So those values I took and I am deliberating in my profession actually. So it is basically a transformation for me. It is not a transfer actually. So last 15 years, it's a transformation phase for me. And coming to the collaboration, so it is not a end here, it is a beginning. On behalf of Sahyadri, I invite everybody for 2023 IEEE Discover. So from the management and from the fraternity of faculty from Sahyadri, everyone, I am looking forward to meet you in 2023, and I hope the JNNCE has set a benchmark, because as Niranjan sir told that outside Mangalore, this is the first time. Again, it's a benchmark for all the institutions in the Mangalore right now. So we are the first, in that race, so that we can able to, subsidize that. And I really thank the God, because the divine power has given me to come here, look after what the progress JNNCE has made. It adds a lot of value to my profession, so that I want to accelerate in my career as academician. I thanks for the opportunity. I thanks for all the hospitalities and feedback sir was telling. So as a participant, as a outsider to represent other institution, it's a great hospitality from each one, and it's a great team effort. I think we have a lot of things to learn to host the next conference in our institution, and thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
I take this opportunity to thank Professor Niranjan for giving our institute an opportunity. First time a private college has been given an opportunity, I understand. Thank you very much. I hope we have come up to your expectation of conducting a good conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving information about 2023 IEEE Discover. Now I would like to call upon Captain of this event, Dr. S.V. Satyanarayana, to dedicate a dedicated hard worker to deliver vote of thanks.
Good evening everybody. Eldrigu namaskara. I would like to propose a vote of thanks for all the people, those who are with me for the last 8 months since we had planned for this particular event. My vote of thanks would go in 2 stages. First is for the organizing part. The second part is for today's function. I request all of you to bear with me for another 5 minutes. My proposal of vote of thanks would go bit longer, wherein I would be thanking my complete team. First of all, I thank the IEEE Mangalore subsection for awarding us to host 2022 IEEE Discover. A wholehearted thank from the management of National Education Society, JNN College of Engineering, Shivamogga. I want to extend my thanks to the Principal JNNCE and NES management for their ever encouraging support to organizing such conferences. I would like to thank Dr. Purnalata Ji, Chair, IEEE MSS, in guiding, and the complete team of ExeCom of IEEE MSS, who has guided throughout the whole process. The special thanks goes to Dr. Vasudeva, who is here with us, Secretary of MSS, who has seen all the 6 editions along with Dr. U.C. Niranjan, who is the immediate past chair of 2020 of IEEE MSS, Dr. Venugopal, who is the treasurer of IEEE MSS. These 2 people, I was eating their head every day. If any problem is there, while in the beginning part of the conference, while we are receiving the papers, review process, whole technical aspects of conducting the conference, especially the IEEE conference, where lot of rules and regulations are there. If anything is violated, starting from the conference management tool, Microsoft, when we are using, the very first presentation was given by Dr. Venugopal to all our complete technical team under the leadership of Dr. Pramod Kumar. A technical presentation was arranged by Dr. Venugopal online. From there, actually, the process started. So I thank the whole Execom team of IEEE MSS for supporting us in conducting this particular conference. I thank all the track chairs. There were two types of the track chairs, one from Mangalore subsection. I think Dr. Shivaprakash from NMIT Nitte, Dr. Narendra from NMIT Nitte, Dr. Ashwini, once again from Nitte, and Dr. Saurav from NITK Surathkal. They were the 4 track chairs who are assisting us in the complete review process, complete until the finalization, under the leadership of Dr. Mohit, who is absent today because NITK Surathkal is celebrating the convocation today. That is why he is not there. In his absence, really I thank Dr. Mohit, who has finalized the review process and given the judgment. The whole process was completely guided by him. My special thanks goes to the local track chairs. I want to really name them. From the communication track, Mrs. Ashwini SR. From the healthcare, Mrs. Prema KN and Mrs. Sheila S. For VLSI, Dr. Pramod Kumar and Mr. Darshan. For robotics, Dr. Hemant. Distributed computing, Mr. Girish. They are from the JNNCE, because the whole review process went on for 1.5 months. With all the technical aspects, the whole thing has to be very systematically managed. They have done in a very meticulous way. I thank all the reviewers for their scrupulous review process. Actually, your comments really helped the authors to improvise their paper for presenting during the conference. For any conference to be successful, the contribution of the local organizing committee is very essential. Now it is the time to thank all the committees. I'm sorry, by electrical circuits is managed by Dr. Viresh KB of electrical department. I also thank him on behalf of the organizing team. I thank Mrs. Ujjola BS for coordinating the formal program. I thank Mr. Abhijit N, Assistant Professor ENC Department, Satyanarayan S, CS Department, Satyanarayan KB of IS Department, Smita SM, and Mrs. Rupa BS of ENC Department, Anil Kumar J from ENC Department for handling the registration process very smoothly and directing the participants to the respective sessions. I thank the session moderators, Dr. Sanjeev Kunte, President of IS Department, Dr. Tejasvi AH, President Head of END Department, Dr. Chetan KR, Professor and Head of AML Department, Dr. Nirmala Shivanand, Professor of CS Department, Dr. Usha Devi MB of Telecom Department, Dr. Manjula GR of CS Department, Dr. Jyoti K of IS Department, Dr. Ashwini JP of AML Department for assisting the session chairs during the paper presentation sessions. I thank all the session coordinators who have managed the session very meticulously, maintaining the timing, taking the feedback from the participants. All this process was done in a very systematic way. Dr. Jalesh Kumar of Professor of CS Department also was one of the session chair along with Dr. Purnima. I thank Dr. Basappaji KM, Professor of Mechanical Department, Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim of Civil Department for arranging the delicious food and refreshments during the 2 days. A big round of applause because this energy was given by them. The complete proceedings was compiled in the form of the souvenir. The souvenir was compiled by Dr. Hemant Kumar of MCA Department and Dr. Santosha. Big round of applause to them because Dr. Santosha worked day and night for designing the complete invitations, banners. Dr. Santosha. Because designing the flyers, banners in the right time without any problem was completely managed by Dr. Santosha. A big round of applause to him. I thank Pradeep SC of Assistant Professor of ENC, Mr. Benak Patel, Assistant Professor of ETE Department for coordinating the transportation and boarding arrangements for invitees and the delegates. I thank Mr. Sunil MD, Department of ENC, and Dr. H.B. Suresh of Electrical Department for their kind support in receiving the resource persons. I thank Mr. Ajay Bethur of ENC Department for coordinating the financial aspects of organizing the conference. I thank Mr. Darshan KV, Mr. Harish TS, and Mr. Vidya Shankar for coordinating the printing and distribution of certificates to the research scholars and session chairs. I thank Mr. Nriputunga, PRO of NES, for arranging the press conference about the conference and providing press coverage during the inaugural session. Now also he is present. Thank you so much, because the job is very easy now for getting the publicity. If you just contact Nriputunga, things would be over. I would like to thank Dr. P. Manjunatha, Dean Academics, for organizing chair for continuous support and guidance throughout the conduction of the conference. I thank all HODs, teaching and technical staff of all the departments of JNNCE for successful conduction of this conference. Finally, I thank wholeheartedly each and everyone who have contributed directly and indirectly in various stages for the fruitful completion of the conference. Last but not the least, my dear students, who are the captive audience for all the sessions from all the 5 electrical sciences departments. We have taken 30 students each and we have registered. At the same time, the nearby institution, Pesitium, have represented in the conference by sending their 20 of the students and the faculty members, including Dr. Madhavi, who has supported as session chair. Once again, I thank all the participants and delegates who has come from all over the world, all over India. It is a learning process. Organizing the conference is a passion. It's a learning process, because starting from getting the papers, getting it reviewed, conducting it on time, because everything is deadline based, it is a challenge. More than anything, getting funding from our management as well as from all other agencies, because organizing the conference, private management like us cannot support the complete funding. Getting funding from other agencies is a challenge. By God's grace, we could get the funding from AICT New Delhi. For this particular process, I really should thank Dr. Ravindra, who has really assisted me in applying funding to AICT 6-7 months back, once the conference was awarded and date was fixed as October 14th and 15th. Because that was the condition for applying funding to AICT. It should be applied 8 months before. It was done in the right time. We got the funding from AICT, DRDO New Delhi, CSIR New Delhi, and DST SERB, so that we could stretch extra and do the conference in a very nice manner. Last but not the least, once again, IEEE Mangalore subsection is funding us by contributing from the registration fees. Once again, I thank them for the funding support really they give. Technical support offered by Bangalore section, because of Mysore Con is starting from tomorrow. They would be representing Mysore as it is nearby. Because of that, they have not represented here. I once again thank Chair of Mangalore section, Dr. Deepa Shanai, and Dr. Raghavendra Prasad, SAC Chair, and all other office bearers of Bangalore section supporting us for conducting the conference. I thank all the invited speakers, keynote speaker from CDAC, Dr. Ramakrishna, Dr. Niranjan once again, Dr. Snehan Susaha, Dr. Koziak from Germany, for making this particular event a very meaningful one. I should really make a point about Dr. Snehan Susaha, who would have been here. He is our proud alumni working at BITS Pilani. He has actually helped me to get the contact of Germany professor, and he has arranged for an international speaker. I once again thank him in his absence. Thank you so much once again. Coming back to today's function, in this particular valedictory session, I would like to thank our guest of honor, Dr. U.C. Niranjan, who has spared his time throughout. He has come on 13th. Still he is very energetic and he is with us. And he is always supporting. Actually, he has introduced IEEE MSS to me when I had conducted MPCIT 2020. He got all the connect of IEEE and arranged the speakers and others. Even during uploading the papers to IEEE Explore, he introduced Dr. Vasudeva to me so that we could very easily upload IEEE Explore. Just in 1 month, we could see all our 27 papers in 2020 in IEEE Explore. It was a real success during the pandemic. I thank you, sir. I would like to thank Sri C.R. Nagaraj, Vice President of NES Shivamogga, for attending the valedictory program. I request our principal, Dr. K. Nagendra Prasad, to present a small memento as token of gratitude. Sir, Nagaraj, sir. Sir, Vice President Nagaraj. I would like to thank Dr. P. Narayan, Joint Secretary, NES Shivamogga, for gracing the occasion. I request Principal to present a small memento as token of gratitude. I extend my thanks to Dr. Nagendra Prasad, Principal JNNCE, for presiding over valedictory function. I thank Dr. P. Manjunatha, Dean Academics, for gracing the occasion. I thank Professor N. Divakar Rao, Mr. Praveen Kalbavi, Dr. Karunakar from MIT Manipal for gracing the occasion. I thank everybody who is present here during the valedictory program and making this conference a great end. Thank you once again. Let us meet once again in 2024, where we will be once again joining back for another international conference. Thank you so much. High tea is arranged outside once again. Contribution of Ibrahim and Basappaji. They are waiting for you. Please.